Gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste, so I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, 'cause we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. 'Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. 'Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, 'cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. 'Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
And the opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and they strike quickly. Almost all of the kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striking J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
shot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
And welcome everybody to this week's Pit of Valor number 48 here with Great Lakes Gaming Lounges. You got myself, Mick, and we got the man with a couple extra letters to his name, Sir Mickey. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, man. It's week 48. We're 2 weeks off of half of 100. That's crazy. It's very irrelevant, but it's still crazy. We're on 48, dude. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, man. I'm excited for today's matchups. Just everything lining up. Just over the course of the week, everything just for the whole week rather than just today. We got a bunch of good matches for y'all today lined up. And on top of that, we also have a couple spots left for this upcoming rating arena that we got this Saturday. We got 3 spots left in there. I know y'all saw the intro video with Pit of Valor. It's a free entry. But over there on a rating arena, the stakes are a little bit higher. So we got kind of a $1,000 prize pool for you guys. So there's going to be a little bit more on the line. So we got to have a little bit more at stake up front. And just all of that wouldn't be possible without the guys over at Community Gaming. Huge thank you and shout to them. They do everything in terms of competitions, regardless of what the game is, whether it be mobile, whether it be, PC, all across the board, they got your needs. But what we need some frags on the board, man. We got today's lineup for the first match, at least, is going to be Space Station Gaming versus Miracle. And I'm excited as heck to see what exactly we got coming to the board in terms of map picks, in terms of agent picks, in terms of just getting picks on people and finding those frags onto the board. So what are you looking for, Mickey, and how are you feeling about this, man?
I mean, I haven't seen either of these teams. I've heard quite a bit about Miracle as far as their rotates go. I've heard they're solid, but I haven't seen them play fully, so I can't really give like a full-on prediction. But I am definitely ready to see something crazy tonight. And like you said, these teams, we're coming up tonight. This is going to be a best of one, and then later we're going to see a couple more best of ones. But so far, I mean, I think is the team name Hyperspace? Is it Hyperspace? Okay. Yeah, it's Hyperspace. So again, that's a cool name, but I haven't seen them. So I think if both these teams, we're gonna, it all depends on the pistol rounds. Every game we play, as soon as you get in, you gotta lock in those first 2 rounds. Those are your most important eco rounds. Those are gonna give you a Vandal on round 3 or 4. Absolutely important. And if you choke both of them, no bueno. If you're able to get at least one, that's going to give you that much more of an advantage. But if you win both of them, easy Vandal 3rd round, that's rifles on the board, and that is an immediate advantage for your team. But also, like I said, if you just choke the first 2, you're kind of, that's not a great start for the first half. but it really just all comes down to the way these teams are going to play their economies and the way they're going to, it really just comes down to the rotates and the communication.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. I mean, the way everything pans out on these first couple rounds, typically we see a lot of forces on the second round, regardless of really the team that we're talking about is. It's very kind of the way everything's panning out and just how everything kind of rolls out with each other. You got these first couple rounds, and we usually see a force on the second round. I mean, kind of that's how it goes. So those Vandals, everything coming out in the third round for the opposing team that lost those first two, it's very kind of how it pans out. It's really what it comes down to is how it all really lines up when it comes around to those, pistols, SMGs, then it goes to the Vandals. That is if you lose that round, because you have those bonuses, really. That's what it comes down to in those thirds, and that's how it really goes back and forth. So we've actually gotten a producer's note right now, the game we're actually getting. So, all that out the gate, it still applies, though. Pistol rounds are super important.
Exactly.
Rotations will always be important. Getting kills will always be important. But who we actually got, a little curveball at you, a little surprise to jump out you at the beginning here. We actually have DLB Esports versus Flu. So these are the emblems that we got on both sides now. We got a little bit more representation for them.
Yeah.
And Flu, I can actually speak on these guys because I saw them last Saturday in the Radiant Arena, and Lord, was I impressed with what they had.
They are such a solid team. You can just tell their comms are on another level. It's crazy. We've seen teams like Oracle, Team Mystic, things like that, and then you got, and Flu is just on a whole nother level. They really are, because they're not only strong as a team, but individually. You get those, you get the fraggers in, you get the duelists in there. They wipe the board. Beautiful entries. Every game that I've seen from Flu, they've had flawless entries on the site on attack, and that's exactly what we need to see here tonight. If we don't see that, I don't know if they're going to be able to survive with DLB, because I haven't seen much of DLB, but I have heard they are a pretty strong team. But that's still to be determined. So it's still, obviously I'm not going to make a prediction, but two new teams doesn't change the fact, like we were talking about, those pistol rounds are very important.
Yeah, and I'm completely with you. And the way Flu executes, what we saw in them from Saturday, they had a really impressive showing against the likes of Illusions Gaming, and they are no joke at all. The next day, they went on to going and competing in a $10,000 tournament. And for Flu to really compete against guys who are competing at that level, it really is no joke to be barred at all. And the way they just played the game, the way they held their own, it was by a close margin that they lost those matches. And that alone is not something to scoff at. So with DLB, what they got to bring to the table is they have to be unlocking those defenses and those rotations, as you said. But not only just that, knowing how to execute it. You can get in as fast as you need to, but it's all about that retake and how clean it is. And that's what I feel really differentiates, these T3 teams, T2 and T1, how everybody lines up. That's the biggest thing, is you can play, you can frag out, you can have the element of surprise on that offense. Once it comes around to defense and somebody breaks onto a site, you have to know to deal with what kind of manpower you have, how to allocate that, and how to retake a site as fluently as possible.
Exactly. It's all about placements. On defense side, you have maps like Haven, which is clearly an attacking sided map. Mm-hmm. It's got 3 sites. You can only have one person on one of those sites. You can't have an even stack on Haven. It's just not possible. With 5 people, you have 3 sites. It's not an even stack. So what people like to do on defense, specifically especially for Haven, you get a Sentinel like Killjoy or Cypher, and those are going to turn the game around for you. For either of these teams to have a Sentinel like Killjoy or Cypher, it's going to be huge, because that gets you the info, and those two can basically hold a site by themselves. So like you said, it really comes down to how these players are going to play defensively. It depends on the agents, because if you have a full duelist loadout, you're not going to do too hot on defense. But if you have Sentinels and Controllers on your team, I think you're going to be pretty okay.
Yeah, and with that, the map that we're getting for this lineup is Ascent. So, that's going to be huge right there. You have those gates, you have those kind of shutdowns, those doors you have to deal with that kind of create a little bit of a stall. But if you can break into those well, you have so many ways to just break into the site, because flanks, the mid is wide open on this map. The way everything pans out, the flow of it, everybody's constantly fighting for that mid control, because you want to get in there towards those trees. You want to get around to the edge, and you want to get those flanks, especially if it's an A plant. Just everything really lines up on this map for those defensive sides. And I mean, that's really what it comes down to is those breaks are going to be a lot more tougher to go into. And I feel like that's where Flu's going to accelerate because, as I said, we've seen them time and time again just absolutely run the table with that.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, with mid control, that is essential. Either you have A site or B site. I guarantee you, specifically on Ascent, there is going to be at least 1 or 2 fights per round taking place right in mid because you have 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 entry points into mid. So that's a lot of area for you to cover, and it's just really not that doable. It's so hard to just hold mid on your own, especially like if you look at Haven, mid control essentially gives you B site control. But on this map, it's a little bit different because you only have the 2 sites. But if you have mid control, you basically already have B market control as well, and perhaps even cat or tree room. So I think mid control is definitely going to be very pivotal tonight. If we don't see teams, taking a stand and just locking down that area, I think they're gonna have a bit of a rough time. So
yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, it just being that huge intersection for the whole entire map, leading to every single area. That's what makes it, as you said, so pivotal. But following up with that, I feel like if these teams, sometimes they do like to go for those aggressive push onto one side or the other, especially, as you said, in those pistol rounds. Sometimes you'll see an aggressive flank from a duelist coming through that mid, going towards panel, because B hits are very common for those first couple of rounds. I mean, with the way everything goes, I mean, that mid control still needs to be watched. Whether or not it's really being pushed through or executed on, it still needs to be a thought in the back of their head because it can be utilized at any single time. And the way it goes is for those B sides especially. I mean, you kind of play up against Cat, you hug the wall a little bit, find those picks in mid because nobody really likes to push B all that much if you're on the defensive side because you have that whole main area to play with. You have those close quarters kind of playing to your strengths. But beyond that, when you get into that mid control, when you move over towards that A side, that's where we start to sing a little bit more of an open map. We start to possibly see those ops if guys want to run into those engagements and really allocate themselves to that. But that's also really fragile for those smokes. I mean, you want to sit there, you want to make sure those get spread out as much as possible, cover out the entire map. And even then, for those A sides, you want to make sure to lock down that tree area because you have that window, which also creates 2 more entry points for the flank. And it's just way too crucial. So with that, I'm looking forward to what exactly we got because, like I said, I haven't seen DLB yet, and I'm super stoked to see if they kind of bring some wild card to the table that just throws everybody out on a win.
Yeah, I mean, it's so like for us, it's so crazy as casters, analysts. It's crazy that whenever we don't know about a team, this question mark team comes in, we have no idea how they're gonna play. So I think all in all, it's. That's a good thing for at least for the audience, for us. This is an unknown team. We don't know what's going to happen. And that just makes this that much more fun of an event because no one knows what to expect, So especially when we're live, anything could happen when we're live, especially whatever just happened to me. I turned into TV static. That's fine. So, but yeah, we are going to be on Ascent. So that's going to be so much fun. I can't wait to see some market plays. We're definitely going to see some Sovas. If we don't see a Sova on Ascent, somebody's gonna get yelled at by me. I promise you that.
Yeah, I mean, Sova is definitely a necessary pick. It's a necessity at this point, especially with KO not really being too introduced to this thing yet. He almost essentially has those same kind of intel and those little tells, those little pips of information letting you know where somebody is, but it's only a presence. And it even says that. It says presence detected, not an exact pinpoint location marking out where they are. He doesn't have that kind of intel sense like you do with Cypher or with Sova. But speaking Cypher with those Sentinels, we see a lot more Killjoys around on this map because of how open those sites are. You have those nano swarms. They cover up so much space and they allow so much kind of utility, especially with the map being a lot more condensed than you have on Haven. That's why Cypher's a more popular pick there. But you are always relatively close to your utility you've laid out, whether it be your alarm bot on one side of the field, your turret on the other. You're always finding some kind of coverage and some kind of way to get that intel across the map. And especially in something like Haven being so open there towards the mid-map and towards that attacking spawn, it allows a lot more flexibility for the defenders to play onto something. And I feel like that alone is also going to be a necessity when you really come down to it.
Oh, yeah. All in all, I mean, Killjoy, like you said, is definitely... I've seen more Killjoys on Ascent than I have Cyphers. And like you said, that's because of the amount of area that a Killjoy can cover. 9 times out of 10, when you see Killjoy set up on Ascent, it's going to be on B site because of that sidewalk direction straight out of B garage, sharp left. you could put a turret on the opposite corner outside of market, and 2 nano swarms on sidewalk, and alarm bot right by bomb plant. You're covered. B site's completely covered, and then that gives you the option to have maybe one other person on site with you, or maybe one watching market, and you got 2 people on A and 1 watching mid. And I think that's such a great combo with Killjoy. You know, like I said, Killjoy and Cypher, they can basically cover an entire site by themselves. But when it comes down to it, obviously you're gonna need your team there, which is where, you know, Killjoy is a little less reliant on teammates because of the amount of damage that those nanoswarms can do. The alarm bot gives information, and even the turret gives you a good amount of information. I don't play Killjoy, but I have gotten kills with the turret, and it's the best feeling in the world. So even that is like that. Even that is, you know, that has the upper hand. Even the Killjoy turret gives Killjoy a little bit of an upper hand if you're comparing her to Cypher because of that information and the damage. So
yeah, and just the way it really goes. I mean, the way this kind of pans out for both these teams. Killjoy, obviously, so we've got that marked. We got Sova marked. But when we're really breaking it down, we haven't talked about Jet really, and I feel like that's only because she's talked about so dang much. She's a pick every single game. There's never really a time where you don't see her. If you do, you're always like, okay, this is going to get interesting because there's never a time you don't see Jet. Even when I'm in the public lobby and somebody does an insta-lock her, I'm sitting there just absolutely baffled if she goes on taking because I'm like, hold up. Somebody has to have an ego here to say, all right, I can go ahead and top frag with her. I can whip out those knives and right-click and get an ace in a single round. But, I mean, those cloud bursts, the way they cover up the map, especially when you're trying to play for that mid pressure, and even on the B side, when you're in those little close quarter sections, she's such a good necessity for that. She's such a great player around those sides. She's also just good universally across the map. But having those smokes is a lot more useful because Reyna, you know, throwing out that near side is not exactly too efficient when you are playing around these kind of, you know, larger mid sections compared to the likes of Haven, where, I mean, you could essentially cover up a whole cross section or a whole intersection, as we discussed, the middle of the map of Ascent being. You can't cover the whole area of it. There's so many long engagements there to where you get caught out fairly easily. So I am seeing that we have these rosters right now, and we're seeing a Killjoy and a KO on the side of Flu. So I'm liking the picks already.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Drios bring out a Sova. I think that's is it Drios or Drios? I can never remember. But Fraggleton, Killjoy, Chrome, Jet. Yeah, we definitely got a. This is such a good setup from either team. You got your smokes. You got both team has Killjoy. Both team has information in the form of Sova, Jet, and then Reyna for DLB. So I mean, immediately right off the gate, we're gonna have a very interesting setup from both teams.
You know, we already see that setup coming through. Trying to go ahead and capitalize on the fact that A's a little bit more close around for those first rounds that we have on pistols and how much the Nanoswarm really does. And it looks like DLB really could just be running into this because they're already looking like they're going to be setting up for this A push. We already had that util just laid and allocated all over the place. And I think that's going to be a huge critical factor. And alongside the fact that Flu is also set up closer to this B. So, I mean, the way they're really panning this out, KO's got to make this rotate. He's going to be ready for it because we already see a dart coming in.
Yeah, the information pivotal there. I mean, right off the bat, if you're a Sova, you need that information as soon as the round starts. If you wait too long, you know, that causes some movement from the other side, and you're just going to lose that much information. But again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, it's Flu Esports versus DLB Esports. We're in round number 1. Flu is going to be on your defending side, and DLB is going to be on attack. We're having 3 tonight, right? 3 best of 1s. This is the first one.
Yep.
So this is, I mean, right out the gate, it's pretty, it's very slow going at first, but 50-second mark approaches, and now we're going to see some action in the form of DLB pushing A site.
An early engage there on those nano swarms as 2 of the guys of Flu already get taken out with some answers out.
There we go. Trades on trades. 2 versus 3 all of a sudden. Mashadelic. Beautiful name from DLB. Gonna get bombed down now. A lot of damage under their Killjoy. It's not doing too hot, but you know, it's still man advantage for DLB. So if Drios can get this opening pick, this entry is going to be very key.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Machadella takes out Virginia. Now it's a 1 versus 3. Drios looking for the frenzy shots. No, ISO is going to be able to get that long-range classic shot to the face. And that's going to solidify DLB's first round.
Yeah, and the way that really just kind of went through for the likes of Flu, I feel like it was an early execute on that utility. We had the Nana Swarms come out from Fraggleton. He definitely got himself a kill, which is enough. You know, as people say, I got mine. He definitely got his that round, but it just wasn't enough across the board to really get a lot of damage everywhere because we saw, I mean, there was 2 players at the end there standing with a full bit of health. The trades came in a little bit early, but I think it was also just a really impressive show from DLB and taking those different angles to really just find themselves in a favorable spot.
Oh yeah, the way they came onto site was, I mean, it was textbook. You know, they had 2 come through. Oh my words, did not want to work for a second there. They had 2 come through tree room, and that alone was able to help them solidify their hold on to site because the rest of them were coming down long, and they just did it so well. But we are going to take a quick tech pause. It's okay, and also I've just been informed we have 4 best of ones tonight, and this is number 1. And then after this match, you're going to be joined by, I believe it's Doctor and Vincent, and then Mick and I will return for round number 3. So this is, I mean, yeah, we are on tech pause, unfortunately, but hopefully we're able to get this. You know, if we're going to have these tech pauses, I would so much rather them have happen right off the bat, you know?
Yeah, I'm cool with you. Just finding it during these early rounds when everything's kind of panning out, we're finding the flow of each side of the field. We're really just kind of getting a sense of these teams before we start getting to that really heavy action when all these big rifles and LMGs and just all kinds of different economic standpoints are coming into play, really twisting things up. And I'm with you on that. The tech pause is coming right here. The only thing we have to worry about later are these really kind of more technical pauses. Even though, as weird as that is to say, more strategic pauses in that sense, to where these guys are saying, all right, something isn't working out for us. We need to find something else on the board to work with because the shoes we're sitting in right now aren't exactly the best. So, as we can see right here, we do have Flu going for a save. Once again, we see the force coming out from DLB across the board. Very predictable because it's what we see darn near always with these guys on this kind of elo. And in this kind of environment, because they do want to get those guaranteed rounds as much as possible, find themselves a guaranteed second. But sometimes we do see a little wild card thrown in there. We do see these teams kind of make the best of them. We see some crazy positioning, which gives them the upper hand to absolutely flip it out. Because as long as you sit there and get all 5 guys teaming up on 1, or heck, even 3 or 2, you can find a kill. You can go ahead and pick up that Spectre and just absolutely gas your men up to go ahead, find another one. Then that other teammate picks up, and it just becomes a snowball effect of absolute distraught.
A snowball effect of absolute distraught. I like that. I'm going to use that. Snowball of distraught. Just a ball of stress. I love it. I mean, hopefully, I mean, either way, you know, pause or not, we got a chance. Never mind, it went away. we had a chance to look at the setup there from DLB. You know, they were able to take that first round, and that's going to give them an advantage in terms of econ. So we're going to see Spectres right out the gate, but a couple of them are going to go ahead and save with the Ghosts. Mick, I need your opinion on this. For me personally, even if I win the second round, or if I win the first round, I will not buy on the second round. Is that the same for, like, I see Spectres all across the board in every game on second round. I do not buy second round. Do you?
Dude, I'm literally, I have never felt a statement to heart so much. I don't. I sit there, if I win the first round, hopefully I'm still standing. I pick up a Ghost from somebody, and I just buy a light armor with that, fill up all of my utility, and I just run with that. Because you know, I mean, the way we can see it, we're casters, we sit there and see these games all the time and how people really like to play it. Nobody's going to sit there and if you're going ahead in that second round, you're not typically forcing anything yourself. You're trying to do that full save. So why not just save a little bit of money, go ahead, run the Ghost again, get that second round with the 1 tap, with all your economy in place, and then it's still going to be a bonus on the third. It's just going to be a lot cheaper of one because you don't have those Spectres to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, either way, for me, I'll buy a Ghost and 1 ability. Like, if I'm Omen, I'll buy 1 Shroud Stepper, 1 Shock Dart for Sova with my Ghost. If I lose that round, I'm not buying anything on the next one because odds are I might still have a Shroud Step left. But If I win that one, I still won't. I might rebuy a smoke or something, but I will. If I win both of them or lose both of them, I'm not gonna buy.
Yeah, I think it also really
Yeah.
just comes down to your pick because, as you said, I mean, obviously you're running Omen. You're an Omen guy.
Oh yeah, I'm an Omen
I mean-
Sova guy. I main both of them.
Yeah,
love
and I
him.
think you're with me on that. It's like Sova, he can get a little bit expensive with the Owl Drone now being like
Wow, dude, it's $400 now.
Yeah, that's borderline robbery. So
I
we'll
was
call
so
it on that.
upset, and now you have to buy Omen's signature.
Yeah,
You have
I'm
to
kind of
buy
with you on
it
that.
now. It's not that I think it was okay balance wise because it's still cheap. And then on top, like the blind stayed the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Shroud steps are a little bit more, but all in all, I think it was an okay balance. But I was really upset when I first saw you had to buy the second smoke. I was torn as an Omen main. I'm like, I'm gonna have to permanently switch back to Soba. And then I saw his Aldro, and I was even more upset. But I'm just, I'm excited. I'm ready for tonight. And we're still on this pause, and I got all this energy and nowhere to direct it. But there we go, perfect timing. Round 2 is underway.
We see that push, like I said, that cocky little shove through mid over towards panels. But with DLB going over towards A side, doesn't seem like there's going to be really too much to see in the middle.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. all 10 members of the lobby are on A site. There we go. Shots are finally getting put down. There's 2 down for Flu. 2 on 5 as Drios gets taken out now. DLB with the man advantage. Vel, no. There we go. Minimal Rogue catches a nice little 4K to start things off. And it's going to give DLB 2 in a row.
He got a little bit aggressive there, so I mean, it really only pans out in his favor, especially grabbing that heavy armor. There's only so much you can do because we saw that triple tap there from the head, that little right click, and it only did about half his health. So he was fortunate enough to have that to keep the Spectre for this round, as the rest of his team really just kind of rides out what they have. And I kind of like the play here for them switching upside, saying, all right, we run B now. Only issue is this is now the first round where Blue has their rifles, and I mean, as much as we gas these guys up, this is where things are really, I feel like, going to take a turn because bonuses don't typically go the way of the attackers.
Yeah, it's very rare. It's very rare, especially on something that's not Haven, attacking side of map. When we see a map like this, Trio's gonna get bombarded. Fraggleton able to take 1 out, but he's not able to connect with the second. 3 versus 4 now. Bomb gonna get planted at the hands of Minimal Rogue, and now here comes that Killjoy ult. Rogue going for the ult. Look at Fire and his Killjoy buddy. They're just locking that ult down. Oh, there we go. Vel's able to pick off Rogue, and now 3 versus 3. The retake is going to be very difficult for Flu, but here comes the knife. Beautiful KO knife from there. This is going to be very hard.
Oh, damn.
Beautiful shot from ISO. Virginia picks up 2. Vel looking for the final one. Able to lock it. ISO goes down. Vel gets the first point on the board for Flu Esports, now 2-1.
There it is. I gotta say, I was really taken by surprise up there in the front, how they grabbed that first pick so cleanly from the likes of DLB, following through with
beautiful.
it. Almost everybody had rifles at the end there, and that was really concerning because, I mean, when you start out with these Spectres, you're trying to run through, and you just absolutely upgrade yourself. Well, we have one heck of an in there for these guys, especially Vel to say, go ahead, get those trades, back up his team, get those calls out as we see Virginia going off with the follow-up. Everything about that could have absolutely been just an absolute disaster. But thankfully, Blue giving us a game on the board now, kind of buffing out the score of which they were kind of down a little bit, but they're finding themselves back to hopefully give us what could be a long little matchup here.
Oh, I hope this goes all night. No, not actually, but I mean, yeah, Virginia and Vel showed up big for that one there. Each getting 2 on the board, so that's going to give them an advantage in terms of eco. But, I mean, like you said, I really hope this game, like, obviously I don't want it to be 4 hours long, triple overtime or anything like that, but I hope that it's not a shutout. And so far, I mean, we're only on round 4, but so far these teams have showed they're both putting up fights, you know, no one's giving up, no one's taking control. So I think that's a good, I think that's a good little note, you know, good sign. Ooh, here we go, Fire starting things off. But here come the trades, 3 versus 3 now. DLB is able to take site. Not yet, actually. They still have Rogue towards long. Now he's going to go ahead and get bombed down, and now DLB has sight. But here's the thing. Here comes the rotate from Flu Esports 2 and Heaven. Vel goes down. Beautiful headshot from Fire. He's going to get tagged up by that Sova drone, but he knows Virginia's coming through tree, but Rogue wasn't able to stop him. Virginia picks up a 2-piece, gets traded out. Now it's a 1 versus 1. The Sovas are going at it. Beautiful dart from Drios. What a play from him. The patience was there. That was beautiful. He didn't rush out of the smoke, and he was able to solidify it. Beautiful play from Drios. 2-2 now.
Yeah, just everything executed about that there in the end. I gotta say, Flu, they gotta really tighten up here, man. They're getting moved off fairly quickly there in the start, and it really just comes down to a 1 or 2 guy little central to go ahead and clutch it out for the rest of the boys. And they gotta find themselves a little bit more comfort there in the front. I mean, their rotations are seeming a little bit slow. Maybe it's just a rusty day for the guys. Maybe they aren't exactly greased up to the fullest extent. I know I just got off work myself here not too long ago, so maybe they're kind of dusting themselves off as well. So with everything panning out there, Virginia is just absolutely, and Vel as well, just doing a great job of just putting themselves into this game and putting themselves in a tight situation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at KO, he's an initiator. So Vel's doing a pretty good job as that initiator, getting those early picks, going in, just fighting, doing damage, doing what he can, as well as the information. Look at Flu. They're almost pushed up a long. Bomb is sitting mid. See, this is what we were talking about. Now we know. Flu has my brain. I'm sorry. ZLB basically has mid control here. You know, they have 4 sitting mid. Killjoy's all the way back in the garage. There we go. A little bit of information from Vel. He's gonna call that out. He's got 2 people on Cat. So that's going to cause a little bit of possibly some rotations here, but nothing too crazy.
No charges left.
And the swift one at that, the way they're just moving over to this B side, it really comes down to whether they're prepared for Vel, who's going to be kind of pushing in here from the spawn. And as they're already being pushed over towards that side, they're not really going to run into anything. It's going to slow stuff down, but Drios has got it, baby.
There we go. Fraggleton with a capitalization on a 3rd, and now 2 versus 3. Aimstar, you gotta get bombed down, bud. There you go. Nope. There you go. Okay. they make me so nervous sometimes, man. Just holding bomb. There we go. ISO solidifying that hold, but now it's a 2 versus 2. Aimstar and ISO holding down B as much as they can.
One
It's
enemy
gonna be
remaining.
Virginia. Oh, Virginia is taken out. ISO gets a 3-piece. Chrome. Would he be ISO's 4th victim? Maybe
remaining.
not. Takes out Aimstar. He's got to do this quick, man. The lockdown, there we go. He takes out ISO. Lockdown gets destroyed. Chrome, perfect timing. Couldn't have done it better if he tried harder. But
I mean,
that was
that
perfect.
shot!
That was beautiful.
Well, I mean, so we can't just disregard that. I mean, the way that spray just absolutely played into his favor right there. I mean, that bullet, somebody check his magazine. I mean, there's got to be magnets in there. Just the way that, just look at that.
Just, you know, Chrome running around giving people haircuts. It's fine. Just a little bit off the top. Now it's 3-2 thanks to Chrome.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's just panning out. I mean, speaking of top, these guys are topping themselves off with these guns now. I mean, we are completely across the board. We got different weaponry everywhere. As we have an Odin over there from Drios now, and
yeah, that Odin did a lot of damage to ISO starting off. He is not looking good.
But we also
he's got like 20 health. Yeah, we do have an op. You're right. I didn't even notice that. We do have an op. But again, yeah, 25 HP from ISO. Not looking too hot here. Bombs dropped back of a main / top cat area. So I think DLB's best course of action is just to get as much information and have Flu waste these abilities. Kind of like Chrome's doing right here. Or Fire's doing to Fraggleton. He's just making him waste those nano swarms. But there we go. Fraggle is able to catch Fire off guard. Machadelic with the op from mid takes him out. 4 versus 2 now. It's going to be a tough retake for Flu, especially with 3 men down, 2-man advantage for DLB. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, Vel, he couldn't exactly push him with the ultimate either. He didn't want to risk it. He could have given the intel going in that down but not out stage, but maybe getting enough here with these kills that he's got with one on the board now. But with just too much firepower on him, this puts Drios in a rough predicament.
Yeah, he's not a good spot. The good news is 2 of them are very heavily tagged. Oh, if Rogue was just a little bit closer, I think that shock dart might have gotten him. But there we go. I think Drios' best. Yeah, I think you should just grab a Vandal and save. The shots coming from a bunch of different directions here. He's not in a good spot. Yeah, he's just gonna go ahead and save the Odin. I mean, there was a Vandal right in front of him. I don't know why he didn't grab that and save that, but you know, Odin's Odin. Now DLB taking it back 3-3, ties it all up.
Yeah, and I can definitely understand saving the Odin over the Vandal personally. I mean, it's a lot more expensive, especially with that setup that you get what's over towards that B site. It's going to be a little bit too much money to buy into as we see Drios going right back to that B site. Possibly going to try that little scheme again and again and again and again because it's just way too easy to find yourself a little pick, especially getting all those hits on ISO last round. But the thing that's going to change up a little bit is the rest of the team's comp. I mean, these guys aren't looking too good on their money, and as you can see, a lot of them are running these pistols and kind of just scrambling with what they got.
Oh, Virginia bombarded with ability. He's able to keep his cool for a minute, but he's going to get taken out from behind off the ult from Rogue. He gets a 2-piece. 3 versus 4 now. And DLB has bomb down on B site.
I mean, these plants, man, they're just so clean. I'll admit they're a little bit slow to the actual legitimate plant, but I mean, everything leading up to it is just so clean and swift. I mean, just look at the way they take it, and Blue is not going to let it rest at that.
Yeah, Chrome, beautiful headshot on the ISO through the smoke. Very tough retake here. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Vel not able to get it. Rogue with a beautiful ace. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to make it 4-3. Beautiful shots there from Minimal Rogue. DLB now in the lead.
I mean, Rogue, that play he had, going ahead, ulting himself into that boathouse, finding himself a little flank while everybody's focused over towards the middle of the map and B main. It was just perfectly executed, and I'm really excited to see now what the answer is going to be for the likes of Flu, because I mean, they're still buying out the same weaponry, really. Drios sacrificing a little bit of that armor so we can find that Odin again, but Chrome actually stepping up to the plate and getting himself an op. This is the first time we're seeing it on the defense, as Fire was running it 2 rounds prior.
This is, if you just look at this is so chaotic right here. There's a smoke on top. There's like 4 different crosshair placements going across our screen. I mean, that just looks like a fight that you would not want to get into. There we go. The smoke goes away. Now Fire's got a little bit of an angle to play here with, but they don't know that KO is sitting wine. But I think Reyna is a little bit smarter than that, and she looks to be, you know, aware of the possibility that someone's in wine. And there we go. Virginia takes out Namestar. Vel peeks from wine, picks up 2. But immediately gets traded by Fire. 2 versus 4 now. Good shots there from Fire. It doesn't find one on Heaven. Here we go. Entry. Again, 2 versus 3. Magidelic. There we go. Fire. Beautiful shots to Chrome. Now they have sight just like that. 2 versus 2 for DLB. Bomb is down, but there's the killjoy. Oh, beautiful ult from Magidelic. Is he able to take out the ult though? Beautiful, yes he is. Fraggleton, Fire, both getting 1 apiece. Fire is okay. Fraggleton's got half. Fire, dude, Fire. Oh,
no shot.
Uninstall. Oh.
That's rough, man. I mean, you heard it, obviously. I mean, everybody expects you to go ahead and get the fake right off the rip, but
yeah.
Fraggleton, this man don't fake. Pros don't fake, right?
Exactly. Fraggleton with the big brain plays. 5-head type stuff. I mean, Mick, real quick, look how close this is. I mean, DLB got the first 2 rounds. Flu fired back with 3 in a row, and then DLB got 2 more in a row, and now Flu is bringing it back. It's all tied up. This has been such a close match so far as we're heading into round number 9.
Yeah, I just love that personally. I mean, because it allows the game to reveal itself to the fullest extent. We're not seeing pistols back and forth, round and round again. We're seeing a little bit of a struggle here from Chrome running the operator last round, but he could possibly find something here in the center. If he gets lucky enough to the Spectre shots with Aimstar kind of shoving up here.
Yeah, Aimstar. I mean, oh, a lot of mid control from DLB, and now Aimstar gets taken out. Chrome is decimating DLB's control of mid with the help of Val. 2 versus 5 all of a sudden. Beautiful flash. I think it did catch Rogue a little bit, but he was able to get out of it, and Chrome goes down because of 50 seconds on the clock. 2 versus 4. Bomb is mid. Heading towards tree room. Looks like Vel's got the perfect cross angle here. I think there's the smoke. That was a mid smoke. Okay, so it's not gonna. That's not really. Oh no, Rogue! Don't smoke your teammate. There we go. That bot gonna give the information they needed. They know that someone's in tree.
30 seconds left.
Oh,
Last
beautiful
player
shot from
standing.
Fraggleton. 1
Spike
versus
down
4 all of a
A.
sudden for ISO. Not in a good position here. He's got a sheriff and a dream. Looking for Drios. Good shots from him. Able to take out 1, but Vel is going to find him just like that. 5 to 4.
Yeah, we see Flu finally picking up a little bit of momentum as they had a little bit of a rocky start, find themselves whatever they could. They're finally getting themselves onto the board. As we can see, they have not only just kind of full weaponry in their hands. Crone's gonna be biting down that op, absolutely leaving him completely broke this round. So I'm sure he's praying he doesn't get shut down, or the team as a whole, because that's looking really expensive. But also, I mean, they really have themselves some backup. Meanwhile, we see DLB kind of in a rough sitting as they're now in the shoes where they have really no leeway after this round unless they can go ahead and clutch something out and save for another 2.
Yeah, they're gonna need to play this one pretty textbook, pretty surgical if they have a chance. Can we talk about how close that was? That Chrome op shot was so close to hitting fire there at mid. I mean, I don't think that would have been insanity if he hit that wall bang.
A little bit.
Yeah, we kind of have a. It's been happening a lot. We get a lot of those standstills in mid, and that's all because, you know, the attacking side wants to play nice and slow. There's one from Vel, gets the dink, and Chrome's gonna finish up Aimstar. Beautiful hold there on tree room from Vel, and Aimstar with the op. I'm just gonna say it. Aimstar totally stole that kill from Vel, but it's okay. You know, that gives them the upper hand, and now it's a 3-man advantage for Flu. 2 versus 5. Not looking too good for DLB.
Nah.
One enemy
It could
remaining.
exactly be enough
30
with those
seconds
picks coming in over there towards the sidewalk. I mean, Virginia, we've seen him do it plenty of times. I mean, Rogue's the only one standing. Dude's amazing at the game, but just can't exactly pull off that 1v4 where they already have a read on where you are, my guy. So,
Oh yeah, that was a tough situation for him to be a part of in general, but yeah, unfortunately he is gonna get taken out. And now this is the first time it's been like an actual gap. Aside from those first 2 pistol rounds, this is the first time it's been more than, you know, like a 1 round. 6 to 4 now in favor of Flu, but I mean, we've seen teams bring it back quicker than that. It's been 3 in a row for Flu, so their eco is looking pretty okay. You know, they're able to get an op, full armor. We got an Odin again from Drios. And on the other side of things, we have a Spectre and all Sheriffs for DLB. So it's not looking too good on eco for them. Chrome gets tagged up immediately with that Sheriff. Oh no, he got blocked off of that dash.
Standing ahead.
I want Chrome to get an insane op shot. I need it in my life. I really do.
he's definitely more than capable of doing. I mean, we've seen him almost hit it once or twice, but Jedi got my eyes on his fire, and whether he could have grabbed that dink and not be exactly close enough for it, Rogue is going to follow through and get himself off.
Virginia using that blind to his advantage, just trying to buy himself some time to get out of that situation, but now Rogue's in one. That's a whole nother issue because Bomb is all the way across the map on B site. Never mind, they're backing off now. Bomb's heading back towards spawn. I think they're going to go for an A rotate, but Fraggleton possibly doing the same because they haven't gotten any information from B site in a little bit. They do know that people are A long, so there's that. Rogue and fire. Let's see if they can get a good entry here. Virginia's up in heaven. Chrome's watching tree. Here we go. Fire's on site with the sheriff. And here comes the all. Is he in the smoke? He's in this. No, he's on top of it. Wow, on top of that box. And there we go. Site has been taken by DLB. That's a man advantage for them. 4-5 now.
Here.
If they can hold this, it's going to be great.
Oh, Rogue's little Sneaky little spotty out of their top. Finally finds a pick off that.
Ooh. Man, those alarm bots can make or break you. Look at the health. Okay, there we go. Never mind. The health from fire there was non-existent. Shock dart kills coming in, abilities coming in, nano swarms, aim strike, both get a pick, and now it's a 1 versus 2 with an Odin and a dream for Drios. He's able to solidify nothing, unfortunately. 7 or 6 to 5 now.
The switch.
Huge, dude. I mean, we all saw exactly the shoes that these guys of DLB were in. I mean, the game said it itself. Thrifty. I mean, we saw them deal with those Spectres, with those Marshals, really just kind of going down in the dirt to find whatever they can inside of their pockets, find whatever change they can to afford any gun that's on the market. And they found themselves around with that, and just the execution of the rotations, just using that utility to its fullest extent. Everything about that just well-deserved from them. And I think they have to find a follow-up here, because Flu, they have so much money to play with in these next couple rounds to really kind of capitalize on themselves, that up until this point, we haven't really seen the predicament, and we see Chrome being able to buy himself an op even after a round just lost.
Has Chrome gotten a kill with the op yet?
We've been all over the place, Chief.
I don't think he has. Like, I feel like he has, but I'm not sure, honestly. He might not have, but I mean, oh man, oh no, look at the mess of red in that smoke. And now it's a full B push, 4 versus 4, a little bit of an entry, you know, some damage is being done. Fire finds 2 from long, there we go. Bell picks up 2 for himself, now it's 2 versus 2. Fraggleton takes out Mashadelic, 1-on-2. Fire going for the post plant was not being held by his team. He's got to move quick. No time. Fraggleton takes it. But Fire is able to pick up a 4K, but unfortunately that was last round of the first half, 6-6, heading into the second half. Great effort there from Fire, but Fraggleton again sticking it. That's the second time Fraggleton's won a round just by sticking it. Dude doesn't fake. He does not fake.
Yeah.
Look at these. Bop, boop. He's nuts. He's nuts.
I mean, just look at this from Fire. Dude is absolutely nutty. He grabs those picks. He wins that gunfight right off the rip, getting that headshot. Knows he has that ult to use and just absolutely goes off. Fraggleton not with enough time there, because, I mean, obviously, you hear a bunch of, you know, wind bursts. You're sitting there scared out of your mind now, those updrafts, and you hear those daggers come out. It being the last round is going to be forced. I mean, there's really nothing much you can do there. I mean, obviously, say, get bomb down, but that is extra 300 creds aren't going to do much when you have a new half to roll into. And now we see Flu kind of back in their home territory, because Chrome, the op man, he's now on offense.
Oh, man. Just so many Ghost and Classic shots being traded. Not to mention the ability, smokes and nanoswarms all over a site. We got some frenzies in play as well. Bomb is gonna get planted here by Flu. Oh man. Oh, okay, Fraggleton, go off that. 2 more. Oh, get him going. Oh, okay. The 4K coming in from Fraggleton. Can he get the ace? That's the question, ladies and gentlemen. 1v1, Fire, 9 HP from Fraggleton. No, Fire's gonna find him and shut down that ace. Beautiful work from Fraggleton, though. That's going to give him a good amount of money. Even though they lost that, he's going to have a pretty good eco for himself.
I'd say him himself, I mean, dude, buy something this round. Treat yourself after that.
Bop,
I mean,
bop,
look
and
at
then
that, man.
Boop. No, like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Just a couple right clicks. That's all you need when you're Fraggleton. He's 13 and 10 as Killjoy. I mean, what else can you say?
Yeah.
I mean, his right click just hit diff, dude. I never seen it. I couldn't even tell whether that was a left or right click because of how all those bullets absolutely just lined up for the man.
Oh, they were perfect. Dude knows how to use a classic, and that's a sign of, you know, sweat. No, that's a sign of somebody who really knows what they're doing in this game.
And hopefully DLB knows how to give themselves a little follow-up, because we've seen some rough second rounds here. We've seen some things being managed, but the second rounds here, the little forces that we have, they've been kind of going in the expected ways thus far. And it seems like it's going to continue.
Good solidification from Fire and Rogue.
One enemy
both getting some kills off the start, and there we go. Fire picks up 3. And now it's 8-6.
In favor of DLB, I'll have you. So, I mean,
Yeah.
these defenders, we see DLB, I mean, they're just better when it comes around to these starting rounds. They know how to play them out a little bit better, as actually it's a one-on-one. So, the way everything's really carrying out, we got ourselves a 7-7 game across the board, and this round just started. So, we're having a couple of retaliations here. But the most important thing is that Flu actually has themselves some rifles on the board now. They are the only ones with rifles. You do have Chrome running that half armor, which is a little bit tricky, especially with him being that entry frag, just absolutely rushing in there trying to find kills.
You should run.
A little bit sketchy, but it may be manageable because we've seen them do things like this all the time. And with that Nano Swarm, it's maybe a little bit to slow him down to get caught.
Yeah, and there's that Killjoy lockdown. And that's gonna be so pivotal. It helps them get straight onto site. Chrome's gonna go ahead and shut that door. There we go. Just like that. Flu has sight now. All they need to do is hold it. That's all. That's all you gotta do. You got a man advantage. Virginia's hurt quite a bit, but I think they're able to pull it off. There we go. Drios, Exhibit A, takes out Rogue, but Aimstar gets a quick refrag onto Drios, and now 3 versus 4. Chrome, you might want to reload before you push through that smoke. No, Aimstar's gonna catch him, but Mashadelic goes down too. 2 versus 3 turns into 2 versus 1. Aimstar potential ace here. Gets 1. Not able to lock on to the 5th. Fraggleton's gonna do a quick trade ski, and that is gonna be 8-7.
Fraggleton, man, this guy, he kills and he finishes. He's an absolute menace to society, and that's as a Killjoy guy, I love it. I love every bit of it. They don't receive enough love. The turret may do some damage, but guns will always do more, and we see Fraggleton just being a prime specimen for that example. But DLB, I mean, we see ourselves a pretty interesting matchup here because they've been holding out fairly well, especially for the economy they've had on the board, and now with them running these rifles, having 2 of them, running the light armor over on the side of Flu, being these attackers, that's gonna create a little bit of a mix-up as we see them kind of shoving both sides of the field.
Ooh, oh, strong opening from Flu as they're gonna open things up with 3. Rogue is there for the trade. Gets 2 beautiful shots from him. Beautiful answer from Rogue. He said, you just took out 3 of my teammates. Let me take out 2 of yours. Now it's a 2 versus 3. And it looks like, yeah, they're going to be headed towards a site. Mashadelic with the recon, but it's going to get taken out nice and quick. And there we go. Spray's coming through. Not able to tag anybody up from there, but again, 2 versus 3. Man advantage for Flu. And this is all about the retake here from DLP. I mean, this has got to be strong. There we go. Chrome picks up 1. Rogue gets a follow-up, but Drios gonna lock it in 9-7.
Wow, there you go. I mean, they're showing what we talked about earlier in this pregame. Just the way they take these sites so fluently, so quickly, no matter what kind of weaponry they have in their hand, they're going to manage something. And when you put them in these spots where they can just absolutely get on this site, they play very well as a unit. So when you let these guys hug each other, when you let them get around and gather around that bomb, they just absolutely go off and find themselves stuff, and especially with Fraggleton. I mean, this guy, not only is he a fragger generally, but also being on those sites in those team situations where everything's compressed and up against the wall on the pressure of that bomb, he absolutely just goes off with it.
Oh, fire with the ice in the veins. Beautiful entry. Takes out Bell, but Chrome and Trios there for the refrag. 3 versus 3 now. Aimstar gets taken out by Virginia. Beautiful trade from ISO. 2-on-2 now. I believe that's Drio for Flu is not looking good on its Mashadelic. No, it is Drio. He's very low on health for Flu. It's Sova and Killjoy versus Sova and Killjoy. This is going to be tricky considering one of those Sovas and one of those Killjoys are completely separated. ISO's on A site
Player standing
by himself, and it's going to cost them that hold, but I mean, all in all, I don't think this is impossible for Mashadelic. It's a 1 versus 2. Granted, man advantage is for Flu, but the health for Drios is going to give Mashadelic just a little bit of information. Plus, he still has abilities, which he just used all of, but that's okay. The ping didn't quite happen where he needed it to, but I think he's got time to play with. Never mind, Fraggleton, beautiful headshot. 10-7 now.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you mentioning and say, okay, yeah, we got 1 sub and 1 killjoy on the opposite side of the map. The big difference I wanted to point out was, I mean, 1 killjoy is Fraggleton and one killjoy is ISO. I mean, ISO, he's a great player, don't get me wrong, and he does very well with his team, and that was a big contributor, as you pointed out, being separated from the guys. But Fraggleton, this man's a rogue. He's an absolute just ninja. He is a, you know, a lone wolf out here just hunting
20
out
and
prey.
12. He's got a 7-kill lead on his teammates. I mean, as a sentinel, like, what are you doing? what are you doing so correctly that this is now the second lockdown in the second half from him? That's crazy. That's how many kills he's getting. There we go. Fraggleton finally gets taken out. So does Vel. 4 versus 3 now. Sight half been taken. Chrome's in his Rogue. Rogue looking for a 4K perhaps. He picks up 3. It's Virginia left on side by himself. Takes out Rogue. Fires there for the refrag from behind. And 10-8.
That alone right there, just those small little plays that just add up. I mean, the way those knives came in, just a quick little shutdown from them. The lockdown coming through and creating one more distraction, another little halt once you get into these situations of those post plants. So many variables there to just kind of absolutely create chaos. And when you're in those situations in these teams, that's where things really start getting hectic. No matter what the buy is, you have so much util around you. You don't exactly know where to look, what to do, because you either have smokes on you, have a nano swarm going off, you have an omen TPing somewhere, and you're trying to listen out for it to go ahead and grab that easy little kill, or at least shut it down. And those shoes, it just seems like DLB was a little bit more adaptable in those and a little bit more suited to the situation. And it was a great execution because it was well needed, especially with them being down 3 rounds in that case.
Yeah, now it's only a 2-round delta, so that's gonna, I mean, you know, that's definitely not impossible. This is still anyone's game, but there we go. Beautiful shots, beautiful trade from Chrome. Oh, there we go. Rogue backs up his teammate. That was perfect. Now Fraggleton's gonna go ahead and get bombed down. It's just 3 left standing for Flu. Here comes the Sova ult, the Hunter's Fury coming in. Mashadelic, beautiful wallbang onto Chrome. Fraggleton does the same to his face. 2 versus 2 now as he gets a second. Onto ISO. Drios takes out Rogue. 2 versus 1. Fire not in a good position here. He's got an op and a drain. Trades it out for the Phantom. He has no choice but to push sight. No time. And Fraggleton is going to secure the 11th round on the board for Flu.
And that may just be enough. I mean, they hit those double digits. They're now following up on it after what seemed to be a pretty sketchy round there for them up front. But to go ahead and grab those kills, lock down those sides, and just win those 1v1s really just threw them the edge towards their way. As see, Chrome, DLB is actually sitting pretty comfy after those last couple of rounds. I mean, even though they were down a deficit, they were holding out. They said they had that save, won through those, and gave themselves, as we can see, rifles to manage with even after losing a round. It seems like Flu's in the more kind of stressful predicament, even after being all right, and Chrome is not going to help the case at all.
There's that op. I mean, that was key. Fraggleton was able to pick up that op right after the last second round, or after the last round. Fire got taken out and dropped the op, and that is something that you don't want. You don't want to. That's why it's such a big risk to bring in the op, because if you don't hit your shots and you get taken out, that's immediately more ammunition for the other team. That's such a strong. That's the wrong gun to give the enemy team. You know.
Yeah,
it's such a strong gun, and it just turns the tide so quick. Exhibit A, Chrome getting that entry through mid. Beautiful shot from him. And now, a minute on the clock. 4 versus 5. Flu's got a 3-round gap. This, I mean, again, it's not impossible for DLB to come back here, but it's going to be very hard. ISO's taking quite a bit of damage. Is able to get out of the nano swarm. Rogue opens things up, taking out Vel, but he's in his ult. He can get revived. Never mind. Or yeah, he still is able to, but beautiful shots from Mashadelic. Chrome takes out Mash. Quick trade, 2 versus 2 now. KO is still down, and they're not able to reach him. Ooh.
30 seconds left.
That was close. The Sheriff shots were very close. Fire now, blinder than Ray Charles. Bomb finally gonna get put down by Chrome. No. The nano swarm's gonna prevent it. Lot of utilities being dumped out here. ISO takes out Virginia. Chrome is completely trapped. Got his shots, able to take out Fire, but ISO's there for a quick trade. 11-9 now in favor still of Flu Esports.
Wow, just that ending, that finisher they had, just following up into that site, those little quick predicaments, we see it right here. Chrome, shutting down the Hunter's Fury alone was just huge. But for him to follow it up as much as he did, get onto this site, find himself a little bit here, it's also just a insane little follow-up that we got from these guys. And Fire, I mean, he had enough to really kind of bring stuff to the table. Mashadelic doing as much as he can over on the edge. It's kind of unfortunate you get picked out like that. You get a tray out of the op. But that also does put it out of the game. So even though we kind of have some teams that are down in the dumps a little bit, there's enough to play with across the board for these guys to really give themselves an edge. Because Chrome, instead of an op, he's got these knives now.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I love Jet is, you know, even if you're completely broke, you still have a weapon. You just hit X and you can just hold left click or right click or however you play her. But unfortunately, Chrome no longer has smokes or updrafts, so that's going to be a little bit of a, you know, it's a deficit. You know, when you use those abilities so quick, that's definitely a disadvantage for you, obviously, because that's gonna. Whether they refresh or not, it puts you in a little bit of a worse situation. So you got to make those abilities count. Rogue's getting pushed. Beautiful click from Chrome, but gets traded immediately. ISO picks up a two-piece with the help of his teammate. He's getting tagged up on Nano Swarm. One's running right at him. That's Fraggleton. Virginia's there. ISO picks him out. Virginia with a beautiful 4K. What just happened?
My man's was trapped in a corner. You nano swarmed him, shock darted him, just shooting him, do whatever you can. Throw all your arsenal on his way, and somehow he still stands?
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Nano Swarm. There we go. Shock dart. Barely connects, and then two quick little shots are going to finish out the round. I mean... beautiful positioning from him there, honestly. That was such a good spot for ISO to be sitting in.
I mean, y'all are rooting him, y'all are tooting him, but y'all ain't shooting him. What's going on here?
I love that. That's awesome. Oh, ISO quick, taking out that nade. The Nano Swarm. It looks like a full A push here from Flu, as they're going to head on to site. Bomb's on the back of Virginia. He's going to plant here soon. There we go. He's able to get on site, and there we go. Bomb's planted now. Boom. And all 10 players still up. So the retake is going to be an interesting and very fun one. Chrome gets a little bit of information. He knows one's up in heaven, but all in all, he's going to have to back off and just play time. Oh, double lockdown.
Hunter's Fury to back it up. So there is going to be no shutdowns. It's really just purely playing on the outside of this. And as Rogue finds himself a double, that's going to be huge because we got detainment, at least from the side of the defenders.
Yeah, one of them gets detained, and that is going to be... Oh, there we go. Rogue gets taken out. Vel through the smoke, takes out Fire. Aimstar returns the favor. Fraggleton and... Oh, man, they're having trouble taking out Aimstar. He is able to get a two-piece Mashadelic. It's going to finish things off, but Bomb was defused a while ago. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all tied up once again. 11-11. Make a wish. Flu and DLB. Next point is match point.
And you still need to follow up of that because we see a little bit of a timeout coming here. Not a tech one this time, but as we mentioned earlier, one of those strategy ones that you really need in these situations. And I could not agree with it anymore. You have to find yourself an edge. You have to go ahead and put it to where you have the pressure on the opposing side, because otherwise you're going to be pretty down the dumps, especially with the way Econ's been going back and forth thus far.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. This is attacker. So DLB. No, Flu. This is Flu's. Okay, so this is Flu's pause, and you know, like you said, it's so. It's. I'm trying to word it, but my brain doesn't want to help me do it. It's just so important for you to, like, once you get, you know, for lack of a better word, pooped on for 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row, you need to take a second, step back, clear your head, figure out what you guys are messing up on, get your team together, figure it out, and fix it. And that's what I think that's what Flu's doing here. So this is gonna be really interesting to see who gets match point here.
Yeah, I mean, this is when the game slows down. I mean, there's so much on the line. You're kind of scared of everything. And instead of kind of playing things slow, we see Flu going for a really interesting play, trying to shove through that mid and super aggressively at that. They're going to find that control pretty quickly as they're already kind of established about and scattered about. but they have to go ahead and choose a site now.
Blocking sight.
And it looks like when you got Rogue there in the back waiting on you, that's the last guy you want to run into when you're trying to go for a trick play.
Oh yeah.
No charges left.
Rogue he's just so quick, man. He's such a solid Omen. It's weird. Makes me feel weird about how I play Omen. And I do like how we're seeing double Omens tonight. I haven't seen one Omen on Pit of Valor for I feel like a while. You know, it's been people are leaning towards Astra for the smokes. And last week we saw like we saw like 3 Brimstones last week, right? Which was really weird. I haven't seen a Brim in a fat minute, and now tonight we have double Omen, so I'm so happy that he's coming back. Chrome's clearing this corner. Oh, Aim's staring at the corner. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, Chrome, he might get it. Oh, but ISO's there ready, but no. Chrome's just that much quicker. 3 versus 2 now. And look at that, they have sight. Beautiful execution from Chrome. That's all they needed. And now A-Sight's completely theirs.
Insult to injury, man. Mash.
Blue is just so strong on these site takes. Not to mention the post plants.
Yep. That's super scary. I mean, Rogue, he does not have any preparation for Fraggleton and Mash there in the back. He's just trapped. And yeah, Chrome's going to be the one to follow up with it. And it all started, I want to point out the fact that Chrome got that pick purely because Reyna's too thick. Like, did we not
You saw
see
the
that?
hips. The hips don't lie, especially when they're sticking out of a wall.
I mean, just for that. When have you ever really sat there and been in a situation where you lose that gunfight? And we don't really see that. Maybe you Reyna players now know what your biggest weakness is, and it's your physique. I mean, just the way it really pans out, because we don't get to see kill cams all that much. And looking at it right there, those kind of predicaments you get thrown into is just, it sucks, dude.
It's really unfortunate. It's the things you don't think about, you know? Like, no one would have thought, like, oh, I should back up. My butt is sticking out of this corner. Oh, okay. Vel and Virginia both taken out early. Fraggleton is looking for 1, but fires there. 2 versus 5 all of a sudden. This is not good for Flu, but it's looking great for DLB. This could be another match point, which would then bring us into overtime. Rogue takes out Chrome. Drio's by himself, the bomb on his back. Beautiful control, takes out Fire. 1 versus 4 now. Shock darts are coming in. No, ISO. Beautiful headshot connection all the way from Cat in mid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're in overtime.
This is it. I mean, did we not really call this even from the first 2 rounds? Thinking of how close this was going to be, we had a team we didn't really hear too much about from at least both of our standpoints, and the likeliness of Flu. I mean, these guys just absolutely just running the scene on Saturday, giving themselves a heck of a run. It's almost like rock, paper, scissors right now, because you never know what's going to be thrown in here. And especially when you have DLB, you don't have as much real recent VODs at that to really work off of compared to Flu when you've seen them fresh in the flesh only just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's really it's crazy to see how, like, over the last really week, how these teams evolve. You know, we have different teams every week, but it's crazy to see, like, we saw Flu about 2 weeks ago, and their performance tonight is so much different than what it was those 2 weeks ago. Just because, you know, they've had so much time to come back and practice and adjust what they need to work on, and it's working. Whatever they're doing in practice is working, because they did not show this strong of a performance last time. It was good, but it wasn't this. There we go. This is going to be a quick 13-12, it looks like, with a 1-man standing. It's ISO for DLB. He's doing so much damage, but he's not able to find one. He finally finds Vel. Virginia's there for the trade. 13-12. 1 more on the board for Flu, and that'll be it. That'll be all she wrote.
Match point.
That's going to be a quick one from Flu, especially being on the defense. That's really where they struggled. Regardless of how the standings were, they are 6-6 at the half. I mean, we had ourselves a really kind of rocky start from the likes of Flu. And I think that's just, like I said, it's their first game of the day. They're kind of wiping the dust off, getting themselves refreshed here for an afternoon of Valor. And they have to find that starting place somewhere. They have to find that momentum. They have to find those first couple rounds to figure out, you know, get the stints lined up, get the mouse hand hot. And as we can see now, they've really found it, and especially being on this attack, this I feel like is really going to shine. And it's rough they didn't win. You know, they lost kind of that first go around. because DLB, they are in a really rough spot going against Flu on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I get the good part is that both teams, you know, it's just overtime is very even across the board. Because of the, you know, each team gets 5 and half of their ult. They get 5 grand and half their ult. So I think that really turns things around, but never mind. DLB is now down to 2 players. All of a sudden, just like that. And before we get thrown out of this game, I just want to say thank you so much to Fade and Ryan, our production team tonight. You guys are doing fantastic. Observer and producer right there. You guys are doing awesome. But now, unfortunately, Rogue is on a 1 versus 5, and they're all pushing him. They know where he's at. They have the information. He takes out 1, looking for a second, not able to find it. Drios is there for a quick little bopski in the head. 14-12, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be our final score. Flu Esports takes Ascent 14-12 against DLB. Fantastic action in that first map, man. Mick, that was nuts. That was such a good map.
Yeah, it was very back and forth. That was the most kind of static thing for me that I wasn't too big a fan of. The fact is, it was kind of back and forth. We didn't really see a huge comeback. I mean, the rounds were always pretty much there, so nobody really had to figure themselves out over the course of the game, besides Flu, of course, on those first couple rounds being on the defensive side. But, I mean, they figured it out really quickly. We saw them in the overtime just absolutely running with it because, I mean, the whole time, Rios, he had to sit there. He was going for those Odin plays, couldn't really find anything. And then it finally paid off there in the late game because, I mean, he managed with it. He didn't exactly go off, but I mean, 16 and 18, there's enough there. I just feel really bad for Rogue. I mean, we're both looking at this, dude.
I know. He's 31-22. Oh, imagine going 31-22 and losing. That is such a big, sad face. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah,
it really is.
I mean, the way it really pans out, though, is that's because he's followed by the one and only Fraggleton. You see that Sentinel just absolutely going off. You don't really expect it.
You don't. You're a Sentinel. Sit still and Sentinel. What are you doing?
So, I mean,
Fraggleton is he's just nuts. He's got ice in his veins. Fraggleton and Rogue and ISO. Honestly, ISO was rocking Killjoy pretty well, too. Those 3 are my picks for this map. They were so strong together, and that was amazing. It was such a good map.
I'm with you. So, you know, that kind of concludes this first match. 14-12, absolute banger with a little bit of overtime there. Just a tiny bit, a little teaser, unfortunately. We didn't go the distance as we wanted it to, but regardless of that, we do have more Valor action coming up. So, once again, we will go to a break here in a little bit, and following, we will have Doctor and Vincent joining you guys for this next one. So, we'll catch y'all in a bit.
Guys.
Let's make this quick, bro. I got things to do.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the Radiant Arena is back. Wait, Harry, do I really need to say this cringe shit?
I mean, it's what Ben wanted.
You got it. Join us for 3 weekends of Valorant and a $3,000 prize pool. Sign up now on Community Gaming.
Get out of here!
the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are on the GLG Pit of Valor Wednesday night evening show. As they told you before the break, I am the Doctor, being joined here by Vincent on my side, and we have our next matchup loaded up for you guys. It is going to be Raw Talent going up against Old Hyperspace, and I, for one, could not be more excited.
Indeed. And well, beyond that, listen, Raw Talent, gonna have to take their word for it. I don't know any of these players, though. Old Hyperspace, exactly as they say, they are the Old Hyperspace dark roster. So that's Lotus and Tryhard and Zunga. I mean, it's a team that you and I have casted a whole bunch of times together. So it's a bit of throwback for us, and I'm excited to see them. I haven't gotten to see this group of players in a long, long time. I can't even remember what the last official they played in was. I want to say that's back like Valam sort of days, if I'm not mistaken, which was early, it was just April, right? If dude, dates are hard. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's been a minute.
Dates, yeah, the dates are made up in all honesty. But we're heading into game already, and I was trying to check last week's bracket because I was pretty sure we had this Old Hyperspace team in there last week as well. But I am not. I'm not. Oh yeah, they lost in the first round to Dark Matter Purple. So we did have them here for one game. But they're back, which is what we love to see here, in all honesty. Teams come in, they have a great time, and they come back and join us once again for the repeat. But I mean, like you've said, these players have been in and out of these Pit of Valors time in, time out. So they are well acquainted with it, and they're well acquainted with this map.
Yeah, I was looking back just to see when the last official the Hyperspace Dark played in, and it looks like it was all the way back in February. That's incredible. So I guesstimated April, but I guess it was actually February, March was actually Valiant season. So I can't believe it's been that long. But we are into bind. That is then. This is now as we get into it. We got a Viper here for Lotus, and that is interesting to say the least. I've kind of seen some mixed results on the Viper bind, in all honesty. I saw Ico playing it, and despite the fact that that's a really strong team, it's probably the best I've seen that Viper look on this map. But it's otherwise kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, I think in theory and on paper, it makes a lot of sense for this agent. You can do some really tricky stuff with the smoke along with the wall. And obviously you do have those long range snake bites to defuse or delay a plant or something like that. So like on paper it works, but when it comes to that actual implementation, it can be a little bit difficult. I do miss when you could throw her wall through the A side teleporter and have it cross all the way over to the B side teleporter. I think that was fair and balanced, and we should bring that back.
I mean, yeah, that was kind of ridiculous and fun, but definitely, yeah, a little bit weird on the balance side. But Nave has started out strong here for the old hyperspace side. As he finds that opening duel, Manny gets the return frag, though. It's the entry into this A site. Manny forward position, but gets shut down. Who is waiting inside of the U-All area. Finds the first frag, but Tryhard is there for help, and so this is looking brilliant for old hyperspaces. There's just one player left alive.
The Spirit here with the Ghost is tapping away, but now they know exactly who you are, buddy. You have to hit these shots. There's a couple low health members though, so it's very doable as we see the shock darts coming in. There's two people behind this corner, so they may not be ready for it, but they're just gonna spray through it. Down to 31 HP. Spirit trying like the devil, trying to get something done here, but the rotations are coming through. Sneaky beaky, we're going into lamps.
I almost did the same thing. Almost called it hookah. That's
30
the other
seconds
side.
left.
But look at this, it's 31 HP. They can't make it under the box as Zunga is going to be able to pick the head off of Spirit and pissed around, going to old hyperspace.
Not too shabby for the old hyperspace guard as they take that opening round. One apiece as well, by the way. It's a team ace. Didn't catch that. But either way, I think Rawtz, they had a good idea there, but it just wasn't. It didn't. Once they got that opening duel, they needed to look for trades, right? But they didn't trade. They just kind of went in, and then if they lost a gunfight, then that was just kind of over.
Which, to be fair, if you think about it, really lends credence to their name, right? Like if you get into solo queue and you get 5 raw talent stars, they're gonna go for these ego chows. They're gonna go for these 1v1s, and they're not gonna try and trade off of each other.
Yeah, well, unfortunately though, this is not ranked. This is the Pit of Valor, and doesn't mean that you can't win some of those duels. Sheps has done so. As has one other player here with that Sheriff. So looking good here in the opening. Raw talent in prime position to get his plant down, and not only a plant, but they have a 3-man advantage.
This is looking really scary. There's one member here, so now they know who is where as they get another tank into hookah with that Spectre, but being the SMG that it is, not exactly amazing. Great shot here from Lotus as they use that snake bite to perfection. They break down the tripwire. Toxin is going to have to come down in just a second. They have the guns. Can they get the shots? Gets a second one under Sheps, but the location is revealed. Spirit still has a gun. That is a huge hit from Hoops. And now the wall goes up. It's still 2-on-1. It's now a 1-on-1 as Lotus takes down Spirit, and they get the 4K defuse for the round. Hyperspace coming out ahead.
Huge plays from Lotus there, taking all those frags, making the plays, and what a great toxic screen. I mean, that really was the key bit of utility, wasn't it? Being able to use that toxic screen to then get up close with Spirit and buy time for the defuse. It forces Hoops to come through. Remember, you lose 30 HP as soon as you walk through, so that duel immediately becomes a lot easier. Everything coming up Lotus.
And that's just another, like you were saying earlier, really stellar showing of the Viper here on Bind and what it can bring to the table. Drops the... Okay, I kind of like that plan. They dropped the classic so they could insta-pick up the Sheriff just by being near. That was sneaky.
It was interesting for sure. I mean, I think it is sneaky, but how much of an advantage do you gain by it? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a very slight move, but oh, Zunga, he's in a great spot. Nado, no, he missed the shot. Zunga, what a crucial whiff. Absolutely tragedy occurring there. Nave is in a forward position. Nice job on the 180. Finds 2 frags and has now a weapon in hand, meaning that Old Hyperspace ain't out of this one just yet.
Not yet, indeed. It is a 1v2 once again. This worked out last time for Old Hyperspace, and Nave does, in fact, have that Vandal. So very, very doable here. Just needs to get a couple good shots. Knows where one member is, and is going to have to be wary of that. Recon, never mind. He just shoots it out. It's very wall bangable here, this map. Paper mache walls, as they say. And Hoops is ready to get the jump down.
Yeah, the problem in that position, right, Doc, is that you have to give away the sound cue. I mean, there is technically a way down without a sound cue, but it's kind of hard to hit, and it's really inconsistent. So, and honestly, 9 times out of 10, you're going to make the sound cue anyway. So once that sound cue comes out, you can easily get double swung. And that's exactly what Raw Talent were looking to do. It's exactly what they did. It gives them their first round on the board. 2-1 now. As we see a Lotus maybe gonna get aggressive here, and does. Has somebody to find. Takes the shots, misses a few, tries to reset, but Rinty is not going to get punished for that with spray. Eventually does find the frag, but a double up here in Hookah allows her Tryhard and Zunga to get the better of Sheps. Meaning that it is still an even game as Rinty then comes out towards A, using the additional fire rate of the Empress to great effect with the double kill. 3 now in the round for Rinty as Zungo looks to 1v3.
And this is probably not great here for Old Hyperspace. Yeah, Zunga's a great player, but the numbers simply don't lie. And they're going to peek here. 4K there for Rinty. Absolutely insane usage there of that Empress. So much value being gained. And it's crazy that we're 4 rounds in. We're on our 5th round now. And we've already seen 2 ultimate usages. Like, that feels crazy to me.
I mean, I love it. I really think that there's a lot of teams that kind of sit on those ults for far too long. And especially ults like Empress, right? Where honestly, it can be easy to hang on to those until you're in like a 1vx situation or whatever. Like, people hang on to those for ages. I'm really glad. And Lotus using the pit early, that's also something that people tend to hang on to for a long time. I'm really loving this early usage of abilities and ultimates for, relatively big value.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense because you can't earn additional orbs without spending the orbs that you've already gained, right? Like, there's no orb bank. You can't just keep going up and up and up and up and up. So to use them as soon as you get them, it unlocks that opportunity to earn even more.
I'm looking at you, Riot. Come on now, give me the orb bank.
Can you imagine just chain linking Viper pits down like B-long here? You just keep earning them, and all of a sudden you get like 3, and you just cover the entire half of the map and just run between them to keep them stocked up on poison.
What if it was like an ability or something? That would be cool. I don't know. It definitely would be OP. There's no doubt about it. Raw Talent, though. This is just an eco round, really. The Tryhard recovering a rifle has found a couple of key frags. That's very nice. Spirit's going to be the sole survivor, meaning that the economy game is not perfect for Raw Talent. They're still going to have plenty of cash though to buy back in here. And his Old Hyperspace have weaponry abounding here as they bought back in after the eco.
Yeah, and Spirit came into this round with 7,000 credits, so had plenty to share around with friends. I thought they were going to let Manny rock with just the Bladestorm, but they do end up finding themselves a Phantom at the end of the day. And this could be a great round for them to pick up yet another victory here. Hyperspace not doing great on their own economy. I saw a couple down as low as like 350, so that would be very brutal to lose all of this weaponry.
yeah, would be as they look to go through the toxic screen. Remember, they take some damage there, but it's not going to matter as no one meets them head on. Just get the site for somewhat free. There's still a player in Hookah though, and that's a bit of a problem. Tryhard finds a frag of his own. Rinty though does return the favor. Zunga falls to Sheps, but that is once again Rinty continually trading, makes so many key moves here for Raw Talent. It's 2-on-3 though, and there's a showstopper for Old Hyperspace.
They just need to get into a position to use it as they throw out the paint cans here. They're funneling through this doorway now. Lotus, the first one to fall. The ace option is available, but it's stolen away from PJ Tryhard as they get a 3K. They get the defuse, and that was a great usage of the aforementioned showstopper.
Shame.
Yeah, good job just, you know, confirming the victory there, right? You don't want to play around. You don't want to give it up. You'll make sure, okay, we pull out the bazooka, and, well, bazooka go boom, is what I've been told. Can you fact check me on that, Doc?
I'm a doctor, not a neuroscientist, so no, can't do that. But good news is he used the ultimate, and he earned more orbs afterwards. So already back up to 2 of 8. But he even has a ton of ultimates available for the side. Zunga, Knave, Who, all available. But look on the side of Raw Talent. They have 4 out of 5 ultimates available, even going as far to just pop the Blade Storm immediately. But Who shuts down Spirit and opens up the round quite nicely for Hyperspace here.
Yeah, that Blade Storm not saving the life of a teammate. So like Hoops is going to get maybe a 4th position. Actually, they've kind of given away this look here in Hookah. The Hunter's Fury comes out trying to find it, but unfortunately Hoops, that's a little low and not going to connect with much of anything. No tags even to be found. It's Hyperspace in a good position here. 5 versus 4, a little bit low HP on Lotus, but otherwise quite healthy. As that Blade Storm gonna come in towards A, that's gonna be the key, the tip of the spear, if you will.
They even picked up the ultimate orb to unlock the Empress there, as we do hear some sort of sound cue. Not sure what it was, because nothing happened on the map, but Tryhard's going to take down Sheps. Manny's trying to get something here, does get the right click onto Tryhard. Opens up the map just a little bit. The Empress is active as well. Rentify using that to great success. Right click, not going to connect on the Knave, as Zunga takes down Manny. And now what can you do with the rest of it? Hoops takes down Knave, making it this 2v2. Spike planted, and now they're in the retake position and ready for the take.
Revealing area.
Zunga throwing out a sonar, trying to get some information, but Hoops is too quick on the trigger finger. Though he does get the information of generally where Hoops is at. A good crossfire by Raw Talent. And there is the opposing sonar that gives away Zunga's position. Rinty takes it away, and Rinty takes the 3rd.
That was a 6 shot on the Who, too. Tried to dip back into lamps there, but was too slow for the itchy trigger finger of Rinty there. He just tore him apart. Absolutely ripped his head off as he was turning that corner. So 4-3 is the scoreline now. Hyperspace, like I was saying, they're not great economically, so they're going to be back to these sheriffs for the most part, maybe even a bunch of classics.
Indeed. A frustrating situation here for Old Hyperspace as they, like you say, forced onto an eco, but beyond that, it's kind of been the story of their lives here. For the, you know, past those opening 3 rounds, they've just been, you know, eco, you know, gun round, eco, gun round, not able to put anything together.
That's so not intentional. It works out just fine here for Sheps, but you could see in their crosshair placement, they were like, oh, well, didn't want that to happen, but okay. But there's look at the kill. That one works out. Tryhard could get a sneaky shot here, but announces that, what? Oh, Who got it? Okay, not Tryhard. That was still insane though. But here comes Manny with the rifle, holding down this angle. 6-8. HP 3. Hoops is in a good spot here, able to get 1, tries to get the 2nd one, but needs Rectify for the hell.
Man, Rinty is having a game and a half, ain't it? I mean, look at this, 13-5, the scoreline for the arena. really putting in work and showing off the namesake raw talent certainly is applying. It's gonna have to be a change here for old hyperspaces. They're looking to win a gun round. This is, once again, it's been so inconsistent whenever old hyperspace have weapons.
And this time, let's see if they can make it a little bit more consistent as we do get aggression here out of Tryhard. Eventually gets the kill, but lots of time spent trying to get that one, and even Manny takes it to the other side of the map.
Raw talent looking to just rotate around. They find a pick of their own onto hyperspace. And so for that, they are
Here.
going to move here through Hookah, but who is here has a big setup and gets aggressive. Those shots is certainly ready for it. What a great find. Nave's still on the site. This is not all lost here for hyperspace, and they're not aware at all. Nave only good for one though, as it's 2-on-2.
Enemy remaining.
Spirit's up close, but Lotus is ready. Meaning now, just got that plant to go through, and Sheps has it for 30 HP. It's gonna be a tough one.
I think this is totally fine here for hyperspace, and Lotus quick to the headshot. Could be able to take him down. Oh, we got body shots here tonight too. Interesting enough. I know Ben's happy about that in the background, but yeah, 4-5 now, and what was a 2v2 very easily went to hyperspace. Just the forward position there did not work out for raw talent.
But at 30 HP, don't you kind of have to make a move though?
That's not a good spot. I don't think tunnel's the spot to do that, right? Because like even hiding it, I think you obscured your own vision more than your opponent, because then they just kind of move a little bit to the right and take advantage of that paper mache wall, and you can't even see them at that point. So I do think making moves is the way to get down, but you got to be smart about which moves you make, or you may pull a muscle.
That's true. Good advice for real life from the doc and in the game. Oh, what a great shot from who sets himself up for success. And raw talent are suddenly down a player, but the good news is Rinty's still alive, meaning there's always a chance, as that is going to be the Blade Storm pulled out. Sunga's in such a good spot. Shep surely dies here. He doesn't even find one. The Blade Storm falls. That's just Rinty, and it does Hoops. It's Who with a quad.
Absolute insanity coming through here, as I do believe we're going to get a replay of this again. And look at this, Zunga trying to get, sneaky like here, does make a little bit of noise, but there's just nothing Sheps can do. It's a shotgun, for God's sake. Who with a nice little bit of spray down here as well. We didn't see the very first kill that they were there in part of that replay, but it doesn't matter. Just one after another, they get peeked, they hit the shot, and they move on to the next one. Basically like a training range moment.
Take my word for it. It was equally clean, that first frag from Who.
And now we continue forward. 5-5. This is a razor's edge between these two teams. Nave first blooding here in the 11th round.
Indeed, Hoops taking that shot. This is a pistol round here for raw talent, one that we haven't seen all that often after that second round. But Lotus, Who, both coming in big here as they find a couple of frags apiece. Who's looking for the final player, but doesn't find anyone just yet. Spirit is in a far off corner, getting a bit of a more forward position now on short. And it's simply a matter of time. Oh, nice shot. Even took the second shot, because obviously at that long range, the Sheriff is not a one-hit kill, which, by the way, I feel like we should totally change, but,
last round in the half.
That's just me.
Things happen. Yeah. Sometimes it just works out that way.
I'm just so used to the Deagle, I think. That's the problem.
True. It's a good weapon. It's just, I like the reload animations in the Sheriff a bit better.
Oh, true.
This is the final round of the half now, Vincent. It is 6-5, and I feel like Blind always gives us these great 6-6 matches, right? Like, it is the single most played map in the game as we get a huge early peek here. Lotus is going to be able to get...
I know exactly where you are.
Oh, that was nasty, wasn't it?
One very aggressive here with the Viper's Pit. Pops here from Lotus. They're trying to stave off this A-site take, but will they even be able to?
Well, Lotus gets a little bit too aggressive, and so the pit falls. 2-on-3 now. Empress popped. And, well, I mean, talk about, you know, effectiveness with, you know, an ultimate. It has been an incredibly effective ultimate for this Reyna. The Spirit's looking the wrong direction, and who has a potential clutch once again? No more Empress to speak of, and the shot to match the sound of the drop. Neural Theft goes out, and now the information's gonna get found out. He knows where both these players are hiding. He's just gonna take the dry swings. He's gotta try to find it, and there goes Renty. One more left to find. The cam gives the info, and he's close and personal. Checks. He finds the frag though, and well, on hyperspace they might lose the round, but it's still 6 aside.
Definitely a big try there, and they kind of knew where they were. They had moved from when the Neural Theft had gone off, so it wasn't exactly sure where they were. But after seeing the camera, they knew that they had to be somewhere within vision of that one spot because they saw it go up, and then they were able to just kind of make the hero play. Didn't work out, but it still ends the half 6-6, which in all experience is very doable from both sides, all right? Like, you won 6 on the defending side, so you can win 6 on the attacker side. Your opponent did it, nothing stopping you.
True. Absolutely the case. And well, I mean, if there's anything that's just inherently winnable, it's, you know, 6 rounds, right? Renty, though, takes that opening duel, and Nave taking one back before the push comes in here at A. Nearly every player on the map now grouped to this position, but Nave is connecting well. Double kill already for him as he takes U-Haul position. Spirit forward through, in fact, the showers area. And who gets caught out? Rotations coming in as the V-hit is gonna come through from old hyperspace. They're gonna get that plan down.
Yeah, Spirit falling there actually delays the rotation. You can see both members here of Raw Talent turned back to the A site to think that maybe that was where the play was coming through. And I think they were just far enough away they might not have heard the teleport, but they come over to the other side of the map. They're trying to get through this doorway, which is such a stickler for so many different teams. Lotus coming from Hookah is gonna see just a pixel, hits the shot on the hoops, and now it's a 1v2. What can they get done against this ghost here of Sheps? They're going to get found out by that recon dart, and they're caught between the pincer maneuver. They need to get a frag. They need to get a kill onto somebody, and they can't do it. Zunga takes them down.
Nice job there from old hyperspace. Just doing the old classic, you know, I peek, then you peek, and then I peek, then you peek. And they can't be peeking us both at the same time. That's for darn sure. And old hyperspace take that pistol, put themselves into a great position to come away with the early lead of the second half. That said, this round can be a dangerous one, particularly with the number of sheriffs that have been purchased up here by Raw Talent. It's been a very effective weapon for these players. Renty in particular, who has one of them. There's 3 total.
Spirit no longer has theirs, though, for the foreseeable future, as Nave wins out with that Spectre kill. Love to see it. And now it's down to just 2 sheriffs, unless one of them is recovered. But you still don't really know where to go as Lotus takes out the second member. Manny now down to the Raw Talent side. But again, Spike is all by itself over at B, and it looks pretty free. That stack over at A not quite working out here for Raw Talent.
It's free real estate. Basically nobody in the way of old hyperspace for the B site. Rotations come in, but it's a matter of time and a little bit of a shooting gallery. As Raw Talent try and find a kill here, there, everywhere.
Anywhere, really. They would love any kills.
Yeah, exactly. Chefs might find one on the exit, but it's gonna be a tough ask even then.
Yeah, they might just die to Spike, honestly. Guaranteed, actually.
This is not flawless.
Yep. Flawless on the board there for Old Hyperspace. The first to the map, actually, believe it or not. So they will love to take that home to the refrigerator, right? That's where you hang your flawless pictures? Is that?
Oh, yeah, okay. I was gonna be honest, I was like totally not with you for a moment there. I'm like, oh, okay, I got you.
I had to work myself through it anyway. So.
Jeps won in them dollar bills. So made sure to die with the spike.
Start this party.
Old Hyperspace up good in this second half, but this is where things get serious, aren't they?
I think they're always serious, but look at this. The rifle peek is going to work out for Spirit, who I think they're caught with the camera out, but try hard, pushing their way through into Lamp's going to get a free kill there. Spirit now in Bathroom is going to get tanked up by that recon dart, but this is a not great position here for Old Hyperspace. They have people on both sides of them that they have to be aware of somehow.
They do have to be aware, but good news is this retake is sort of looking one-dimensional at the moment. Well, in fairness, as is the defense, but Nave continues to frag. Otis coming around the right way at the right time as well. All they got to do is hold off enough, and this flank is perfect, but try hard. He comes around the corner, takes every frag needed. The man picked up, I thought he picked up a Phantom, but apparently he didn't. And he just, you know, he takes quad kills with the Spectre.
Just a good old Spectre. Can't go wrong without it. And yeah, works out. It's crazy that it exists to be able to do that.
But the Spectre exists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy there.
Hot takes here with the doctor. The Spectre exists.
Man, those bullets, they do damage, as we see who using those bullets to great effect there to take down Spirit. And it's another aggressive push from Raw Talent, excuse me, that doesn't quite pay off. Granted, they don't really have much to work with here. I mean, we're seeing a Spectre here for Hoops that he stole away from his dead teammate. Before that, he just had a Sheriff.
Yeah, but the other thing is, right, you have to ask the question. You're pushing that with a Spectre. Is that an angle that a Spectre wins often at?
No.
The answer is no. I mean, you just never, unless it's just like the Lord of all whiffs from the attackers, like you're just losing that gunfight all of the time. So I just, even when you get aggressive, like I don't dislike getting aggressive here if you're Raw Talent, but get aggressive in an intelligent way. Don't just W key to W key.
Right? If you did a Sheriff there instead of the Spectre, that's an angle you can potentially win. And there was a member of your team that had said weapon, so it could have worked out, but it's flawless nonetheless here for Old Hyperspace. First to double digits, and quite commandingly, I would say. My channel points are in shambles after this ludicrous display.
I mean, that's your fault for not giving Old Hyperspace the you know, the respect that they deserve.
But it's Raw Talent. Not only is it talent, but it's of the raw variety, just like I like my steaks.
I mean, that's, you know, also questionable, as are your picks, apparently. But
how do you eat your steak, Mr. Vincent? Huh?
I'm not going to answer, because answering that question is just like, it's almost as bad as politics, honestly.
Very volatile.
Like, yeah, exactly. So I'm just gonna say, I plead the fifth, and we're gonna move on.
I enjoy steak, is how I answer that question.
Exactly. Yes.
Speaking of enjoying something, Raw Talent are trying to enjoy this defensive side of the half, but they're just not getting the job done. As Sheps takes one before falling. Rendy, what? Rendy, what? It just died.
I mean, he's got to be balding after that one, right? Like, you're just like, what more can I do there? Like, it's just not even my fault at this point. Like,
yeah, the only thing is the sound cue may have come from the shock dart damage. Is the only thing that would potentially give them away there. But there's an operator on the side of Raw Talent, so this is definitely the time to show up with said talent.
Well, good news is it's 3-on-3, and there is indeed no more pit. But the paranoia pushes everyone back for a moment, and the follow-up is good. And even Zunga both successful. Who chimes in from Hookah? Who from Hookah? Huh. That's where he comes from. I see. Old hyperspace up to the old tricks once again. Look at that, 5 in a row here in the second half. Flawless so far, and 11-6.
Yeah, this attacking side is very successful for them. And I mean, a lot of it comes down to just very great team plays. And what we saw specifically right at the end of that last round, they had that nice double peek as the smoke dissipated from the grow room there. And they outgunned their opponent 2v2 because one member was trying to get that defuse to at least half before something had to be done. And now Hyperspace can just continue this aggression forward, but Hoops wins out Spectre. Renty is going to win out as well. So this is looking like a Raw Talent round.
Well, Tryhard's trying to make that not so much the case as the neural theft comes through. It gives the information away, and well, Spirit takes advantage of it. Lotus, the sole survivor here, low health, low bullets as well. Does take a headshot for the road. As finally we've fixed the bug where Lotus has had his ult all half, but he's getting pushed from 2 angles. Oh, nice shot. He's not ready. Not ready for Manny, who has a Blade Storm now. And that is a 7th round there for Raw Talent. They finally answer the call, but Doc, it feels maybe a little bit too late.
It's definitely questionable at this point, considering they win a round and they're still potentially stuck onto a shorty, which our observer in the call chat has suggested replacing the shorty with a noob tube.
Yeah, no.
I can't say I disagree, in all honesty.
I mean, as broken as shotguns are in this game, you want more. Okay.
Think of the chaos that could happen by adding a pipe cleaner. Oh, that's so unfortunate! No, it gets the dink and then just explodes. Tryhard's onto the site here with the showstopper, but there's no enemies. They've all run very far away.
Well, more accurately, they were never close to begin with. And the neural theft kind of gave them that information. Rinty is in the back here with Empress now. He's gonna be held off by this tripwire, but ultimately he's going to be a flank, and it's going to be a deadly one. As I say that, though, it's actually looking as if all of these players are going to move in from the flank. And what is this timing? What is that timing? And why is Sheps watching that? What a read!
It's not great here for the side of Hyperspace, as they've now been smoked off of their own spike, unfortunately. That was Raw Talent. Oh, Koo's gonna be able to get a nice paper mache kill there. Can't quite grab the spike, and the smoke's not far enough. Oh no, they have to peek it. Renty's ready there, and they get the double. And the defenders, we said it might have been too late, but it may be too early, in fact.
Might be just on time. These Raw Talent are certainly getting a couple of rounds here. Unfortunately, because of the economy situation with 5 rounds in a row, old Hyperspace still got plenty of cash. I mean, I say plenty. They're starting to run low, but they had cash this round for their 3rd purchase in a row. And, well, the good news for them is that they're 1 away from match point.
Okay.
The bad news is that they also have to win that round at match point, and their economy is not looking up to the task. As Spike is dropped, Spike is called out. It may be retrieved, but we do see the Raw Talent know exactly where that spike is.
I'm really surprised, honestly, that Manny gave that angle up even for a minute, but does indeed elect to do just that. Then reaggresses. Still 4v5 favoring Raw Talent. There is a Hunter's Fury for both sides, and well, speaking of Sovas, the Zunga looking to pull out the Owl drone, but Rinty is very much there and very much going to take that free kill. just you know, having a good time, knowing the owl drone animation was still going on, right?
Yep. Oh, the shot's not gonna connect from Manny. Just gets the leg through the wall. It does drop Tryhard down to 32 HP. His Spirit drops the spike one more time. And that should close out the round. Not really much left for Tryhard to be able to do. And they do finally die to Sheps. But 4 alive there for Raw Talent is great. They recover the operator. They keep 3 rifles alive. They're starting to really boost this economy just as Hyperspace are falling onto a save round.
Yeah, well, and the best news for them, right, is that even if Hyperspace get that 12th round, now they're not going to be forced onto like a very bad half buy, right? Raw are going to have a real purchase, you know, to defend with if that were to happen. But, well, I don't think that's all that plausible here, considering the purchase on the Hyperspace side. Hunter's Fury comes out there from old Hyperspace, trying to buy some space. Space it buys, but, well, frags not so much. As Spirit finds the aggressing nade. Tryhard responds though, and well, we saw last week in Radiant Arena how effective this player can be in that position with the judge. We'll see if Tryhard can put on a few tricks of his own.
Definitely gonna have to put some pants on as Sheps takes down Zunga through the box. And actually, I believe that drops the spike as well. Yeah, that's a really tragic spot to drop that in regards to the rest of the map. And they do recover it. They're trying to get it down, but Sheps is literally standing on Lotus's head and takes him out.
Yeah, and Tryhard finally gets too aggressive with the shotgun, and who does end up finding a frag before falling as well. It's now 1 round between these two. 1 gun round, though. Raw Talent, they have a chance to tie this right back up. It was 5 rounds in a row at the beginning of this half in the favor of old Hyperspace. It's been 4 for Raw Talent right now. And 1 more will send us to a tied game, and what I could only say is a toss-up.
Yeah, and that's just what Bind brings to us. Teams so evenly matched that they have to take it to the very edge of the world here. That's an unfortunate usage of Tailwind. You definitely don't want to be using it that early and not dodging any damage. Yeah, any damage, good quick damage. So tough shake there.
A little bit. The Cloud Burst gonna allow for Manny to get the heck out of dodge, as the Neural Theft will give information away. With 3 players still alive, this is still winnable. Make that a little bit less so. The Spirit takes a kill in a second as well. Nate falls. And old Hyperspace are back up to or I should say Raw Talent back up to a tied game. We started the half at this point. It's only fitting that we're here at the end.
Timeout starting here as well from the attacking side, otherwise known as old Hyperspace, who started this half 5-0. And since then, they've gone 0-5. So I'm genuinely surprised they didn't use this a little bit earlier. I think a lot of teams want to try and stem the bleeding before it gets to this point. But now that it has gotten to this point, they're like, hey, wait, emergency. Like, they slammed that emergency meeting button and are like, all right, who was in vents? Who was in, weapons locker? Where is everybody? Why can't we find the dead body?
Yeah, no, I mean, they were definitely pushing that big red button. They were like, guys, what the heck is going on? And I was with you. My first thought was, why is this only happening now? Like where was this 2 rounds ago? That seems like it would have been the right call to make, but nonetheless, better late than never, I hope. But the biggest problem here is look at the economy. They don't have anything in the tank. They're flat broke, and they're gonna have to half buy with sheriffs, which means that they're giving themselves a chance to win this round. But ultimately, they're kind of giving away round 12, round 12 to this Raw Talent side, and they're playing for OT.
Yeah, they're betting it all on the overtime as we get the camera through. Shots are being fired. That's a double kill for Renty, who finally falls to Zunga. Lotus is going to be able to rip the ultimate here as well. They're going to try and get the spike down and hold them off, but the 3v4, another shock dart lands on the Lotus for what seems like the umpteenth time this game. But Zunga takes out Hoops. 3v3, Spirit gets the kill on the Who, gets the kill on the Zunga. It's all down to Lotus. It is a 1v2 now. This spike is planted, so you just have to hold on for your life. 66 HP, no armor to speak of. Can they catch him on the reload? They peek out. They're trying to buy time, but Manny gets the kill, and there's plenty of time for the defuse once this poison rots away.
Yeah, remember that's a little bit less time than it used to be as well. Pre-last patch, I should say. Went from 8 seconds to 6.5 seconds, if you were curious about the time differential.
Match point.
And, well, Raw Talent, in a surprising turn of events, not only put together 5 rounds, but they take a 6th, meaning they're on match point here, turning the tides on old Hyperspace.
And it's literally do or die time for Hyperspace. They made it to at least round 2 this week, which is an improvement over last week's showing. But I don't think they want to end the run here. I think they want to continue on. And to do that, they have to win this round and then win by 2 after that, because it's a win by 2 overtime rule set. So they have to win at least the next 3 rounds in a row to move to round 3.
Cover going out.
Very true, very true. The good news is that your prediction stocks are almost at their peak.
We're back to 0, right? If I sold now, I'd be dead even, but we don't do that here. We're all for the money as Tryhard takes out Hoops. Spirit and Knave also on the scoreboard as they kill 1 apiece, but feels a lot more as Renty with this Empress popped. Oh man, they want that overtime. They don't want the overtime, excuse me. They want to end it right here, but the spike's down, and these are some great positions for Hyperspace.
Yes, very good individual positions, but very split up as well. If they take, you know, some dominant angles here, Raw Talent, they could be in trouble. But oh, that paranoia, that is just so perfect from the Omen. And now it's, I mean, just too many angles to watch. Oh, who gets a bit of a poor position, kind of giving an opportunity away to Sheps, but don't think this is going to happen, and no, not at all. Who, once again, arguably a bit aggressive there, but it was the right time to make that push.
Overtime.
And it's overtime.
We didn't expect it, but we're here anyway. This actually makes 2 overtimes in a row tonight, which is pretty nutty. It's not often we get this experience here in the Pit of Valor, right? Like sometimes, because it is randomly seeded, obviously, so we don't always know the level of the teams that are coming in outside of just having them on previous Pit of Valor. So to see 4 teams in 2 games that are so deadlocked in the skill level that we go to overtime twice is great to see, in my opinion.
I mean, my man Harry Beans picking out the, you know,
the bangers,
the teams, picking out the games we stream. Yeah. Only picking bangers tonight. Let's hope it sticks that way. As round 1 of overtime is underway. Raw Talent attacking. Old Hyperspace on the defense, as has been for a little while now. There we go, the Lear coming out. Knave getting the better of Manny through those smokes. He does get traded eventually, though, by Hoops. That Sonar doing less than anything. And Who tries for an aggressive swing. Sheps is far too prepared, and rotations are in.
Oops is going to take out Lotus over there on the A site just as they're teleporting through as well, but Tryhard with this operator makes them think second thoughts about the B site, even having a bit of a numbers advantage before that. It was 4v2 and they were still like, nope, don't want to push into this operator. We're waiting on Omen smokes. We might have a cyber cage left. I don't actually know. It doesn't look like it. So they really don't have any ways to dissuade this operator if you're thinking about it.
30
right about
seconds
that.
left.
Talent are so indecisive here, aren't they? Not sure what to do, not sure where to go. Ultimately, it's gonna be A. Spirit's in a good spot though, and this is the reason that they took this site. Zunga wasn't looking the right direction, but Spirit falls anyway.
10 seconds left.
Sheps does get the trade, but that means that it's 1-on-2. Try hard.
One enemy
Kind of
remaining.
gets the spot out. What a huge victory by taking that frag with the paint shells. And Try Hard now has the, oh my goodness, this is so big brain. The showstopper, and then he just fakes it, making him run away, and he just sticks the defuse. I'm a huge fan of that play from Try Hard.
Pros
Switching sides.
simply do not
Match
fake,
point.
right? Like, it is so strong, and that was a like galaxy brain decision to use the ultimate for the sound cue and then just not use it, right? Like, there's no secondary sound cue, so you don't hear it being fired off and, you know, safe to peek again. They're just stuck there imagining that they're holding the angle.
Well, the worst part about it is, right, the player, I forget even who it was playing very far back already in that position, and I mean, they ran away a little bit more. So by the time they get back, it was just all over.
I thought they were gonna shock dart it, honestly, right? Because they used the Hunter's
could've.
Fury and got him down to 20 HP, and I was like, oh, they're falling away for a shock dart. And I guess they just didn't have one, unfortunate for them. But now Hyperspace, they're one round away from moving on in tonight's tournament.
Well, this was looking like a dominant victory for old Hyperspace before insanity ensued. It's now a do or die moment for Raw Talent once again. And unfortunately for Raw Talent at the minute, they're not ahead. They're also not behind in this round. There's just been some poking and prodding for info.
And they're slowly moving forward, using a lot of resources here as Manny takes down Try Hard right in the face.
30
Paranoia's going to come through as well. Sheps takes out through. Raw Talent looking to take this into a secondary overtime as we do see Oops save their buddy. Lotus dies for free and Zunga falls, and it is indeed double overtime.
Man, what are these guys doing? This is some tomfoolery of the greatest degree, I tell ya. 13-13, old Hyperspace falling. Raw Talent
Switching sides.
on the upswing.
Overtime.
And well, at the moment, it's once again anyone's game. But obviously, whoever takes this round is going to be the odds-on favorite.
It's tough odds, right? Like, it's so interesting to see double overtime, let alone single overtime, because it's like you need to come up with so many different strategies now that you've already used a lot of them. But you have to use them on, you know, each side. You need a strong attacker side, you need a strong defensive side, and you need them back to back. You can't, you know, just willy-nilly be like, oh, we'll get them later. No, you had your chance. You got to do it now.
Do it now.
Do it live.
Of Raw Talent.
Shadows traveling.
Well, you're gonna have to do it now. Doing it live is indeed how it works. Manny using that dash to go through. It's maybe a bit of a weird one considering that no longer breaks any sidebar trips, but oh well. Oops. Actually does find that opening pick, speaking. And Try Hard and Lotus both able to connect shots through smokes. Who comes in for more? But Spirit has connected on to Try Hard from the flank. Another fake spike plant for Manny. It's 2-on-3. Old Hyperspace in a good position. Lotus swings at the perfect time. And who swings off the back of Lotus? And Spirit falls as well, meaning this is old Hyperspace once again at match point.
Match point.
Again, for what feels like the third time, but it's only the second, as they were second to 12 points, but it could never end. I saw today, I think it was Yeti, had 40 rounds on Breeze.
Yeah,
as the observer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this could go on for quite a while, folks at home, because it is win by 2, and these teams are seemingly literally horn locked between the two of them, trying to figure out who's going to come out ahead. And as we do see the one-way come up, a bit of an interesting one for that specific position, since it you can't exactly see all the feet. But anyway, look at where the enemy is. Hyperspace here in Hookah, trying to get something done.
Well, their attacking side in regular play was a tale of two halves. 2 halves in one. I know, a monumental proposition, but one was very successful, the other incredibly poor. But Raw Talent, the same could be said for their defense. As it's been a very slow and methodical move from old Hyperspace. They are committing 2 smokes over towards B, but not committing any players. It's pulled one rotation off. Manny takes out Nave, though, on the entry to the site, and now those rotations come back. Sheps has the frag. The follow-up is there. As now Manny has to do it even better with that operator, but cannot connect onto who finds the frag through the wall. Old Hyperspace in a tough spot. Not out of this yet.
Nope. Poison Orb is going up. His Spirit throws out that Paranoia. Only 10 seconds left, and the spike does not get planted. That should 100% seal the round here for Raw Talent. It is a 1-on-3, but there's simply no time left to plant. It does not matter. Triple overtime is where we're going here tonight. 14-14. Do it again.
Let's run it back now, y'all.
Overtime.
Raw Talent showing off that they are indeed living up to their namesake and putting on display some sick raw talent. By the way, the only person here not in the 20s for deaths, I just realized is Hoops. So props to you, dude. Not feeding is what I'm gonna call that, which is definitely not what that means. But you know what? I'll roll with it.
We roll with lots of things here at GLG, because I heard sound cues somewhere. Lots of damage down here onto Raw Talent, but they still have the member advantage. Double leer coming out for Renty already, and the Paranoia so clutch coming across everybody as Nave takes down Spirit. They even have the flank coming through. This is brutal as Manny takes down Nave.
This is the time. Those Zunga sought the plant, and he finds the secondary follow-up as well. It goes from Raw Talent in the advantage to big disadvantage without the spike planted. And Rinty has to push Zunga, has to find the timing, but Lotus comes away. Toxic screen down. This is the shot. Onto Hoops. That was almost a tragedy, but Rinty does fall anyway, meaning it's 1-on-1. Operator in hand, but Hoops is low. You don't even need the big gun. And oh, that's a big find from Hoops. They've got the round in Raw Talent. They have match point again.
Switching sides. Match point.
Actually at a loss for words. Lotus had the round.
He whiffed the shot.
No, just with the hit. Like, they connected, right? They did some damage, because I think they were down to about 20 on Hoops' side after getting the frag, but they don't kill Hoops. They kill Renty and then die. But Renty was like a pixel on the screen and got exploded somehow. And
I want to give credit where it's due, Doc. In fairness, that totally did look like it could have been hit Reg, because it really did look like it was on him. You know what I mean? Like I'd have to play it back, but I mean, I thought it was a kill too.
I'm watching it back on stream since we do have this pause time. But nice. Man, that play from Zunga was sick too. The quick little double kill, sneaking up through the smoke to kill the planter and getting the player up top, like that was pretty sick.
True.
And I'm watching Lotus.
Yeah,
they fired the 2 shots, but it was that first shot in accuracy. It actually sent it up above Hoops' head, and then the second shot with the recoil didn't hit the headshot. So,
man,
Unlucky is the best word I can use there. And then Hoops' play on the tryhard there was so beautiful. They sent out the recon dart and they thought they could push through it with the operator, but it just didn't work out for tryhard.
I guess, you know, Vandal fans mulleting, Phantom fans are saying, I told you so.
True.
You know? You hate to see it.
I like in chat how they say that hits on LAN.
I mean, it probably does hit on LAN. As a player who played at LAN, probably does. Not lying, though. I mean, LAN really does hit different. But, well, Raw Talent, they're currently hitting different against Old Hyperspace, who need to be coming up and facing the new guns here. The Paranoia comes out. Oh, it was good for Rinty, but he only comes away with one. Zunga with a key trade, but gets tagged, and Spirit comes back around the corner to find another before Nave can get back involved to take his opposing Omen out of this round.
Enemy remaining.
7 bullets,
down A.
and Hoop still gets a frag. Now it's down to a 3v1 for the map. And they know exactly where you are. Sheps gets the final kill, 16-14. I will take my channel points now, Benjamin. Thank you very much.
Man, Old Hyperspace were just, they were itching to give you them channel points back. I mean, you just you chucked them into the void, and Old Hyperspace were like, "Don't worry, brother, I'll do you a solid.
I got you."
And they throw away a 5-round lead, a huge look at overtime, multiple match points, but ultimately Raw Talent taking the victory, a 16-14 overtime victory at that. Nicely done to them. Props where it's due. They had some very big fraggers. Man, Vanty in particular having what a solid game. I mean, really.
26, 22, and 5 is the Renty KDA right there with an econ rating of 57, 4 first bloods, second highest, third highest. What the heck? The bottom fragger, Manny, of the entire server, the Jet player there for Raw Talent. Bottom frag, by the way. 6 first bloods, believe it or not.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that stat. I mean, this is where ACS is just not a wonderful stat, to be honest. Like, Manny's sitting bottom ACS, but Manny had some very high impact moments and really didn't play that very poorly, in my opinion. I mean, had a solid enough performance, did his job, all things considered. Maybe got to shut down a little bit too often on the blade storms, but you know that sometimes happens. Anyway, all things considered, though, yeah, I mean, Rinty doing a brilliant job. Spirit ends on 26 as well, a quiet 26, I would say, but 26 nonetheless. And Hoops as well had a really strong performance in the clutch there in the overtime period.
100%.
You know, had a couple of key moments. We saw that, 7 bullets, stand strong there at the very end of it too. So, I mean, props where it's due. This Raw Talent roster just kind of coming together, and they are certainly showing some raw talent.
So they will be moving on to round 3 of tonight. And as we are moving on as well, folks, we do want to remind you that this Friday and Saturday, we do have the 3rd week of the Radiant Arena live and in charge. So you are not going to want to miss that. Hit up the GLG Twitter for more information on that, as well as, I believe, !Radiant in the chat has all of the other information you may need. And with that, we're going to be taking a short break while we set up for the next match here. Don't you fret, though. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Let's make this quick, bro. I got things to do.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the Radiant Arena is back. Wait, Harry, do I really need to say this cringe shit?
I mean, it's what Ben wanted.
You got it. Join us for 3 weekends of Valorant and a $3,000 prize pool. lineup now on Community Gaming.
Get out of here.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London.
Welcome back, everybody, to some Pit of Valor. We here, we ready. We want to see some frags, some tags. We want to see some boys walking out in some bags. And with some bags, because we got a $50 cash prize here today. We had a banger of a first matchup getting into an overtime. We had a second match that was a banger going into overtime, triple of that. And then we are now here hoping we go to another overtime. So I'm your man, Mick. This is the man with a little bit more letters to his name, but it sounds very familiar. Sir Mickey, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, man. That last match was nuts on Vine. What was it, 15-3? Was the score on that with triple overtime?
15-3?
13, not 3.
I was going to say, hold up. Let's get the record straight. They didn't get beat
Wrong
like
number.
that. It's not
Wrong
possible.
number. You know me. I can't speak. I can never speak. It's okay though, because before we get into everything, I just want to touch on this. Me and you. This is both of us. This is going to be our first time on Icebox.
Yeah.
This is our first time. The teams are Celestial and Acquire. And we have not casted Icebox. I've never in my life done Icebox, especially for Pit of Valor. So I'm nervous and I'm upset and I'm excited. So, I mean, it's Icebox.
Man, look, here's a caster tip. And all of you people in the audience, if we haven't cast it before, just let it slide. And it seems like we're professionals, okay? We just let it go. We just let it slide. That's what we do. But if we're speaking of sliding, you guys slide right into that Twitch chat. Type in !Radiant for this weekend's Radiant Arena, hosted by the one and only Community Gaming. Those guys are great. They literally do everything in terms of tournaments. They sit there. They not only do Valor at like your high action FPS, but they also go over to the card games like Hearthstone. They even go down to your mobile phone. They will literally hop on your iPhone and say, let's get a Wild Rift tournament for League of Legends going. Ooh. They had one of those fairly recently. No matter what y'all's needs are for those tournaments, they got y'all. But this weekend, we're having a Radiant Arena, which is hosted by them. So all you have to do is sign up, $20 entry, because it's a $1,000 cash prize. So it's no joke. There's a little bit of a trade-off. But speaking of trade-offs, we're going to see what we can trade off in terms of these comps, because we're seeing a little bit of a differential with these guys when we're coming down to Icebox, and I'm liking the KO pick.
I love that segue. Speaking of trade-offs, love that segue. Yeah, we do have a KO for Saber on, I believe that's Celestial is defending. I'm
yes, sir.
Pretty sure. Yeah, Celestial's going to be offending. Offending, yes, they're going to be offending. They're so offensive. They're just so, yeah. Celestial defending, attack is acquire. I mean, we got Sovas on both sides, Jets on both sides, Vipers on both sides, and Sages. The only difference here is KO for Saber, and then Smarty went Killjoy. So this is already chalking up to be very interesting composition, like you were saying. This is really out there.
Yeah, and I'm loving the Viper picks overall. I always
There's
love
a
the
door
KO
back
pick.
here. There's teddy bears. I didn't even know this existed.
But I mean, it's also like you said, we haven't casted Icebox before. Once again, we act like we've done this before, man. But I mean, the way everything's looking right now, I'm loving the comms. I'm loving the way everything's setting up for these guys. Every time Viper's brought out, these are my favorite matches. I mean, I'm not a big Viper guy myself, but these guys, when they whip her out, it is no
so
joke.
much fun to watch. I don't mess with Viper either, but they're so fun to watch.
Because they get so serious. The lineups for her, they're absolutely insane, making sure to go ahead and get those trades, get those post-plant setups. And we also have to get onto the site, which we look like from here. We see Acquire kind of eyeing this A site right now, and it's a pretty slow for a pistol round is what we're seeing thus far.
Yeah, we had swung do a quick little out drone down B. Got a little bit of information, but they backed off, and now it's a full send to A site. That KO is in deep trouble. Beautiful shock dart there from Apple. I think that's how you say that name. That's an awesome name, by the way, Apple. There we go. Bomb is now going to go ahead and get planted by Graham. I like these names. You know, they're simple. They're nice one-syllable names.
Yeah,
one
really great
too. But
we break it down, man. Talking about names, we gotta see who's taking some names, because I mean, these guys, we got Celestial Violet. A couple of them are really low on this health. They're about halfway, you know, on a pistol. That's only about 2 taps right there, especially even for a classic. So Delight sitting really healthy with that Marshall as he gets one, and Graham follows up with him as we got 3 left on Aquar.
Apple. No, Apple stuck it.
You got to defuse. Oh my goodness, man.
Apple
they have to sit there and follow up with that.
Apple said, you know what? I'm gonna just stick it. And he stuck it, and it worked. And just like that, Celestial Violet, the CV gang, now 1 round ahead.
Yeah, and following up with that, I mean, not only getting those kills, finding yourself a little comfortable of a round, as you have a lot of guys still sitting with those sheriffs, those goes, finding themselves a little bit, you know, having some form of artillery. It's a little bit odd of a second round here, but we do see Celestial Violet following up, going with your regular role, get the Spectres, force out as much as possible. And we see Acquire following up their plan once again, with getting that site down, planning on this A site, with KO getting that suppression.
Yeah, the KO abilities here are definitely key. There's the flash. He's able to, you know, he flashes 2 of them. Delight and Graham both take it to the face, but they're able to take that quick cover on the other side of the map. God's getting busy. Smarty takes out Saber. Now it's a 4 versus 4. And it looks like we're going to have a full rotate from Acquire all the way back to B site here. You see him all the way back. Yeah, here we go.
I really like
Viper coverage mid. I love that Viper orb. Even, you know, like neither of us, we've established we don't play Viper, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. The people who discover these Viper lineups and these crazy setups for Viper, I mean, crisp High five to him. Smarty's left alone at mid. His teammates making their way to B site. Apple is able to take out Smarty. Now the problem is Acquire has a whole window behind them. There's no one there watching flank anymore.
30 seconds
so they're going to have to be careful. But fortunately for them, all of Celestial is on site. So they're going to have to make... Oh my god! What? Dude. Celestial, wicked wallbang headshot. And now 2 versus 3 as Apple returns the favor. They got to get this bomb down quick, but the thing is, it's dead behind him. There we go. Apple going to pick up a 4K, and now 2-0.
Yeah, and I really like the execution that was being brought to the table there. I mean, Aquar, they had the right idea, getting that rotation and knowing that you're kind of forced out with those Spectres being backed up in the back line right there behind sight. I mean, there's just too much there. If you're going to go for that rotate, you have to rush it. You have to get it down quickly before there's a chance of retaliation. Celestial Violet did a great job of rotating across the map, getting the answer, following up on Aquar, and I mean, you've got Apple right there to follow it up, as we can see right now. He's 4-1. These guys, everybody's breaking out the rifles except for Apple, which, I mean, he doesn't really need it, apparently, after that performance last round. But everything dishing out, this is where we really start to see things kind of, you know, go back and forth, get some real answers on the field of who exactly is better.
Can we get a observer? Can we spectate True Melmel real quick? The jet, one of the jets. I believe there's an operator in play on the 3rd round. Yep, we hear it. He bought an op on the 3rd round.
I mean you're following up, man. As we see right there, True Mel, he's feeling confident with it. Now, I mean, I can't blame the guy. You're already sitting up 2-0. You feel like you have a pretty confident lead, especially with how your teammates have been fragging out. Econ God right here going to just capitalize off that as he grabs one. And no matter really across the board with these frags going back and forth, we have to look at this spike. And I feel like Akbar's being a little bit slow to this site for their own good, for them to actually get this down, because Euro, he's the one with it. He has to get this push. He's the initial guy. He's the one pushing in. And with that bomb being traded out, a lot of contention going on here.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful little swing there on the Econ God. And like you were saying, Euro's the man right now. You know, he's the only duelist. There we go. Beautiful picks here from him. Takes out Apple, and now Saber and True ML in a 2 versus 4. Celestial Violet, for the first time, not looking too hot on this 3rd round.
Yeah, definitely a slow kind of answer for these guys. Not really enough to bring to the board, but Saber's going to find one right there to go ahead and give a little bit of an answer. And as they're down, just down to the dump, Saber may actually find something here.
Yeah, he's able to pick up 2, but Smarty's there for the little bit of a delayed trade. Nonetheless, a trade, and 2-1 is your score. Celestial Violet taking the lead, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, they've held on to that lead pretty well up to this point, and especially to lose the operator last round, that kind of stings. As we mentioned there previous on Ascent on our first map, you know, it's not only just a burden to the team whenever you sit there. Obviously, it's great to get those kills, get those opening picks, but it's also super scary if you can't follow up with that. If you get that loss, it's giving it over to the other side of the field. And right now, nobody really picked it up. We actually see somewhat of an awkward buy here from the likes of Celestial Violet, as we see Trumel here going for that Marshall as everybody else is kind of rocking the Vandals. And we see a pretty good diverse set of armors here.
I gotta say, Euro, the spot that Euro's in right now, whenever I play Omen, this is my spot on Icebox. This is my, look at that, that's what I do. The tap's coming in from Euro. He gets tagged up a little bit though. He backs up a little bit, but is he gonna, yeah, he is gonna give up that position. And now he's making his way through too, but he just got tagged up a little bit more, I think, with that shock dart. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought my brain is broken once again. 4 versus 5, a minute on the clock. Celestial is doing all they can to solidify these exit and entrance points for both sites. And there we go. Here's the swing from Smarty and Euro. They're pushing down long, pretty heavy. Bottom frag is there with a Vanda. Oh, there we go. It's caught from behind. Smarty picks him on the headshot. 3 versus 5 now. 2-man advantage for Acquire. This is not gonna be that difficult for them, as here we go. The Killjoy attacker lockdown comes in, and not to mention he's got the turret behind. And there we go. B side is completely theirs, but Celestial Violet is already on. You know, they're working for this retake. Beautiful shot from Melmel, and 3 versus 4 now. This is already looking pretty okay for Celestial. I thought maybe it would be a little bit more difficult than this, but Acquire's not playing the post plant too great. Never mind, I take it back. Delight picks up a 2-piece. 1 on 4 now. Apple. Wait, did he got it?
He got it. Yes, he got it.
Got that.
There's a defuse going on under their, literally right under their nose the whole entire time. And as we've seen time and time again so far, I mean, these guys of Acquire, they're not looking onto these bombs. I mean, you look at the scoreboards 2-2. Celestial Violet's actually up 3-1 right now because, I mean, they have 2 rounds on their belt that they've lost purely off defuses. And they're very slow to go ahead and get the spike down, but they also need to make sure to look at it whenever it actually is placed. So I think Celestial Violet, they're a great team. We see them getting a lot of frags, but Acquired, they just have to speed things up a little bit to make sure to throw them off their groove.
Yeah, the thing that's kind of weird here is that Smarty, the Killjoy, he's not really utilizing all of his abilities for post-plant. You know, he's not putting down the nades on sight. And I think that's going to cost him quite a bit. Graham picks up 2-piece swung. It gets a little bit of a capitalization there. Now Trumel putting down some shots at the Sheriff. She's getting help from Apple here. Bomb is now going to get planted onto B site. Apple looking for one, but Swung going to deny him now. Suddenly a 1 versus 5 for Trumel. And he goes down. 3-2 now.
There you go.
Acquired.
That's what they need right now.
Yeah, that was a rough one. That was a very rough. It was my brain. I'm sorry. A very rough round loss for Acquire there.
Out of charges.
I mean, the way Acquired, they actually, I mean, once again, kind of capitalizing, saying that time and time again they needed to speed up this game, and that's exactly what they did in that round. They found a way to get on the site, or at least just push enough, find some initiative there to the mid to go ahead and get those picks. And this is what we need to see out of them coming forward. They have to put some pressure onto the table. Otherwise, I mean, Celeste, all these teams actually are just very good. They're all very experienced. So we may actually see the experience come through if Trumel can find this pick. But in the meantime, I mean, they just need a little bit more pressure to like really raise the stakes, because we do have a cash prize on the line here. This isn't a skirmish of any kind, and we see Smarty going ahead and taking the memo.
Euro's doing all he can to hold that middle position on top of Tube. Bottom frag's going to take out Smarty. Now it's 4 versus 4. I thought that was an enemy stage jumping at Swung. I was like, shoot! But it's fine. It's a teammate. Yoru finally drops off that positioning. He gave up that spot, and it's going to cost him. Apple takes him out, but now Apple's down to half health and a dream. And it's a 3 versus 4. Bomb is still in the hands of Acquire, so that's, you know, that gives them a little, that gives them something. Oh, looking for a res from the light, and he's going to swing it too. What a great Sage! I cannot tell you how many times a night I get baited by my teammate Sage. It's just, I feel like it's just a requirement, you know, at this point. But the light covered it pretty well.
30 seconds
left. Now
left.
they're going for a full rotate once again, a 4 versus 4. 25 seconds on the clock. They're gonna have to make a move here now.
Yeah, swapping these sides a lot, back and forth, back and forth. They have to go ahead and make a decision somewhere because they're on 18 seconds. They don't have enough time to rotate, and Graham is gonna sing to make sure to follow up on that. Saber having that absolute massive kind of suppression going on. It's not exactly gonna be enough because we see the Hunter's Fury coming through, and frags are coming all over the place.
Revealing area.
And there we go. Saber's now out of the mix off of that that ult. I love how his ult just switches games into Apex Legends. You get knocked real quick. Apple takes out Swung. 2 versus 1 now as the light takes out bottom frag. Apple not in a great position here. He's got to take out 2 and defuse, but the light says no. And there you go. Celestial Violet gonna toss one more round here. Now Acquire makes it all tied up, 3-3.
Yeah, and this is the stage that they need to be sitting in. I mean, Acquire, they've been very slow to come into the game, and I mean, just not in terms of rounds, but in terms of this whole map, they've been kind of slow. But I mean, they're finally starting to speed up and find their momentum as we find ourselves in a tie game, as you said. As we can see, they've gotten themselves the past 2 rounds purely off slaying power. So we're now going to see some legitimate gunplay coming in here from the likes of these guys. We see Euro running that operator. We see everybody else running those Vandals and that Phantom, and just absolutely looking to kind of capitalize on the momentum they have right now. And with a beautiful, beautiful Nova Dart from the likes of Celestial to kind of start.
Very nice. I'm going to have to remember that. That one's very nice. Covers the majority of long elbow there. There we go. Smarty's turret going to give some information. Oh, a turret kill and the Vandal kill. 2 from the Smarty now. But he's got some issues here with Trumel. Vandal versus Bladestorm. Meanwhile, there's a storm of shots. What just happened, Euro? What the hell? He's cheating. Takes out Apple through the Viper wall. Trumel returns the favor, takes out Smarty, and now it's a 2 versus 4. Delight and Euro looking for this final kill onto KO. There we go. Saber goes down 1 versus 4. The best. I think he just needs to save the Vandal at this point. Yeah, I think his best course of action will just to be hang back, play for some exit picks. You know, losing 1 round isn't going to absolutely destroy you. I think the money is definitely a little bit more important in this case.
We see him kind of setting up for it. You know, the old saying, knives out, lives out. He's going to find himself 1 with Delight coming up on the follow. But it looks like his life's going to be the one tapping out because Acquire found themselves another round on the board, and this is exactly what they've needed. I mean, these guys, they finally found their momentum. They're finally playing into it. They're getting these picks, and Euro absolutely playing into his name. It's not the currency that we're aware of, you know, the American dollar, but this man's making money whether or not it's overseas, and he's absolutely getting that back. Finding those picks to give his teammates that initiative on the side to go ahead and get that plant down, and then also win those close quarters engagements. And plus, on top of that, as we saw that amazing shot through the Viper wall. So, I mean, just these kind of reads that are coming through from these guys, I feel like maybe there's a reason for them playing slow in those earlier rounds. To really just get a read on their opponents. And we see it kind of trading out here because Euro is absolutely popped there in the back.
Oh, Econ. There we go. Takes out Smarty. That's pivotal. Taking out that Sentinel that early in the round is definitely going to give Celestial a bit of an advantage on this point. Ooh. Yeah. There we go. I mean, this is already turning into a very interesting game. I mean, still at this point, you know, it's still anyone's game. There's only 1 round delta. We got a minute left on this clock. 4-3 is the score in favor of Acquire. This is still anyone's game. But so far, I think Acquire is coming out just a smidge stronger than Celestial Violet. If they don't pick it up here soon, it might lead to an issue. And as I say that, it's now 2 versus 4. Acquire's got 2 bodies still standing. Not to mention bottom frag has A covered, so they don't really have that many options. They're going to have to push B.
We got God over there on B side, just finding that
30 seconds
having
left.
that lineup. If he can get a kill here, missing that first one, unfortunately. You know,
there we go. Oh, there we go.
Coming in.
Viper Pit and Sage Wall. Great security. From that, I love the duo here. I love the duo. Again, God is sitting towards Econ. God is sitting towards long with that op, or towards CT area. There we go. Saber gets taken out.
Standing.
Apple makes it a 1-on-3. Delight is not in a good spot, but he's got eyes on Bomb. Takes out Apple. Beautiful from him. 1-on-2. He doesn't know where Bomb is, but they're defusing. It doesn't matter. Bottom frag. There we go. He's gonna get a sneaky, beaky like defuse, but Econ was able to take out that last Acquire member. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. 4-4 is your score. That rhymed. It's okay. We're gonna keep moving.
Yeah, just everything playing out that round. I mean, there's not really too much that Acquire could have done there. Obviously, stick to those Viper Pit, play up against the wall a little bit more, find yourself some more protection across the board, because you saw how Econ God was set up there in the back, getting that op, finding himself whatever pick he can. And once he found that, and once his teammates followed up through with it, you're going to find a lot more open space, because then you can't follow up to watch that defuse. And how that kind of planned out, super unfortunate for the likes of the Acquire, but Celestial Violet finally finding themselves an answer. This is what they needed, because we're now in a tie game. And, you know, Smarty's over here tying up bottom frag because he's finding himself a little bit more as we see a lockdown towards the B side.
Yeah, again, the Viper wall coming into play. Apple just pushes straight through it with the help of Mel. And now that's mid control. And there we go. No players detained in that attacker killjoy, unfortunately. Smarty not going to find anybody, but look at Econ God. He's got the op. Sitting towards defender's spawn, watching yellow as much as he can. I think he might have just seen Swung's toe, but I'm not sure. And here we go. I think this is gonna be the start of the full site take. There's a quick trade there. Delight takes out Trumel. 3 versus 3 now. Delight gets a 3-piece now. And the res onto Euro. Now it's Econ God with an op and a dream, and no reaction time available for him. There we go. Acquire makes it 5-4.
And man, I just gotta go ahead and point out, I love what these Sages are doing today. We got battle Sages everywhere just in this competitive setting. I mean, we got Delight. Look at the man. 15-3.
What?
We got Econ God out here running ops as a Sage, like, excuse me? I mean, this is the kind of action you're asking for. As we see Apple absolutely going off on the likes of Celestial Violet. Regardless of that, we just see a much diverse kind of, niche when it comes around to these Sage players. We see a lot of fraggers. We see guys who are confident in their shots, and that's what I love to see, because we got Celestial Violet absolutely shoving up with Euro to find himself a close on one.
Euro, I mean, I gotta say, Euro, oh my god, what is wrong with this kid? Two-piece with the op. I mean, he's so solid. There we go, the light takes out True Melt, and it's a 1 versus 5 now. Graham is gonna close it out. Apple goes down, and 6-4 now, 2-round gap as Acquire is taking the lead a little bit more so. They're definitely coming in strong. Whether or not that'll change in the next 2 rounds, we could see a tie-up from Celestial Violet, but so far I think Acquire is coming out a little too strong for Celestial to handle in this first half, and I think once we get on defense, I don't know. The defense is going to be really hard to call because Acquire, Smarty has Killjoy, and I just say this every 18 minutes, Killjoy can basically hold the site by themselves if they play them right. So this is, but Icebox is a little bit different because you do have that opening through mid. You could go all the way through tube through kitchen, or you could just go right under tube, and that's 2 extra points of entry through onto B site. Not to mention defender spawn and all that. But so just from mid and attack spawn, there's 3 different entry points. So if you're able to capture those entry points and just solidify your hold on those, you're gonna be golden, and that's really easy to do with a Killjoy or a Cypher. So I think once Acquire gets to the defensive side, I think they might just run away with it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, especially looking at Acquire, what they're doing now. I mean, these guys have absolutely gone from first gear in that first round to going into 6th. I mean, the way they've just sped up so quickly. I mean, that last round, I blinked and it was over. Just finding a couple kills, Euro starting it out, and we see them going for a pretty complex default here to kind of throw the edge off a little bit on Celestial. Delight, not able to find that first pick, but True beats into the cut.
That's going to be huge. Euro going down. That's a huge fragger for Acquire. Now True Melt capitalizing, taking out Econ God. Swung's there for Saber trade, and now 2 versus 4. True Melt with an op is going to go ahead and trade that out. Just a little bit close quarters is probably the better play here, but look at the rotate, the very, very quick rotate from the Acquire members going through their spawn back towards B, but they're going to get cut off here mid by Econ God. Swung not doing too hot on HP.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, Acquire kind of getting those early picks off of their guys, kind of being down on that manpower, and Swung already just being such a deficit for health right now. It's just super rough, but it looks like they could have themselves an A plant if they push up on this quick enough, and with that utility still at his, midst, still within his hands to play with, he could actually go for something. The Hunter's Fury actually going to get shut down, and Viper doesn't get touched.
Oh, here we go. True Melt picking up a 4K, bringing his team back on the board. Now 6-5. Celestial coming back. Acquire's definitely looking really good, but Celestial's not done fighting.
Yeah, it was never really that too far of a deficit. We've obviously seen Acquire and Celestial going back and forth thus far, as we do see attack pause coming in right now. They kind of went for it in that last round, but I understand where it's coming from. I mean, these guys need it from Celestial. They have to find something that works for them, because I mean, they've had the game completely flipped on their heads right now. They started a slow game in those pistol rounds. You expect to get a little bit of a flow or a sense of what the team's got to bring to the table in those early rounds. But I mean, the way that Acquire's absolutely just flipped everything on its head, completely switched up the game. Some matches, or some rounds, they'll go slow, some they'll go fast. They just absolutely control the tempo of this match, and it's really helping them out. But Celestial, they have a little bit better firepower, so that alone may carry them, and I'm kind of excited to see where this goes forward.
I mean, in terms of, I think Acquire at this point has done just a little bit better in terms of winning those gunfights, and that alone is going to give you such a huge advantage when it comes to money and just overall, just winning rounds. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you plant, if your whole team is alive, if your whole team is dead and you plant, it doesn't really matter, because they're just going to defuse. So getting those picks early on has definitely been helping out Acquire, but now Celestial's kind of bringing it back. We saw 3 in a row from Acquire, and then we saw 2 more, but for the most part, Celestial, you know, they've been putting up one hell of a fight. They haven't. They're not out of this yet. It's just a 1-round delta. It's still anyone's game. And here we go into the final round of the first half.
Ooh, that pick trying to come through mid from Euro, trying to get on the econ god right there. We see it. He's sensing it. I mean, but it just has to have a follow through because we have the operator over towards the B site, and you know, they're broke on that side of the field. Celestialists, they're not sitting on too much money, so they have to win around. And with Apple getting picked off, econ god, it has not helped their case.
Love Euro, man. He's so nasty in that position. Trumel getting tagged up quite a bit here. He does get one pick with that op. But now it's going to be a 4 versus 3. Celestial with a 2-man disadvantage now. But it's, I mean, this is still a doable round. Like has yet to be planted. So as I say that, yep, there we go. We're going to go ahead and go for a plant on B site. The light's got the wall up. The only problem is Graham is trapped on the other side of it, but it doesn't matter. He takes out bottom frag. He's going for Saber. Saber takes him out, but Smarty's there for the 2-piece. And the solidification takes out Trumel and Saber. And now we're heading into the second half. 7-5 in favor of Acquire. Now this is where Smarty is going to be able to play to his strengths because he's a Sentinel. He's you know, Killjoy, Cypher, Sage, they're all Sentinels. They are, let me sit in this area, in this general area. I can lock this down with my wall or my nano swarm or my tripwire, what have you, and I'll just get the information and play off of that. So those, you know, Sentinels in general, I think are a lot stronger on defensive side. And I think with Acquire having that extra Sentinel, you know, in the form of Smarty, I think that's going to help them out quite a bit.
And especially having Delight there as a battle sage just absolutely going off. I mean, Smarty's already been doing great enough as it is, but now you're going to play into those strengths, knowing that you can play offensively, and not only just being a Sentinel, just having a wall, but having, you know, those turrets, you know, having those nano swarms to lock things up, and to be able to follow up with this intel that's been given over. I mean, that's just, there's so much to work with on the side of Acquire right now, and it's, for them to be on defense and have this first round opening, especially having a 2-round lead, that's got to be rough. Celestial has to find something here to work with, and maybe these headshots of the share from Trumel could be it.
Ooh, there we go. You're gonna do a little bit. I mean, that gives him recon, you know. Definitely gives him information. Delight and company are a little bit suppressed here. And, oh, okay. I thought Graham took out that other Viper. 4 versus 5 now. Trumel's got a share of Delight, takes out Econ God. 3 versus 5. Bomb has been planted on A site. So far, we're not seeing any flanks. Swung, beautiful headshot on Trumel. Smarty's just going to go ahead for the defuse, as it's now a 1 versus 4 all of a sudden. Never mind. Smarty's going to pick off Apple. That was a very weird round for Celestial.
I'd say very methodical, actually. I mean, the way the rotations came through from both sides of the field. I mean, Celestial, they had to switch up these sites. I mean, they kind of got locked down when once that Owl drone kind of got shut down. A little bit too much against them over on that side of the field, especially with the KJ setup. And then having to rotate around, you kind of get locked out. It was just a very good default from Acquire. And they're definitely feeling this momentum that they set for themselves, lasting on this last round. And now with this force coming through for them, getting these Spectres, getting that Sheriff, and a little bit of armor to follow up with it, that's this is going to be super concerning for those guys on the Celestial, because they have to make sure to win these next couple. Otherwise, Acquire's going to be looking at a quick 10-5.
Standing ahead. Yeah, I mean, and once Acquire gets into those double digits, man, it's going to be so hard for Celestial to come back. You know, a 3-round gap, that's fine. The 3-round gap is not, you know, it's not impossible. But if this turns into suddenly a 4 or 5 round gap, it's going to be that much harder for Celestial to do this. Trumel, you got to pay attention. There we go. Econ's there to save his life. Drone goes down, turret goes down as well. Trumel is going to spot that enemy jet. Look at this, all red straight through kitchen. And there's the plant.
I like the play. You know you got to get that spike down. You know you have to get some kind of econ onto the table. You have to get that extra 300 in terms of creds. And the way Delight's pushing right now, dude absolutely going off. He does find himself one, but it's just not enough. And the way it's playing out, absolute chaos everywhere.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there we go. Trumel takes out Euro. Jet on jet violence here. Turns it into a 2 versus 1. Graham on site. He's got to get the defuse. Oh, he tags up Trumel a ton, but he didn't. If he would have continued with that spray, he would have had him 100%. 100%. If he would have just kept holding left click, he would have had Trumel there. Dude had 2 HP and just barely popped out of that wall and was able to just take it out. And then now we're gonna see Celestial. They're coming back a little bit. You know, it was 5 to 8. Now it's 6 to 8. You know, they're not done. They're putting up a fight, and that's okay as we're heading into the bonus round. If I mean, Acquire. They're looking pretty okay on Econ. We got 3 full buys, 2 half buys, and even the 2 half buys have 3 and 4K respectively. So it's still, you know, they got money. They got money, Mick. They ain't broke. They got the bag. So that's gonna give them an advantage.
Maybe that money will transition over to some real life cash so they can find themselves the next couple rounds. But Bottom Frag and Apple, they definitely are following through with this, grabbing themselves an answer, because this is one hell of a quick round for the likes of Celestial to go ahead and close out and open this A side tool.
There we go. Swung does make contact with Trumel. Takes him out. There's a Sage Wall on the other side of Swung. And his teammate is now dead. So this is going to be one hell of a predicament for Swung to be in. There's a recon. It's the information he needed. He now knows, yeah, even though Saber killed that recon bolt, he knew he was up there. He saw the shots come in, and that's all he needed. Icon God, oh no, Econ God's waiting for Swung on the top of that. He grabs the Spectre, no dice. God's gonna finish him off with a quick headshot, and now 9. Wait, or was that? Yeah, 8 to 7. 8 to 7. It's okay.
Yeah, it's all good there. I mean, the way everything's spinning out, though, I mean, Swung absolutely going off that round. I wanted to call the man 007, but he didn't have a suppressor, so we'll call him John Wick for the time being, because he was just absolutely going off, especially for a classic. I got to say, I was especially surprised by that showing, because, I mean, I under no circumstance do I want to be running a classic. I'll buy a Frenzy or something on a round like that, but for the man to just absolutely tank it out, I mean, it's giving themselves a pretty good, confident run here as they're pushing themselves onto this B side, because Trumel finding one, they could find themselves a tie game here if they capitalize off this.
You know, look at the opposite up here for Euro. This is, oh, wow, there we go. True just quicker. Gonna take out Euro. Smarties there for the refrag. 3 to 4 is the man count. 7 alive. Smarty is very much hurt. Econ God gonna go for a quick revive. Gets a 3-piece. Okay, Delight.
1 enemy remaining.
And Swung's gonna finish it off. 1 more on Celestial. It's gonna be Apple by himself. He's gotta go big here, or he might as well just go home. The good news is Delight is heavily tagged. There we go. Takes out 1 and 2. Brief. Oh! The spike control from Apple gonna bring it in. 9 to 7. My words are exploding. Sorry, that was insane, Apple. Woo! That's what. Oh my goodness. That was amazing. That was amazing. 8 to 8. That's what Celestial needed right there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this real quick. Mick, break this down.
I mean, what is there to break down? An apple a day keeps the team at bay, man. I mean, just everything. Those shots, just the spray control, everything about that, keeping him in the line. The recon, I'm actually just surprised. I mean, I feel like to an extent that was just spray control, because the odds were definitely against him. Having that recon dart, having him unlocked, knowing exactly where he was, I feel like there just wasn't enough comms there really on the side of Acquire to give themselves that response. And we saw it just absolutely go against them, as Trumel is also going against these guys. Getting the entry, Euro has an answer here.
These Jets tonight are insanity. I mean, and once again, this is now the 3rd map in a row where these teams are just so close. You know, we've seen all night, from the first game to the last map. Oh, Trumel, there we go. Able to clean up Euro, but we've seen from map 1 all the way to map 3 now. These teams, like, no one has really owned one half all night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Standing.
Okay, Saber's very quick. Smarty's by himself. 1 versus 4 with a Sheriff and a Dream. This is not looking too good for him.
Hey man, never say it's over till it's over. We see Jet right there sitting at half health. Teo kind of being at somewhat of a deficit, not really having too much armor to play with. So this is definitely doable from Smarty. If he can find the right angles, make sure to check everything, check his corners, protect his borders, do all of his jobs right. And we see him being slow, methodical, and that damage right there is not going to help him.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what he can really do here. You know, he's yeah, there we go. He's covered by every angle. I mean, a little bit more utility usage would have maybe helped him out, but I think all in all, he would have rather just died rather than lose that utility. Yeah. But now that's 4 in a row for Acquire.
Yeah.
4 in a row.
Finding themselves back on this board, and it's having a lead at that. I mean, just everything. Yeah. I mean, it's rough. It's definitely rough to put those Sentinels in those situations where they have to clutch because you don't have all that much utility to really put yourself back on a site for a retake. I mean, with Killjoy, you had those nano swarms, but you never really in those practices find the opportunity to say, how do I go for a retake with the Sentinel? How do I utilize these grenades offensively rather than actually for a setup? And we saw right there, Smarty was caught off guard, and Trumel, with this follow-up here, especially getting the opening pick last round, he's kind of eyeing the same deal because if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, as just touch on Smarty, I mean, as a Killjoy, it's hard to, you know, entry or run away as Killjoy because she's a very stationary character. Oh, Euro gets the best of Saber, but Trumel is there for the refrag, and now the res is coming up. Oh, nope, gets cut off short by the Hunter's Fury, and a quick kill from Swung on to Econ God. A beautiful shot, or beautiful Hunter's Fury from him. Saber is gonna get taken out. There we go. And now it's a 2 versus 4. Not great positioning for Apple and fellow Jet here.
But I mean, keep in mind, this is Apple. This man's done a 1v3. And we got Trumel out here with his knives at his, at his usage. So definitely
down A.
It's a little less doable now for Trumel. He's got an op. A little late on that reaction time. Picks up the Vandal. Oh. And there we go. Now Acquire's gonna have an op. And that's okay. 9-9. I for some reason I almost said side up instead of tied up. I don't know why, but it's okay. We're heading. I mean, this is round number 19 coming out. I mean, both these teams have just been phenomenal in the first and second half. Second half kind of got ran away by Celestial, but 4 in a row, not too bad. Acquire's coming back. You know, they're making the best of their situation. Trumel is 20-16. On the other side, Delight is 23-8. As a Sage, that's the battle Sages tonight, man, have been crazy. We've seen a couple of them. They just don't quit.
They do not. I mean, they're not quitting.
I mean, would you?
I mean, I know, obviously, but I mean, the way they're kind of pushing over on this side, the clean little rotate right there, as we see all the Killjoy utility over there towards the A site. So, I mean, this push, as long as it's successful, as long as they grab Graham over there in the back, this is going to be essentially a free site if the rotation can come through. And as we're seeing, Acquire has definitely sped up their pace. So they could most definitely find themselves on this site in time as we already have 3 over there.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, it's still all 10 men up. So this is going to be an interesting, this is going to be a, what? What? Looking for a second. The Jets tonight, man. Trumel catches one through the Viper wall and a smoke on top of that.
Healing you.
40 seconds on the clock. Acquire's got to make a move here quick. Or Celestial's got to make a move here quick. They got bomb. It's sitting down B long. Oh, look at the positioning from bottom flank. Takes Delight from behind. There we go. But he's going to get on as he exits kitchen. That's going to be huge. Euro takes out their smoke and cover. Saber returns the favor. 2-4 now. This is going to be, I mean, this is not a good position for Acquire to be in. They got 2 men left on the board. But they do have a Killjoy ult, and here it comes. But the Hunter's Fury is going to go ahead and just deny that. Nice and quick lockdown destroyed, as are the faces of Smarty and Graham. Acquire now, for the first time in a while, losing by 1. Celestial 10-9.
Yeah, I mean, actually, they had that one. They had the advantage there just a second ago. I mean, 2 rounds. You look at that after that 4 in a row. Then Acquire had to find themselves an answer, and they definitely did. And with this follow-up, Celestial having the economic advantage, they're going to find themselves a little bit of, economic advantage on this. They're kind of a little, they're capitalists in a sense, finding themselves a good bit of money to follow up with if they do end up losing this round. So I think Acquire, they have to win this, otherwise they may be locked out here for a pretty darn good while.
And it's actually really unfortunate. Smarty and Swung, I believe, both wasted their ults on that last round. So it did. I mean, they ended up not really helping them at all. There we go. Graham gets caught by Saber on the entrance from B long. They're taking slow control of B, but control nonetheless. They're gonna have their Viper hang back towards A, try to catch somebody through mid. Smarty's got his alarm bots through mid as well. I mean, there's a lot of shots being fired, and now Apple is finally gonna go down. This is gonna be really hard for anybody to do anything here, and I think Celestial Violet knows that, and they're gonna go for an A rotate where a lot less abilities are currently dumped. Yeah, Econ's got bomb on his back heading towards A.
I think that's the right move. I mean, everything kind of panning out for these guys with how the sides are set up. Saber still kind of creating a little bit of disruption with that knife as the rest of the team makes a slow push. We can see it here. I mean, they're already on this side. They're already getting spiked down, and it's a perfect little execution as we see the Viper pick coming through, just absolutely putting themselves on the map. And this time around, we have to see a little bit more protection from it, because last time on that defense, it just wasn't all that much. But on offense, maybe it could really turn the tides, because Trumel coming in here from the back, and the response and the rotations coming in here, Swung may have the best angle.
Oh, Trumel, speaking of angles, gets 2. Econ gonna make it 1-on-3 now. Smarty's got nothing to do. Oh, yep, there we go. Trumel now 11-9 in favor of Celestial Violet. It's kind of, I mean, it's not, you know, this isn't gonna be a ridiculously hard effort to come back from, but Acquire's definitely gonna have to, they're definitely gonna have to put in some man hours on this one.
Yeah, and we've seen Celestial. These guys have sat there and gotten themselves plenty in a row. We've had on the other side of the field, Acquire getting themselves plenty in a row. I mean, this is definitely not impossible by any means necessary, because we've seen the best of both teams get themselves back into a situation of a tie game. So right here, kind of not the best situation with that Econ, how everything was already really rough for the likes of Acquire, and it's just kind of really insult to injury at this point, essentially kicking a dead horse. But bringing in that Blade Storm could definitely give them something to work with, something to kind of follow up on, because Celestial isn't exactly all too comfy either.
Yeah, I gotta say that early recon from Apple, I mean, it scans the middle of like that little canal, that little pipe area on a site, but other than that, it's not really the best information gatherer recon that you could get. Also, Trumel almost just got another one through smoke there. I don't know if you caught that, Mick. That was very close. He is finally gonna land one on Smarty. Bomb's gonna go down here onto B site. And by down, I mean planted, not dropped. It's okay. Oh, beautiful headshot from Swung onto Econ. 4 versus 4 now. The retake's gonna be an interesting one for sure. Look at the placement. The wall placement here. Euro's got his ult out. I mean, they're just trying to dump all their abilities as much as they can just to try to get somebody to stick the defuse, and I think that's what they need to do now. Euro is gonna peek, picks up 2. Apple and True go down, and a 3rd on his Saber. Bottom frag though takes out Delight and Swung. It's a 1 versus 2. Bottom frag might clutch this. He's got to push now though. No, bam! It's gonna get the thrifty defuse, and that's gonna. Oh man. Man,
you gotta be listening for those, dude. You have to listen out for those.
You absolutely have to be at all times. Your ears have to be open. Sound cues are the most important thing in this game. Look at this, Euro just going nuts for no reason. Right click to Saber, gets them all back. And unfortunately here, he wasn't able to take out Bottom Frag. If Bottom Frag would have pushed that instead of backing up, I think he would have been okay. But I also think, I don't think he knew that Graham was defusing.
Yeah, I mean, essentially they took a play out of their, they took a little, you know, a note out of their playbook right there, because we saw Acquire doing that literally earlier in the game, and now we see Celestial kind of giving up a defuse as well. Not nearly as consistent, but the way things are going so far, it at least is giving us a closer game in the long run, and it looks like Heroes finding himself a way to really, you know, follow up with that, find himself an answer, because these guys have to come back from this, and Celestial, they're pretty darn close, especially having that Blade Storm to play with this round in the res as well.
Yeah, we also saw a couple of those no fake defuses on the first map on Ascent. for us earlier, Mick. I believe it was Fraggleton. He did a couple of those. You know what? I'm just gonna stick it and pray to God. There we go. Euro opens things up, but Trumel gonna get a quick trade. 4-4 now. One man down for both teams. Information is coming in, but is Acquire gonna be able to do anything with this information? They are defending. They're gonna have to. I mean, it's not quite a retake yet, and now it is.
30 seconds left.
Come on, Apple, get that bomb down, fella. 2 fakes, bottom frag, opening things up here, but he's finally gonna get traded out here by Delight. 2 versus 3, bomb finally gonna get planted. Delight with a revive on the Graham. It's gonna even things out just a little bit, and Graham also has that ult, so that could be pivotal if he just decides to ult and defuse. That could be so important, and there we go. I think that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna go for the defuse. Somebody needs to. Saber and Apple versus Smarty and Graham. Saber, shoot a little bit more to the right, buddy, and you'll have him. Oh, the guarding!
Player standing.
Oh! Graham putting his life on the line, but Smarty does get taken out eventually, and now it's a one-on-one. Saber's gotta push it. No, there we go. Once again, Graham sticks it and solidifies another point on the board for Acquire just by holding down 4. Sometimes that's all you gotta do in this game, you know?
Yeah, and I gotta say the reads right there just weren't enough. I mean, you have to sit there and span out your shots a little bit more, because when you don't get those hits, I mean, these players have played this game so much they know the exact head level for these default plants to know exactly where they're going to be and know whether they're going to get that one tap or not. And to go ahead and get that first kill, not spin out your bullets enough, and you get that second attempt for the half plant. It's just really, it's unfortunate, and it's kind of a pressure at the moment I can understand, especially with that Viper's pit on top of that. So yeah, everything's really going for these guys. We're now once again in a tie game, everyone off of 1 point per match.
These teams tonight have just been, they've all just been so,
Get out of my way.
I don't want to say evenly matched, but yeah, just about. We've had, you know, this could be overtime number 3 of the night. You know, oh, okay. Okay, Trumel and Apple gonna open things up. 1 pick each.
There it is. Not able to get that res off. He's up there at top, so I completely understand that.
Yeah, very exposed up there.
Rough shoes right now, as are the defenders. They're up against 4 guys, but 2 of them don't exactly have all that much health. So it's definitely doable for the likes of them, as long as they can grab Apple right here, who has this sneaky angle.
Oh, Graham was ready for it. Beautiful headshot. A little bit of a flick, and we're gonna see some snake bites. Oh no! There we go. Trumel gonna go ahead and make it in a match point, ladies and gentlemen. 1 more to go for Celestial, and they'll close it out. But 1 more for Acquire, and it'll be overtime. So we could potentially see a 3rd overtime match tonight.
But look at the setup here. Look at the setup here. Yeah, Celestial, I mean, even though you know, everything's been panning out, we got 2 Vandals. 1 doesn't have armor. 1 has half armor. Well, I mean, we got Marshalls, Spectres, Buckies. We are all over the spectrum right now. So
yeah, Acquire's not doing too good on eco at the moment.
So, I mean, this could definitely be looking at overtime, but we've definitely seen Celestial make it through worse.
I'm thinking Celestial's just gonna close it out here, honestly. I think it's gonna end up being 13-11, but I mean, they did just lose their Viper, so that's gonna be a little, Swung. Swung is on the, he's on the flank here. He could potentially get so many. No, Saber's just that quick. 4-4 as the res comes through. Bomb has yet to be planted anywhere. It's still chilling in the attack spawn. But now it looks like they're gonna head towards make a beelong push, perhaps. 12-11, a minute on the clock. Celestial's got to do something soon.
Yeah, and they have a time for another rotate if really need be, but I mean, you have to almost contribute to this B-side. You have to commit to it as well, and Graham camping out. That's snake bite coming from a distance, not able to find the shots on the board, but maybe if he has to follow from his team, there could be something going on here.
He did tag up Trumel, just barely. Did a little bit of damage to Trumel, so that's, I mean, it's not incredible, but you know, it's something. Planted. And if only Graham knew the plant was happening right then and there, he could have had a beautiful through the smoke. But again, you guys got to remember, audience, you have to remember, they don't have X-ray. The players cannot see the other players. That's just for us. so that makes it that much harder. Oh, Econ not quick enough on that shot. Apple's gonna pick up on his Fury kill. A lot of so many abilities being dumped on site right now. We have Viper's Pit, we have Sova ults coming out, we have Killjoy. Apple picks up 3, Saber closes it out. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for map number 3, 13-11 in favor of Celestial Violet. Such a great map. That's the first one tonight that we're not going to see in overtime, unfortunately.
Yeah, but regardless of that, it was close enough to be in the situation it was. I mean, for the outcome we had for the end of the night, everything panning out as according to plan, essentially for the side of Celestial. I mean, Acquire, we saw them time and time again put themselves up a fight. I mean, right off the rip, they didn't have the best start, and that's probably what cost them there in the long run. Yeah. But overall, they found themselves a really good set of momentum to kind of run off of there for a little while until they're in the end. And Celestial, as I said, I mean, they've been in worse situations before and throughout that whole game. So it was definitely doable. They found themselves at least one pick, ran off with it, especially with the whole side of Acquire having those rifles to play with. It was enough to really draw out, have that game sense to pick it up, really carry through with it, and give themselves a clean little finish there.
Yeah, for sure. That was a beautiful effort on both sides. Trumel, am I reading that right? Is that... Yeah, 13. Does that say 10 or 18?
What, for Trumel?
Yeah. Is that 18?
30 and 18.
30 and 18. That's ridiculous. With 6 assists, the assists aren't that bad. And then if you look at Econ God, he bottom fragged out of everybody.
Yeah.
His ACS was 129, but he had 8 assists. He went 10 and 18. He had a 35 Econ rating. I mean, for a Sage, the heals are gonna. Your job isn't unless your name is Delight, and for some reason you want to be a battle sage. Sages are usually supposed to be mid to bottom. They're support. They're supposed to stay back, just wall things off. Let me bandage up my teammates, things like that. But then you have Delight, 25 and 14, 6 assists, a 281 combat score.
Yeah,
I mean, like, come on, is there even such thing as battle sages exist, ladies and gentlemen? Can we just agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, regardless, we do have, a kind of unorthodox message from some of these guys, but I mean, just everything panning out, even Econ, God, and Bottom Frag being there at the bottom of the leaderboard, they still had their impact. I mean, there's no kind of props that shouldn't go around to every single one of these players here. Econ God, he had a couple rounds there on defense where he got that operator. He held out that site, bottom frag, finding himself through, getting those lockdowns on those sites, using those Viper pits to absolutely just lock down a site right off the rip. They had their chance, and they definitely ran with it when the circumstances were given to them. But, I mean, it worked for them in the long run. Because if you look at this, the way they won the game, did they not? So, I mean, it contributes itself no matter what. As we see, I mean, Valor, it's a team game. So regardless of really what happens, we see Trumel kind of carrying it out there through the end, as many kind of frags and things we've seen out, and a couple clutches here from Apple, a couple 4Ks from the guy. That alone sat there, gave them a well-deserved win, and by a close margin. Not enough for an overtime for the likes of us, but enough to go ahead and put themselves onto the next round.
Oh, yeah. Real quick, I just want to touch Euro. Dude went 24 and 21. And the majority of his game was played with an op. When they were on attack, it was an op. That was ridiculous. Like I get you're a Jet. I understand that, but just relax a little bit. Just relax a little bit before we head into the next game where you're going to be joined by, I believe that's Dr. Vince coming back. I just want to say a couple things. Thank you so much to Fade and Ryan, our production team tonight. You guys have been phenomenal. I love you guys. You're always on point. So let's give a quick round of applause in chat for them. Also, Radiant Arena is happening this weekend, this Friday and Saturday, day 1 and 2. Week number 3. It's the last week, right? It's last week?
Yeah.
$1,000 on the line. Come on, come on! Exclamation point Radiant in chat. That's come on. You gotta watch that. I'm not even gonna be there casting, but I'm gonna be there watching because that's just such a crazy event. And I think that is gonna do it for us for now, right?
Yeah, should be. Yeah. So we'll see y'all here in a second after a little bit of an intermission we got going on, and we will catch y'all with some more Valorant action here on Great Lakes Gaming.
Let's make this quick, bro. I got things to do.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the Radiant Arena is back. Wait, Harry, do I really need to say this cringe shit?
I mean, it's what Ben wanted.
You got it. Join us for 3 weekends of Valorant and a $3,000 prize pool. Sign up now on Community Gaming.
Get out of here!
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again with the Pit of Valor, as we are on this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Wednesday evening. And we've had 3 amazing matches in a row tonight, 2 of them to overtime, 1 of them literally right on the edge, 13-11. And now we're heading into our round 4 matchup. It is going to be Vanquish going up against SDK. And for those of you who missed it earlier, I am the Doctor, being joined here by Vincent.
You know, we thought that we had a a shorter POV tonight, 32 teams rather than our normal 64. It was all just a joke. It was just a joke. It's fine. We pulled up and we're basically on target to hit our normal hours, normal schedule here. But the good news is I've had a lot of people showing up. So big thank you if you showed up here in the chat. It's a good time. Hope you're enjoying yourself. I certainly am. And the other thing is, just know, if you or your team is interested in signing up for the few remaining spots of the Radiant Arena presented by CommunityGaming.io, then I would definitely suggest that you go !Radiant in the chat, get all of the information that you need, and get involved over there. It's a $1,000 prize pool tournament happening this weekend, Friday, Saturday. Make sure you get involved because you don't want to miss it.
There's only a couple slots left. Too.
Yeah. Exactly. And we're on week 3 out of 3. That means if you miss this one, you have missed it all, and you don't want to be left out, do you?
Be there or be rectangle, as the kids say. And just like that, we are into agent selection here. We're heading to everybody's second favorite map, Ascent. And look at the teams that we have drafted ahead of us here. Pretty standard stuff, although I'm pretty excited we're seeing lots more KO. I know he was enabled last week, but we didn't see any last week. So it's all up to this week to really bring out the pressure.
Choose your agent.
We saw, I think in Radiant Arena, we had a couple of KO. If I'm not mistaken, last week was the good news. So yes. I get to cast one of those. It was interesting. I'll be honest though, Doc, I have a lot of faith in KO as a character. I have not been particularly impressed with any KO performances that I have seen. Maybe 1-2 plays that I've been like, oh yeah, it's a really good play. Otherwise, it's been a bit dry. So I'm hoping that change was today with Dots here for Vanquish, but we'll have to see.
There's definitely a lot of skill expression available with that agent, I feel. Yeah, because a lot of the abilities kind of enable you to do something at least, and that sounds kind of like redundant, right? Like, oh, ability, it's gonna do something. But I mean, like with the variable flashbang timings, with the disabling of your opponent's abilities, and even sort of a resurrection. I don't know if I feel confident calling it exactly a resurrection, but like you personally can impart a lot of stuff on the game. And when you compare it to agents like Sage or Killjoy or even Cypher sometimes, where they have abilities, but sometimes the abilities literally don't do anything because they went to a different side of the map. Like it's very different in terms of like how they actually feel.
Yeah, or like Reyna, where it's very one-dimensional. So Anyway, speaking of Reyna, Zack attack on the Reyna. Got a forward position. DKO gets dinked and then fragged after the fact. The overheal gonna come in, but well, overheal or not, No Mill has a headshot with the Sheriff. Gargalon on site does well to get one, but traded instantly as Vanquish are in the positives, looking to retake with a 3-on-2. SDK down a little bit. Low HP as well on that Omen, so he's gonna have to make a play, and Vulcan says no. Cryon falls. It's left all onto Dessert, who is down and out as well after taking a frag. Vanquish have done well to vanquish their opponents here in round number 1.
Yep, and they're already on the scoreboard, and they're even thinking ahead, right? Giving that ultimate orb over to the Killjoy of top, so you're gonna have access to that lockdown a bit sooner. Definitely much more impactful and way easier to use than that Cosmic Divide, as we've seen in previous Pit of Valors, previous Radiant Arenas, previous VCTs. Like, it's just night and day what you can do with those two ultimates.
Yeah, it really is tough to use that Cosmic Divide effectively. I feel like, you know, even now, half and half Cosmic Divides are like terrible. I know that's kind of like presumptuous to say, right? But yeah. Anyway, a key note though, the Astra there for Vanquish, Omen for SDK.
It's an interesting trade-off, right? Like, we've talked about it a lot here, not even just like as a TO, right? Like, just you and I specifically have talked a lot about the difference between these, you know, different smoke agents and what they bring to the table, and just, you know, we've seen some changes, and yet teams are still, I would say they're probably favoring Omen, but you definitely still see a large amount of Astra compared to things of like Brimstone. As top just unloads for the 2-piece.
Yeah, nicely done. It is traded, and Vulcan, man, somehow kind of just was quiet enough in that corner, did not be spotted for so long. Ultimately gets the double off the back of it. But yeah, you know, I have been, I know this is tragic, but I've been slouching on my VCT watches, so I don't know what it's been at the very highest level. If it's been more Astra, I'd assume more so than here in like tier 3. But you know, regardless of that fact, I think the potential for Astra is always going to be really high. It's just about if you can combo her skill set with the rest of your agents. That's what's hard.
Yeah, I think it's also possible to
Covering it.
I guess, for lack of a better term, mess up harder on Astra, right?
True.
Because you have more opportunities to do stuff, but you also have more opportunities for your stuff to not do what it's intended to. Whereas, like on Omen, right, you have the Paranoia, it's a blind. Either it blinds or it doesn't. And you have a smoke, which you probably shouldn't be missing at this stage of the game. So compare that to Astra, who can, you know, use the gravity well, then just hit nothing, who can use, you know, the short smoke to do nothing. Like, it's just very lots of small things.
Bomb grenade out.
Yeah, lots of iteration. And iteration is the name of the game here as SDK move from mid into A. Top takes that first frag, then gets traded pretty much immediately here in the bonus round. Not a lot going on, at least not very well for Vanquish, as they throw down the fragment, this KO, but it does not really connect all that effectively. 2 players left alive here against 4, and SMGs for both, which makes life quite difficult.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a bit of a dunzo round here. We do get that flash page. Just gets freaking annihilated by Zack attack, though. And you do see Lemon, excuse me, trying to pick up the rifle there, and yeah, nothing happening there. So 2-1 is the scoreline now between Vanquish and SDK, but now it's that 4th round, gun round, that is so hallowed.
No, Doc, you see, we talked about this before. If you're gonna spell your name backwards, then we're gonna say your name backwards. Don't heckin' spell your name backwards, folks.
Bro, I honestly thought Cutler's name was
Retluck forever? Yeah, I know, because
literally years.
I know.
Right?
It's just, it's so ridiculous. Breezy did it for a while too, if I'm not mistaken. Stop it, Lemon.
Just Reb? I don't know how you
be Lemon.
Right? Like, there's no way Lemon, whatever was taken.
Yeah,
Actually, it might have been.
Well, even if it was,
Lemons are
just
pretty
change your
common.
name.
Life is handing them out pretty liberally these days, so it's very likely that Lemon was indeed taken, but got the fuzzy dice here on the operator. Actually, they don't look quite fuzzy. They're quite shiny, if I'm going to be fully honest with you. Quite smooth, dangling off the gun. But look at that. Spike not going down as Uriel is going to fall there over on the B site.
Indeed. Yeah, it was kind of a weird lurk play, and it kind of worked. It pulled a KO over for just a moment from Vanquish, but ultimately it's not going to make the biggest difference. And now we see that first round utility of the early orb coming into play with the lockdown and an attempt to defend the lockdown. Polkin gets a triple kill. Dots comes in as well. An SDK fall to pieces.
Absolutely annihilated there. 4 surviving members on the side of Vanquish as well, which is a huge boost to their economy right there. So they have 4 rifles. We even have the operator still, so that's just buku bucks heading in the bank. And the only one without a weapon is actually the poorest member of the team. 1,400 credits on top. Oh wait, no, I think Top actually gave their rifle over to Dots, who was the only one who had died earlier, which makes a lot of sense because it's pretty easy math in that regard.
Pretty top guy, you know? Quality. Love to see it. So we get down to it though. Weapons still in the hands of SDK. They're not out of this one yet. Though, speaking of not Lemon, Vanquish has gotten a pretty forward position here in middle, and they kind of know what's going on with regard to this B area, it seems.
They like to think so anyway, but for now, this is a very long smoke, should be expiring sometime soon, as we do see the spray from Axie coming on through from the little area there. Very high lockdowns. They're going to try and spray it down, but they're just going to spray down people instead.
2 frags certainly ain't bad. The operator getting involved as well, but Uriel doing magical work there on the entry. Both those players trying to get the heck out of Dodge and deny the lockdown. They get punished, and Cosmic Divide is available here for Vanquish. Blade Storm for SDK potentially as well, as it's a 3-on-3 even for the retake. And nobody's actually anywhere but on site, so Vanquish are gonna have to play a little bit careful in that they can't just walk in, but they also are gonna take so much time clearing everything else. Now they get involved. Top with the first, Uriel falls, and the push comes through. Noble has that frag, but Ramen gets, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Top with the kill, but it's the bot that gets it in the end. Oh man, that's devastating if you're Ramen.
My inventions.
Get killed by robots.
Yeah, it is quite embarrassing, especially with Top surviving with 10 HP. And what a last stand there from Ramen, getting the 2 frags after his team let him down. And yeah, you lost the round, but you still did so much economic damage that after your save round here, or your half-buy round, whatever you want to call it, you're at least going to be on somewhat even footing, especially if you can do some damage right now. Look at those credit numbers on the side of Vanquish. 600, 200, 300. Ignore the 4,500. We all have that one sugar daddy friend. It's totally acceptable.
I'm neither going to confirm nor deny if I am that friend for anyone.
You're just putting yourself out there, man. I didn't even call you out. I was just saying unilaterally.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do is all I'm saying, Doc.
It's that esports money getting to your head there, Vincent. Just like that, Lemon with the 2-piece. The collateral comes through. Uriel's there for the trade, but they immediately fall to Dots.
Yeah, Dots putting the hurt on SDK. This Vanquish. I didn't talk about it, but this SDK roster, man, they've been kind of out of it for a long time. They played like back before Masters 1 in like the first VCT, and that was like in February or something. And then I've yet to see them anywhere else since then, which is kind of interesting. But I'm sure they've been about. They just haven't been on things that VLR are covering more.
30 seconds left.
I'd imagine.
We've definitely been trying to get something done here, as we are seeing a save coming in from the attackers here. That spike is, well, actually, I guess technically it doesn't have to be a save, but with 10 seconds left,
they can get it down.
Last player standing.
No.
I was gonna say, like, if they had played it safe, they like probably could have gotten the plant down, but like I highly doubt it would have been defendable, you know?
No, and I mean, at that point, you really are just playing for the credits, I feel. Just to get the spike down, get a couple extra credits in your pocket, come into the next round potentially with a little bit more of a bankroll than 1,000 credits across 5 characters.
Yeah. Would not be ideal, that's for sure. Ooh. This is going to be an interesting play. This is setting up for an aggressive look off the back of the 0 point. He's going to get the information. Only one agent suppressed, though, despite the large amount of players actually committed to this area for SDK. So a bit of false information, if you will, but aggression nonetheless. As you can see, Axie kind of doing the old jitter peek, and on the other side of things, Uriel has, or rather, Lemon has gotten a very forward position, takes a shot, falls back, gets away with that dash. Dots defending in market, able to connect onto the Zerk. This push towards B is in, and no one is actually on the site to further defend it.
Spike planted.
And with the spike down, the credits are in, and now it's the retake situation, and the numbers are dead even. HP bar is definitely favoring SDK right now. They should have... Never mind, Lemon kept a hold of that operator, and they cannot get the line up. Uriel does, however, 2 before falling. Dots has the 3K, as the ultimate is also active for them. Hulkin does have a little bit of help here, but where did Ramen go?
Oh, he's got the 100 Fury. It's far too late.
That is not great. In the wise words of Bo Burnham, not good.
Yeah, indeed. It's a frustrating position to be in, I'd imagine, because especially that far away, I don't know if you actually have the sound cue even to know that abuse is happening.
Might have been right on the edge. But
I mean,
even still, the fact that they pulled it out so late leads me to believe that they were just guessing, honestly.
Right. Yeah, possible. Either way, it's a frustrating loss there for SDK. Oh, push coming in there, and Top's ready for it. Cryon wasn't even looking that direction. What a big giveaway. And Polkin, good for another. Top reaggresses, finds a frag of zone, and Lemon as well elsewhere. Takes a shot through a wall, and Zack Attack falls.
That's just the Zerk. 1v4. Has the spike at least, so could potentially pop off and get a plant down. But for now, they have a lot of things between them and that, and they can't even get over the first hurdle as Axie takes him down with a headshot. And this is looking like a bit of a runaway. It is 7-1 in favor of Vanquish on the defending side.
Man, this has turned into a real dominant performance, hasn't it? It's one of those things as well where, you know, as I'm watching it, I'm like, well, this isn't that one-sided, but then you look up the scoreboard and it's like, oh, it is. I see. There's like a 1 and then a 7. That's a big number difference, you know?
Isn't that what Brazil lost to Germany in the World Cup that couple years ago? 7-1?
I mean, maybe. I don't remember a couple years ago. Man, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. Come on.
Bro, Time is obviously a social construct as well, chat, so don't fret. You're not going crazy. Just, you can't remember anything. It's normal. Just accept it. Just like it's normal to have this cosmic divide completely split the map in half.
Philosophy with Vincent and Doc. That would be a horrific class, to be honest with you.
I took existentialism in high school, not even philosophy. Well, I guess they're kind of the same. Just like it's the same with that headshot. Uriel trades out for themselves as Zerk takes down Dot, and they should be able to get the plant down.
I guess that they are the same if you're Franz Kafka or something, but that's a bit dark. That's TK on the upswing for what seems like the first time in forever. They have a player advantage. Oh no, he's done it. He's broken into song. Can't stop him now.
Oh, the operator is out in the hands of Nano Lemon, and they have to get the first shot. Without this, it all comes teetering down. That's a defender and an attacking sided lockdown, interesting enough. And they don't see anybody top and poking with the frags. There's only one member left. Can they get it done?
He's done.
They didn't get the kill.
The BM defused.
Oh, he's tamed.
Yeah. They destroyed the, oh, just barely. I was calling it a BM defuse. It was actually a good call. If Limited got, went to go kill that player, might not have actually gotten the defuse off. Good heads up play there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty close. I mean, just under 2 seconds sounds like a lot of time, especially when you fairly regularly see these like 0.15, 0.05 diffuser rounds. But in a 3v3, 2 seconds is the difference of like a tailwind, right? Like you tailwind and pull your weapon up, and all of a sudden it's been 2 seconds. So
true,
like, it is very small margin of error there.
Yeah, I really like that. It's a really good like gut check, right? Like thinking about how long it takes, and you're right, the margins are indeed tiny, but these are fast and aggressive looks. Trey's on the site, a bit of a Christmas tree as it goes green and red on the kill feed. Hunter's Fury did deny the plant for just a little bit. Crayon immediately going back for it though, and the rest of that Hunter's Fury missing its mark. 3v3.
We do still have the Blade Storm available here for Uriel, but they die to the Shock Dart, removing it from play. Lemon here with that operator, trying to hold back the tide of Crayon, and they will. Here comes the flash, and unsuccessful as Robin puts him down, but 1v2 now. They should have this, although the reload from Axie is a bit problematic, if I'm being honest.
Aggressive? Oh, okay. That's just not fair. I guess in retrospect, the reload is a little bit more understanding now, isn't it?
Oh, it makes perfect sense now. Brilliant. Yeah, you get it to halfway. You know exactly what your opponent's gonna be because you already saw him, and you just left mouse click.
Can I get this?
Oh my goodness. That man just suppressed the entirety of that defuse. I'm loving life right now, Doc. It feels good.
This is a good map, and it's tough because sometimes when you get these matchups that are so seemingly one-sided in terms of score, it can be pretty difficult to commentate over, right? Because sometimes it's just one team just getting absolutely mollywopped, and you're just sitting here like, well, I can't say anything nice about them. But this time, it's not exactly like any real rhyme or reason that's really putting him over, I think. I think Vanquish is just better to the punch, better to the shots, and at least the rest of the game is, entertaining.
Yeah, everything coming up well. Uriel has gotten a forward position and a forward pick-off. That said, Axie has put to test that high-value weapon. The Odin doing well. Cryon re-aggresses towards mid, connects onto Polkin. Really rare, like, one-tap best headshot there from the long-range Phantom. And Ramen gets involved with a second kill of his own, meaning it's 2-on-1. The Odin now alone. And, well, Odin going Burr just to show his disappointment at that one. Not a fan of this, though. The split up here from Cryon, it might catch a player out, but it's very dangerous.
Yeah, especially with how low HP your teammate is on. It's literally a one-tap game, and if Axie's not expecting this, which they aren't apparently, Ramen is going to be able to take out ahead, and finally a second round on the board here for SDK.
Last
and
round
Cran
in the
had
half.
a perfect ultimate that round. It put them into the way back of the defender side at spawn. Nobody expected it. They didn't move. They didn't make any sound. They just hung out for 10, 15, 20 seconds, however long exactly it was, and then slowly maneuvered forward and were able to catch a couple players in the back. So that is not very common for Omen teleports, if we're being fully honest. They're sometimes used for informational plays or for like last-ditch effort plant spikes, but like not often are they useful when they're used just to get behind enemy lines.
Yikes.
Well, Lemon is certainly being useful here. Uriel falls, jet on jet action. And, you know, the key there as well, the patience of Cryon in that position. Oh my goodness, Lemon reaggresses, gets tagged by a drone, but frags to the up position, and now it's a tough spot to be in here, considering it's 3-on-5 favoring Vanquish.
He did get the ultimate out of Lemon though, which could prove impactful since it, you know, may not actually get any usage here, but definitely was expecting aggression off of that Owl drone, as we do see Zack Attack trade their life for a kill. And now it's just that 2-on-4, which is a little bit less dangerous for the defenders here. Vanquish in a great spot to hold strong. I don't think Desert's going to be expecting somebody in the little back alley here either, as they are pushing slowly forward.
Last player standing.
It's hard to expect a guy that late lurking that position.
30 seconds left.
And that's an early round position at best usually. Dots is left alone. Nice flash on the popper.
Don't make a fuss.
Finds Ramen to close the round. I said Dots alone. My apologies. Got him backwards, but you get my point. Vanquish now at 10. Hitting double digits here in the first half, Doc.
Yeah, after the games that we've already seen here tonight, it's a bit of a difference for those of you who have been here all night, but it could switch up right now, right? Like, it's the pistol round. They lost the first pistol, but SDK can bring it back, have a stellar defensive side. They can run it 12-12 again and play for that overtime position, or they could even just go 11 in a row and claim victory. But Vanquish are looking pretty good, so I don't know how I feel about those odds.
Yeah, odds not feeling great. I'm with you there. As well, Will shows us once again that if there's a bear, he will find it.
That's fine. He's just gonna map. It's like when you're trying to find the collectibles in Assassin's Creed. You just pull up the map. There's 400 of them anyway, so you're never gonna find them. But as we see, Lemon continuing to find targets to shoot as they take down Crayon. And now it's a 3v5. Make that a 1v4. Because the only one left here is Desert falling to the shock dart.
I don't know if I've seen 4 players disintegrate that quickly in a while. That's, yeah, very quickly indeed. Vanquish now at their 11th. The witching hour, you could say, for this map. This indeed is the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken. Which means that winner here goes to that best of 3. Vanquish in a
final best of 3, correct.
Quick peeks now.
So SDK, believe it or not, actually beat the team that you and I commentated earlier, Raw Talent. They beat them 1-0.
Oh, really?
I don't know exactly what the score line was, but they beat them. And on the other side of our semifinal bracket, we do have Flu Esports going up against Celestial Violet. I do know that Celestial was on stream earlier today. With our other
Purple, I think, was on stream.
Okay. Well, the brand is showing up.
Concealment.
True. I'd give Flu the edge on that one more than likely, but we'll see. I doubt it's going to be as dominant as this is looking. I think we're already down a player though, so not entirely winning in this round. They're grouping towards B here, Doc, and there's actually quite a number of players here committed. 3, in fact. Good read here from SDK.
Pulling them in.
Oh man, they just completely run over Ramen. Zack Attack, though, is in a position to counter attack as Uriel also picks one up. Vulcan's gonna get one. Crayon picks up another, and now all of a sudden it's a 1v3 with 42 HP. Not stellar.
30 seconds.
Seen better, and they're dead. As Uriel hits a crispy one-tap with that share.
Through the wall, for good measure. Just, you know, case.
Through the window, through the wall. I don't know how to play that into paper mache, but just too many syllables in paper mache.
Well, I mean, also, you know, FCC guidelines and such. You know, gotta keep things reasonable.
Good old D-Maca.
There we go, yeah. SDK, nicely done to pick up a round, right? I mean, that's not something they've been doing regularly. So you got to take them where you got to take the victories where they come. Not at all being Okay, Polk.
Not great.
That's not ideal for Zack Attack at the very least. Oh man. He ducked right into that one too. The bad aim for Polkin really didn't work out in his favor.
Nope, the spray down from the Spectre barely gonna work out. I think he gets rushed by Polkin. Crayon simply did not expect that aggression as Polkin now uses that stolen Phantom to pick up a third of their own, and they're already planting here on the A site. They know where one member of the defenders are as Desert does take out top, but now they just have to defend 2v2. That is actually not great as Uriel takes out Polkin.
Yeah, good timing. I don't think they're going to be aware of Dots in this position, though. It's a tough place, and he might catch a timing. Does! Big timing from Dots! And that's a double kill. Clutch is there in the bag for Vanquish, and it's match point.
What's really tragic about that one specifically is that Uriel actually covered up Dots. Dots was in the doorway, not really completely covered. I mean, we'll see again here as they are just hanging out right behind that door frame. Complete smoke cover. It's about to dissipate. Gets a little bit of extra help there from Uriel, and then the spray down comes through, and the call just simply cannot come quick enough. There's too many bullets. The TTK is not super high, so they do not get the chance to 180 him. Although that would have been sick. I would have loved that.
And yeah, it could have happened, but it would have been a real tough shot for sure. Paranoid and fragged is Dots as Cryon gets aggressive. It's a nice find for SDK, and Zack Attack similarly finds success aggressing towards B.
Blocking sight.
So this is an interesting position to be in as SDK finally ahead for once, and in a 5-on-3.
That said, they just give up the plants, deciding to play complete retake. Lemon's gonna take out Desert. There's another member hiding in the smoke here. Will they expect it? As the Cosmic Divide comes up, the spray is not gonna connect. Uriel takes out Lemon 2v4.
Turrets destroyed.
It's doable.
Difficult though. Top needs to find a timing. Swings and misses. Zack Attack recovering a rifle, gets a double kill to close the round. 3 to finish out for him. And the unfortunate scenario here, Doc, is that if I am doing math correctly, there's still 8 rounds between SDK and a tied scoreline.
Correct. It's exactly like they write it up there in Common Core, right? You put the 12, you put your minus sign, you put the 4, then you do some advanced calculus, and then you come up with 8.
I thought I was gonna get memed for a second, and then it was just a boomer joke, and I'm like fully on board now. See, yeah. I love it. This is why Doc and I get on so well.
Get out of my way.
We just both boomers at heart.
I can't even spell Common Core. It's wonderful. Just like that, though, we're heading into the 17th round here. It's still one does it for Vanquish. They just need to get one, and that is not the start they were looking for.
Man, we missed the perfect segue there. Speaking of Common Core, there's a 0 point, but oh, Cryon double, make it 3 for Cryon. One more potentially available.
Triple.
Taxi, and what a pre-fire from Cryon. He's heard the audio cue and just started firing. Man, nicely done, my Cryon, and SDK continue on living.
Staying alive. They are 3 ultimates available as well. Got Crayon, who had the picture perfect teleport in the first half. Blade Storm, which has been, I don't actually think we've seen it happen from Uriel, to be fully honest with you. Then we also have that Empress there from Zack Attack, which can be so tide-turningly stunning. And so they are set up to really actually get some good progress here. It's 4 Sheriffs and a Marshal, though, so you definitely can't count out Vanquish right now.
Wasn't it Uriel who had that really nice round with the Blade Storm on B with the quad kill earlier on?
No.
No, it wasn't?
Don't believe so.
All right. If it was Uriel, our apologies.
Well, Vincent's apologies. I don't apologize for anything. As Desert takes out the head of top. And Lemon's trying here in tree, but not gonna quite be able to hit any shots. And they get deep through 2 walls. Literally, what are these made of? There were 2 4-foot brick slots just standing in the way, and the bullet said, "Nah, fam, watch this."
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know how bullets continue to be accurate through brick walls, but hey, magic is magic. I'll take it. Well, at the very least, SDK will take it. Now they have a choice. Ramen, nicely done. Finishes off Lemon.
Flawless.
And the rest of the team coming in from behind and the front and the side and, well, basically everywhere.
It's happening. It's 12-6 now as we do get an attacker-sided timeout.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, Vanquish are recognizing, hey, something's not working. Let's have a chat, guys. Let's have a little bit of a talk and see if we can't figure out what's going on.
I'm such a big fan of how early this timeout's being called. It's what, 3 or 4 rounds lost in a row now, and Vanquish are, like you said, recognizing, okay, let's take a pause, take a moment, think about what we're doing, and then make a plan. All we need to do is have one really good round, one solid execute, one good defensive hold of a site once taken, and we win. It is really not that complex, right? So I think this is an incredibly intelligent early decision. Whoever's making those choices there, the end game leader for Vanquish, really well done here.
Yeah, and it's so smart. On top of everything you mentioned, it stalls out the momentum there of SDK. Yes, they also get that same amount of time to talk up their own strategy, but as they're on the defending side, they're playing so much more reactionary. They don't have the literal objective of the game of doing stuff. They have to hang out and stop the other team from doing stuff, which means that any conversation they may have could be completely invalidated by the enemy team. So it forces them to sit on their hands, not do anything for the minute that you are timed out, and actually sit there in timeout like they did something wrong.
Yeah. Timeout's over. No, now. Flash comes out.
You should run.
That flash drive, and it's successful in netting some area of effect. Unfortunately, Zack Attack goes down. The res coming out here from Lemon onto Dots, who had used that null command. Still 4 players alive here for SDK, but Lemon's on the site. Nobody detained just yet. Cryon frags. Only 2 left, and Cryon continues his absolutely incredible run of rounds. A triple once again, and a 7th for SDK.
Cryon's becoming a one-man show at this point, just absolutely dragging SDK, kicking and screaming through every single one of these rounds. I think he's got a 3K in every round they've won, it feels like. The absolute madness coming out of this Omen right now is the reason that, I mean, they're tied for the top of the scoreboard now, but they are putting in so much more work than Uriel, it seems.
Yeah, certainly feels that way. Uriel had some great moments there in half number 1, and indeed some decent moments here in the half number 2, but it has been Cryon doing that heavy lifting for SDK. But look at this. It's going to be aggression here from Vanquish towards the A area. 4 players committed with the spike, only 1 on the opposing site. That's the Killjoy, who doesn't have a lockdown, so you're not going to be doing the full lockdown bait and switch, but this could be pretty decent. A 4-player push here onto A.
You do get the paranoia and a smoke out of the SDK side there. Cryon just trying to make sure that nobody is bum rushing him through garage. Robin, though, gonna spot out with the owl drone, make the call that something's happening. They get the dink and immediately fall. Desert takes out Lemon, though, and the rotations are starting to come through, but Uriel with the knives come out. Axie's down 4v1. I feel like there weren't that many kills, and all of a sudden they're all dead.
Yeah, I kind of am with you. I was like, wait, hold on. 1, 2, wait.
Carry the 1, carry the 7. I lost track.
Yeah, I did too. Must be that darn math again. Uriel has gotten that frag. I can count to 3. He's got 1, 2, 3 on the round. Talking about Cryon. Uriel doing work that one.
I just looked at the number in the side of the screen there. Works out wonderfully. Thanks, Riot.
1 second.
Appreciate it. Right, helping us all out, you know.
They're back onto a save round too. They just got some sheriffs. Something I would like to see here, Vincent, that I genuinely don't see almost ever here in Valorant, that I used to see a ton of in Counter-Strike, is the pistol timeout, where you just don't buy anything, hang out in your spawn for a minute 20, and then just go W key the spike somewhere. Like, what is that shot?
I feel like that was definitely an attainable shot for Uriel. I don't know if our screen was the same as what he saw, to be fair. You know, latency and all that. But
oh, God.
A nice shot from Lemon to open up the round. Then maybe that's what Vanquish needed. But they still got sheriffs and Lemon's deadly Marshall on the board. The Owl drone's gonna pass in the night, as owls do, trying to gain some information, but ultimately neither of them finding much of anything.
What's kind of unfortunate about them taking out the sniper there, well, I guess it doesn't matter because Lemon grabs it, but right, like when you're stealing away a weapon, I feel like ideally you want a rifle, not the operator here, because it's so much more versatile and can add so much punch to your potential take. But with Lemon trading out the Marshal for the operator, I think it's totally fine. I'm actually genuinely surprised he's able to sneak that far into market and secure it without anybody even challenging him.
Run.
I think they just kind of had to give that area up to SDK. Now we see the lockdown coming through, and I like this because this was, you know, they're already in an advantage position. The Hunter's Fury denies the lockdown and actually gets a bit of a tag onto one player. The lockdown from the opposition comes through as the defenders turn to take a look. But speaking of the offense, they take the Hunter's Fury out and do the exact same. So it's 2 ultimates, 2 trades, and nothing gained. As now the Cosmic Divide is ultimately going to be really locking Ramen out of this site for quite a while. He's gonna have to make a decision eventually, and oh man, Polkin is in absolutely the worst spot for it. But Dessert, what a great timing. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter for SDK because Vanquish shut down the rest of the retake on the last 2 players, and SDK's potential comeback falls there at 8-13, a frustrating end to what SDK was starting to look and make very interesting.
Comeback season was definitely alive and well right there, and unfortunately it was cut short a little bit early there by Vanquish. But I mean, that last sequence of events was really quite something. Like you were saying, both lockdowns used, both Hunter's Fury used just to nullify each other. And then that Cosmic Divide, excuse me, we talked about like some not so great uses of it. I loved that one, especially with that weird little perch that it created, that was just like a wall thing. Yeah, it didn't it didn't work out specifically for that one player, but overall as a team it worked out, and they even won off of a thrifty, which that's a heck of a way to go out in the best of 1 series. But ups to SDK for making it this far. I mean, falling 1 game short of the grand finals is definitely nothing to hang your head at, and it just means that Vanquish are now in for that grand final best of 3.
That they are. I mean, Vanquish making a run here, doing well. I think this is the first time that this team will have been making a POV grand finals. I maybe need a fact check on that just for, you know, good measure, but I haven't seen them there. The other good news here, I mean, Lemon having a great performance there, 18-14, big rounds there with the operator. We saw that big Marshall kill that really started the eventual tide of Vanquish to finish out the game. But man, I will say, it does beg the question, you know, moving into finals, like, is this team got some choking problems? Is this, you know, going to come up again? I don't know, but it does worry me a little bit, Doc, doesn't it?
That said, we do have their opponent for the grand final. This is going to be Flu Esports, who did take it over Celestial Violet. So definitely going to be a hard-fought match regardless. And yeah, I mean, if they do choke against a higher caliber team potentially than SDK, you know, those 5 rounds potentially become much more meaningful, right? If you don't come into that half 10-2, you may be potentially losing that map versus winning it. So with that said, I do want to give another shout out to our tournament this weekend, the Radiant Arena week 3 of 3. We've already handed out thousands of dollars in prize pools for that event. If you guys have missed already, that is unfortunate, but there is one last chance for you to get a piece of your own pie there. $1,000 on the line. Be sure to get involved. Be sure to sign up because that's just this Friday. It's literally in 2 days and spots are limited. It is not an open bracket like tonight. You do need to make sure that you are involved. Hit up the GLG Twitter, use the ! Radiant command in chat, and be sure to sign up and earn your money here at the Radiant Arena. And with that, we'll be right back for Grand Finals.
Let's make this quick, bro. I got things to do.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the Radiant Arena is back. Wait, Harry, do I really need to say this cringe shit?
I mean, it's what Ben wanted.
You got it. Join us for 3 weekends of Valorant and a $3,000 prize pool. Sign up now on Community Gaming.
Get out of here!
Can you dig it?
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah.
are you beautiful folks doing? Welcome back to the grand finals of this Pit of Valor. My name is Vincent, now joined on the mic by Mick. It's a great time. We're going to have a great time. I hope all of you are here for the ride. Flu Esports and Vanquish, who we just saw play in our semifinal, took dominant victory over SDK in the early stages, then started to take their foot off the gas pedal. They aren't going to be able to take their foot off the gas pedal here against Flu, I don't believe. Mick, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, dude. I'm ready. After all these games leading up to this point, until that last one, we had a little bit of a run there, but we've had a lot of good matches, a lot of overtimes for two of the matches. One of them being darn near close to getting there, being 13-11, and then we kind of had a little bit of a comeback series in the last one, not able, as you said, to really finish it out. But it's been a good lead so far, regardless of the circumstances.
Been feeling good. And well, you know what else feels good? Map picks here, as we have them dialed in and ready to go. We're going to start out over on Haven. It's the pick of Flu Esports. Then we head to the Dusty Bind. That's going to be Vanquish's pick. And then to close us out, what else but the Tier 2, Tier 3 special, Ascent. What do you feel about this map, Bull, mate?
I mean, Haven and Bind, I'm not exactly a big fan of them. Haven's very one-sided when it comes around to that attack, but I'm hoping, being this is grand finals, we can have that kind of flipped on its head, and we can see some really good holds from these guys, some really good comps to just stomp everything out and find a little bit of an even half on our hands. And then when it comes around to Bind, I just have a little vendetta with it because I never perform well on it. So it's just kind of a personal issue, really. I mean, it could be a great map for a lot of people, but I mean, even Nitro from 100 Thieves, he completely agrees with me. It's not the best map. So I got the pros on my side for that one. But around on Ascent,
just classic cherry picking one pro, of course, you know.
Yeah. But I mean, really, when you dish it down, Ascent, I personally like this. I know how you feel, but I'm excited to see exactly what could come out from it, because that's typically more defense-sided from what we've seen today thus far. So, I mean,
just slightly, though. I
mean, not too much of an odd margin there. But, I mean, maybe we can see something once again flipped on its head. A little bit of a wild card here and find ourselves one hell of a series if we can really dish it out.
I sure hope so. I mean, I'm in for it. No matter how this rolls, 2-0, 2-1. I mean, that's the only way it could happen. But anyway that it runs, I'm definitely here for it. My money feels like it's on Flu. The problem that I have with Vanquish is I just haven't seen enough of this team. I mean, Flu showed up to last week's Radiant Arena. They didn't win, their group or anything, I don't think, but they did do a bit better than I had imagined. They kind of punched above their weight, and for that, I got to give credit where it's due. They also were taking names in last week's POV as well, which is certainly something that I am on the lookout for. So now they return, and I'm definitely feeling that they have a chance to pull out the victory.
And I mean, that's definitely, I kind of like your odds there, but I'm gonna go ahead and take the other side of the field, go with Vanquish, because I mean, Flu, I casted on them earlier and they just seemed a little bit slow to the cut. So I mean, not exactly having too many updates, being able to see what was really going on in that semifinals. Maybe they were just kind of dusting themselves off a little bit more, kind of greasing up the wheels a little bit, trying to get a little bit more speed on their hands. But I mean, from what I saw, I feel like Vanquish compared to Flu, I feel like they could go ahead and close them out pretty quickly to give themselves that early lead. But as long as they find a little bit of momentum to work off of, I feel like that's where they could definitely shine. So I'm here for either way, if we're being completely honest, because I mean, once again, I would love to see myself a map 3, at least an overtime on one of these maps to give us at least something to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, Flu last week eventually went down to Exalved in the quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken. It was a tough game, so they ran into a bit of a tough draw there. Now they've had a chance to make a run. Now a little bit lighter field. I won't say weaker, because that's not necessarily the case. Just we have 32 teams instead of 64, the norm. So, you're missing that around a 64 round that half of the teams get taken out in, but it certainly is still a grand accomplishment making it to where they're at. And Vanquishers, Vanquish the same. I'm trying to call them Vanquishers for some reason. No idea why. I've just pulled that straight out of my brain and it's gone into the cast. You know how it goes. But Yeah, I think that this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be, I think really we're going to see a tone being set over on Haven here. And what I mean by that is that I actually don't necessarily think that I don't necessarily think that the who picked which map is going to make the biggest difference here. I think that it's just going to be who comes out and who is doing well early days on Haven. And I think that's going to be momentum-wise what helps to roll them on and take the victory overall.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that, especially the kind of momentum that Haven brings to the table. I mean, it's one heck of a starter if that's what we're really playing off of, because you have that attack side. It absolutely just really brings a lot. It's one heck of a start. It's a just absolute full force, no bars held back kind of start, especially if you get lucky enough to be on that offense. So as long as you can find those first 2 rounds, go ahead and force into it and then just absolutely steamroll from that point out. I feel like it could definitely be a blowout or darn near close of it for this first map. And bind is where all the breaks are going to have to be pulled out for the other side of the field, because it's just going to seem like it'll be a snowball effect up to that point. We may see a couple rounds here and there for each side of the field on defense, but I don't feel like it'll be enough to really sit there and say, oh, we got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I hate it. You know, I would love to see it kind of go back and forth, see some really unique plays that could really stall out the game, especially on a map like that. But I just feel like we're not really in those shoes yet in the meta. And we haven't exactly seen enough out of these agents and the synergies with KO to really bring that to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. Not necessarily seeing enough. We saw the KO on the semifinal there, coming in from Vanquish, and I thought it did okay. There was some good ideas, some good set plays being set up with it. There was that one play in mid where the 0 point got thrown in. That's the knife, if you're not familiar. It got thrown in early into the mid connector, and it was in order to set up the operator player in order to get a pick. I thought that really was a good play. It made sense, but it didn't necessarily work out all that often. So I'm hoping that some of those plays, if we see a KO, are going to work out a little bit better, are going to look a little bit better. But we were just waiting on one player to get confirmed, and that has happened as we head in to Haven here on the grand finals of this Pit of Valor.
Here we go. You know, this is what we talked about last week. We were hoping for Astra here a couple times when it came around to Haven, and we're finally seeing it. So I'm hoping that can really bring something to the table, because I don't think we've really seen an Astra all day, just generally, besides in that last match.
I mean, the opening game that I casted today, we saw one, but it certainly wasn't a consistency. And this is the first time I'm actually getting to see a KO mirror. I've never actually seen this in a live match before today, where we're going to see 2 KOs. I mean, Dots hasn't locked in yet, but Dots was playing the KO last time out, and I have no reason to think that that's not going to be the case here, considering that I think KO works fairly well on Haven as a map. Not that KO is relatively bad anywhere. I mean, maybe you could argue he's bad on Breeze. I think you can make that argument with as open as that area is. It's a lot harder to get value out of that 0 point it's more difficult to get value out of both the flash drive and the null command there. So maybe you can make that argument, but that's neither here nor there. So we see that the lock-ins are here. Sovas for both sides, Cyphers for both sides, Jets for both sides. And then that's where you see the KO, and then it's Omen for Virginia. But Polkin, as you mentioned, Astra confirmed.
So, looking at this setup, are you favoring the side of Astra or Omen? That's really what it comes down to, is what it sounds like. Who's going to be more proficient with their utility, and who's going to find a little bit more impact overall?
See, the hard part is that the Astra is such a hard character to play, hard agent to get full value out of. It's about whether or not Tolkien can get that max value. I think Astra, from just in a vacuum, has more potential than Omen, but if you're not getting the value, then it doesn't matter.
I'm with you on that, and everything kind of leading up to this, I feel like with this being grand finals, we could definitely see a good bit of that potential. Maybe not on a pro tier level by any means, but definitely darn near enough to really give us in these first rounds, this top already gets a opening shot here, clean at that with the head on Chroma, just enough to really play with.
Indeed, Veldo involved onto that Astra player, and Drios finds a fourth position as well. So Blue taking names and taking frags. That said, Drios on the retreat gets punished, and it's still 3-on-3.
And a slow one at that. Looking at all this utility all over the field, we have these charms placed out. We have a lot of utility that was bought, just not able to be utilized to its fullest extent. The Flu does still have that tripwire out. It does still have the cam over towards C, so they do have a little bit more intel. But A is wide open right now, and it looks like Vanquish is still keeping their eyes towards it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan here was for Flu. If you're gonna have the cam at C, why not commit towards A? But I guess because the cam's not super committed, you're just kind of committed to nothing, which is kind of the problem. You're like half committed to everything, full committed to nothing, and that's gonna leave the A site wide open. Now they are gonna get that information as Vel finds the. Or rather sees all of the utility go down there, not only on the map, but in front of his face. Paranoia comes out, and this is pretty much everyone. As does the 0 point, or rather the flash drive, and push comes in. It's Axie who has frags, a double kill, low HP as well. And that's Axie to take Virginia down. Has the best gun in the game when it comes to the skin for the for the pistol. I love it. It's absolutely great. That ghost skin is the best.
Yeah, and just everything right there, also the best in terms of plays of how Vanquish really followed that out. I think it was more of a slip up from the likes of Flu, not exactly being fluent onto that side, finding that retake, getting those angles that they need, because, I mean, we had Vel being pretty rushed onto that side. We didn't exactly see too much tempo from the man, and a lot of coordination from his team with that 0 point. So going forward, I'd like to see a little bit more comms, a little bit more, you know, visible comms from each side of the field to really show some more clean executions.
We'll have to see if that can come out. A successful 0 point early on does make life a little bit more difficult there for Flu as they're caught out. That said, more so caught out by the fact that they're down around, and Lemon next on to Chrome. That opens up towards that B side as see the fragment coming in, trying to deny area. Unfortunately for Tots, though, he walks straight into the crosshairs of the opposing KO, and that evens the score to 4 apiece. Lemon on top of this site is in a bit of a weird spot. Another 0 point coming in. It denies Lemon any usage of those abilities for just a moment. Has to swing and Fraggleton frags. It's Virginia on the backside. Virginia with a double. Nicely done. One player left alive now in window. It's Axie. And he's connected with 1 kill, but Drios trades. And that's a great example of a very good utility, usage from KO in my book.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, just flooding out that site, finding every single angle to play into, getting the intel all really remotely in the same time, especially following up with all that intel that you get from your teammates, making those calls there to back with that plants, and just so much chaos going on, as we can see right here in the replay. It's just overall, the communication was there, and it was enough to really buff out that first round to go ahead and tie up this game, even on top of Vanquish having those better buys and those better weaponry. It just absolutely spotlights these guys as a team and what they could bring going forward as a defense.
Blue Esports in a pretty good position now off the back of that. It's not a full giveaway here for Vanquish, as you have half bot. Paranoia, though, hits big, and Fraggleton gets involved with the help of Virginia, who's got 2 of his own. 2 players left alive there for the offense. They were going to be moving up long with the spike, but when the rest of Vanquish got put into early graves, they sort of rethought their strategies.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't blame them. You're kind of stuck now at this C site. You have Vel set up on the end, and anything, they're just walking into crosshairs.
1 enemy remaining.
You mean like that? Yeah, basically like that. pretty clean, pretty swift, just enough to give your team that edge. And what looked like darn near a free round, only having one man drop off the board, being Virginia. And even then, he's got his. He found himself a couple kills. He's got himself on the board, and he's the only one on the side of Flu Esports with an ultimate right now. And I'm sure he's going to make some use of that on the defensive side for those quicker rotates.
Chrome, you can't be tactically crouching on your opponent when you've missed more shots than a blind man does it at the gun range. I mean, come on now.
I mean, you know what Chrome does, right? You know, like Chrome rims are very shiny. The sun reflects off of them, and it's hard to see. I think that's really what's going on here.
Well, I mean, the problem is he can't be reflecting light off himself and blinding himself.
I don't know. You never know. Those eyelids, if the cheekbones are too defined.
Well, I mean, look, Chrome doing well here. He's able to get that opening frag. And I guess maybe not that bad of a deal. This top gets his forward position on the site. Paranoia comes in, but just misses its mark. So he's still able to see, and Polkin returns. That said, Vanquish not in a good spot. They're down a player. I'm not sure what the point of checking that camera was, other than giving his position away. It's now a 2-on-4. Nice gravity well. Does a lot of damage with the shock darts. With 2 players now low, the defuse is coming in, and Hunter's Fury committed. Didn't quite get halfway. I don't think they did. Yeah, not quite.
Standing.
Unfortunately, Axie falls. Polkin now on the flank is the last hope for Vanquish. And the spike has been ticking so very far. The defuse is halfway. Chrome gets the frag, and with 2.5 seconds remaining, Blue Esports take the round.
And Fraggleton, I mean, look at that, man. 1 health. All you had to do was just spit on this guy, and he would have found a way to die on that. I mean, just bringing it out with literally almost nothing left. Good enough on these guys for Flu Esports to find themselves another round. And not only they're pretty dominant for this defense, I must say. I mean, it's pretty nice to see this. You don't typically see this kind of lineup in terms of rounds on this map, especially. And for Flu to be the ones who kind of, were proving me wrong right now, because they kind of had a slow start earlier. They definitely found their flow, and these guys are locked in.
Oh my goodness, Chrome fragging about as fast as you like. Finding that opening duel and taking out one of the sheriffs of Vanquish on the Shiko. Blue Esports in prime position.
Oh. Prime indeed, man. That was juicy.
Polkin is now terrified. It's like, please don't hurt me. I'm begging you. Ooh, speaking of juicy, nice shot from top. Can I get the neural theft out? And that gives the information that at least A is open for the time being. 0 point straight back online here for Vel. As is a whole lot of his utility. There goes that fragment. Going to try and deny the plant, but ultimately it doesn't happen. 0 point comes back in. Drios takes the frag off the back of it. But that's not going to matter as Chrome comes in for help. Top the sole survivor now. Or rather, no, top falls. It's the Soba who's actually the sole survivor. That's Axie on the flank, but Drios checks it. He's far too prepared.
Hey, man, great Sobas think alike, and we see them just lining up eye to eye in this situation. And the way that plays out, not exactly able to give up the Hunter Fury. Everybody has their ults, and looking at Drios and the other, looking at Chrome as well. I mean, that, once again, another defensive round for him. I mean, I'm just absolutely in awe for the way they're playing this game. And if you look at the scoreboard, just across the field, they're just fragging out. And I think that's really what it dwindles down to. Just looking and seeing how they're winning these gunfights. And I'm pretty sure that's got to be Vanquish's timeout coming in, because they're seeming to struggle a little bit, especially for a map that's already in their favor.
5 kills for the majority of Flu Esports players. 5 ults for the Flu Esports side. And this time out, it's going to have to be a gargantuan one. Since Vanquish are in a real tough spot. If you're Vanquish, what are you planning here, Meg?
I mean, it's rough. You really have to sit there, obviously, win your gunfights, but that's too simple. I mean, otherwise, if we sit there and listen to our own advice of just clicking heads and not dying, we'd all be rating it right now. But I mean, there's more to it when kind of their pacing is really what I want to look at. They're kind of a little too indecisive. By the time they get that spike down, Flu has just a lot of time to react. They haven't really invested too much utility to get onto a site or really to fight one initially. So by the time that, Vanquish wants to decide to go somewhere else, Flu has everything at their exposure or at their disposal to really play with at that time. I think they need to bait something out here, find a little bit of something somewhere to give themselves a little more preparation for the next go around.
Preparation and put the herd on a site is what I'm hearing from Mick.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if that can happen. It's a tough position to be in, but Vel's aggressive once again. Oh, top, you poor boy.
Oh,
he's just walked straight into a murder hole.
Yeah, I mean, running into that and then on top of that, just finding something else behind it. You can't be a lowly Cypher and just wander on your own like some kind of adventure.
Well, Trios is on an adventure, and it's called Fragtown. As he pulls up with 3. Axie does trade eventually with a shock dart, but it's only Axie who lives. Fraggleton on the back of this site with rotations coming in quickly. Looks like Axie heard that rotation from Vel and has a bit of an idea. That's going to give the idea away as suppressed is Axie and fragged off the back of it.
Cage triggered.
What just great shots here. I mean, look at the comms, everything. Fraggleton kind of oblivious of the whereabouts right there of, Axie, but it was enough once his teammate got that pick. It was so quick, so concise, and just absolutely pinpoint for his team for everybody to lock in on that. And I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see Axie trying to make it out there a lot quicker, trying to get scot-free essentially and find a plant somewhere to get those extra creds going forward, because as we can see right now, they're not doing too well in econ. They have to find at least a plant, something more to play with, because they are just absolutely in the rough and in the red when it comes around to what they're having to deal with.
Right now, Flu is showing off why I put them as the potential victors here. Big whiff spray there from Vel. Chrome, though, just says hello. Oh! Wow, that's another shot. Nearly hits the third, but it's a bit off as the flash drive comes in. Misses its mark. Chrome somehow gets away with his life. He's just gotten away with absolutely everything. And despite the lack of weapons, that is unreasonable. As we see from the shadows of the defense, Flu getting a bit of a forward position. Gets sent back immediately, though, so it's really just a fact-finding tour.
There's an Axie. He's kind of waiting on that push to come through from Chrome. And, I mean, the way he's been playing, I'm sure the aggression could come through with that smoke from Hulkin. That's really nice for your teammates to give you that kind of assist. And they do make the call. We do see rotation possibly coming through, and it looks like they're going right into Flu's hands once again over here on this B site. The preparation, man, it's impeccable.
Seems like everyone is straight into Flu's hands, to be fair. As the gravity well comes down, it leaves a couple of players vulnerable here. Hunter's Fury committed from the defense of Flu. Does a little bit of damage and actually was going to find a kill, but it's Axie who gets the kill instead. Axie continuing to frag, but no time left. Drios only has to survive. And doesn't give Axie the chance to get a big clutch. Operator recovered as well as the last couple of players play Ring Around the Rosie.
Once again, man, it's just that indecisiveness. I mean, you never really get in those situations where you're not on the site to where you have to get that plant down, because as we saw right there, Drios was ready for it. He had that Hunter's Fury out ready to go to kind of stall it as best as possible, and he definitely did a damn good job. And kind of following through with that, there's not enough there. I feel like Vanquish is a little bit too scatterbrained right now. They're kind of shaken up from the fact of how they're kind of getting, absolutely dominated from the likes of a defense on Haven. They don't really know how to react. They think it's more of a read, but it's really just Chrome fragging out with this operator right now.
Chrome playing about as well as his web browser counterpart. As Flu are in a prime position. There goes that Cosmic Divide, though, from Vanquish. Nicely done on that utility. It works out wonders for the entry, but the secondary follow-up is a little bit slow. Top's there for it, though, with the 2-on-2. There's big ults available. There's that neural theft coming out early, and here it is. Null command being committed. Flash drive through, double as they come in. Two players gonna get backed up, but Bell has that frag. Fraggleton around the corner, a secondary one as well, and Flu are at 7.
That hurts, dude. That hurts. Just when you think they can find a round, just when Vanquish really get themselves in a post-play situation, they bring out all the ults, they get all the information. It's just those gunfights they don't follow through with and can't win. And I mean, all in all, it's scary to think about going forward, because it seems like right now Axie's the only one who can really keep up, and it's not purely by positioning, because he's done a great job staying alive, keeping himself in the game, but also when he does go up front, he's Sova. He's typically a passive player. You have to go ahead and get that intel and let your teammates play off of it, and he just doesn't have that backup.
Well, I mean, I would say that that's part of the reason, scoreboard-wise, he's looking so strong. I think everyone pretty much equally here from Vanquish doing a bit of struggling. Axie just kind of the top of that struggle bus. And well, if you're on top of the struggle bus, is that even something to write home about? But Chrome he's just threading needles.
Oh my God.
Oh, Virginia.
Oh,
doing them dirty. And Chrome as well. A third on the round. Drios does fall to Dots on that KO, but it's just one return to 3 aggressions. And well, Vel, nice kill. Dots, I'm sorry, babe, but you cannot peek that flash before it pops. Rule 1 of that's basically rule 1 of pop flashing.
Yeah, this man obviously doesn't have too much of a CS:GO background, because that's not how that works, Chief. Maybe Phoenix would be more up his avenue, going ahead and getting around that corner. But I mean, the way things are panning out, that round just clean. It was surgical. I mean, any kind of thing that came through, as you said, threading the needle from Chrome with that off, finding the shots, whether they were be through small little margins or just wide open picks, he was finding them all and just creating one big old comfy blanket for his team to sit in called victory. It's essentially insane.
Again, that 0 point doing wonders from Bell early on. It denies the Cypher any sort of utility early days and makes life quite miserable. Lemon forward position, but gets shut down by Drios on the swing. Virginia on the site. Might find Axie. There's that neural theft. 3 players alive, and Polkin finds one back. So 4 on 3. Not bad.
It's definitely much better than we've seen leading up to this point, but you do have to consider those health pools and the fact that Chrome actually didn't get his first tap of the game. So, oh my God, here's a chance. God can die.
Big miss shot there, like you say, from Chrome. Drios connects on the shock dart to deny the initial plant. Fraggleton and Virginia come in together and both take a piece of the pie. And Flu Esports, well, their pie just keeps on growing. And I'm hoping that it's some pecan pie, because that would sound very good right about now.
That does sound pretty good. I'm more of a Apple guy, but you know, Apple and his squad, they kind of got knocked out a couple rounds ago. So sadly, those are out of the picture. But I mean, the big picture is Flu, as we mentioned, that momentum right up front, getting it on map 1 to really carry it over. I mean, as long as this half, once it comes around, doesn't absolutely just put a complete 180 on the likes of these guys, they could be carrying themselves all the way to a 2-0 fairly quickly, and Vanquish just can't find their mind to get together.
We'll give context and caveat that by saying that this is the map pick of Flu, and that's a nice shutdown. No more potential for that Blade Storm, and well, no more players here at this site. Off the back of the null command, everyone's shut down and shut out. 2 players left alive here for Flu in a round that looks like it's finally going Vanquish's way.
Indeed it is, and it just really comes down to these 2 guys between Vel and Frag. And I've seen Frag do some crazy things, but it just doesn't seem to show to the light of day this time around, as Vanquish finally finds himself something else on the board to work with, not only having 1 point for this whole half. So working with that 2, they're only going to be in a maximum a 6-round deficit. So, you know, or 7-round, excuse me. So with that kind of being considered, it's concerning, dude. It really is, especially when you're looking at this comp. I mean, obviously you have KO and Jet, and I like to consider KO almost a duelist with the way he kind of plays. So how everything's panning out for these guys, they're going to be sitting a lot more comfy the second time around.
I'll be honest, I think you're going to probably rethink that at some point in the future on the duelist idea, but it's just my idea. Virginia's ideas are more like shoot him in the head. And, well, I guess that ain't a bad idea, to be fair. Vanquish is in a spot where they've got quite a few ultimates to work with, don't they?
Quite a bit. I'm with you on that. They just have to make the most of them. They have to find themselves another round here. And going forward, I mean, you have the Astral Divide, you have the Narrow Theft, you have so much to work with, and nothing really too offensive except the Hunter's Fury. And being on that attack, you typically want to save that for a post-plant situation. So they have to find a spike somewhere and to really feel incentivized to use it.
All right, about that, you could go fishing, but that's, well, a bit of a fishing expedition. And you never know if you're going to catch anything, so that's the risk you take. So we see no fear, no time really to walk this, even if they wanted to. Vanquish
30
out
seconds left.
and proud here on the site as the null command is being utilized. It's shut down though.
Where is everyone hiding?
3 players taken out there by the Vanquish attack. Moves this into a 2-on-3, and now that Cosmic Divide can come out as the potential for the Hunter's Fury that you were talking about.
And I'm surprised they got to this point. Vanquish find themselves on that side, getting a couple kills, making it clean at that. But that would be all 3 ultimates for this round alone as Drios makes his way onto site and is creating quite a statement.
Well, Polkin's the one who's really making the big statements here. He takes all the frags and
switching sides.
That's 3 on the round for Polkin, who's now taking the lead on the Flu side. I say the Flu side, that's the Vanquish side. Just swapping over, getting my my things backwards because we just swapped. It's halftime, of course, 9-3.
And oddly enough, you know, the way things have swapped, we see Vanquish on the other side of the field in this deficit. I mean, the way they just absolutely dominated that last game. They had a little bit of a comeback coming towards their way, but now it's their turn to make one of their own because they're not in as much of a deficit as we saw last time around, the ones that they put on their opponents. But it's definitely not something to scoff at if you are these guys on the squad, trying to find yourself at least a dub for map 1 to create a little bit of breathing room in the series.
Certainly is not insignificant, their deficit. The push, though, working out well here for Flu in the early stages. Faking on the spike to bait out the util. Successful at doing that. Chrome, board position with the Frenzy. Connects with 1, but has to reload. Tries to use the updraft, but can't do it fast enough. Polkin has 2 now. Right close. Good, though, from Virginia. And that's Flu Esports putting themselves on double digits.
Quite a check mark it is to reach, especially this early into a half, getting it off the pistols, and you can see them right now. Confidence, you know, everything. Spirits are high, and they are riding it like a cloud. I mean, just absolutely forcing these Bulldogs, a Phantom with half, as we see out of Chrome, and Drios running the same thing as Fraggleton. I mean, they are feeling themselves. They'll having to kind of dwindle himself down a little bit on terms of that buy. I think he's kind of acting as that backup just in case anything does go wrong, but I don't think that's what they're expecting with how they've been performing thus far.
Chrome has taken a very aggressive purchasing position. The 0 point coming in does deny any of the potential for like a dash in, but weaponry advantage. It's just all over. You blink and you miss it, Mick.
Yeah, that was you gotta give me a minute. I'm gonna go call the morgue. I want to make sure that I gotta get this appointment together.
I mean, that round going about as quick as a lap around the Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Oh my goodness. I mean, at this stage, we do see, you know, Vanquish, they have a couple rifles in their hand, but Polkin, he doesn't have the full armor to play with. Axie, you got money, buddy. There you go. Are you back from the bathroom? All right, let's get back in this game. Maybe you were stopped up, and that was kind of holding you back. So maybe you can find some frags here. find yourself some fights to win because your team needs it.
Yeah, the team certainly needs it. I'm with you there. Chrome taking frags once again, opening sights. They call him the can opener, though unfortunately he's been shut down here. Lemon, Dots, both involved with frags from Vanquish. They have an advantage. That said, it's a tough spot to be in. And a nice reframe from Fraggleton. Lemon kind of had an idea, but he is defeated by that push. 0 point connected. Fragment as well. Flash drive is back through, and it hits both players. They know where either one is, but the shock dart connects onto the defusing player, and both Bell and Drios swing together, finding frags apiece. Disgusting in the coordination from Blue Esports.
It's a hell of a little plant right there, especially to go for the long play, going on site and saying back out. And I mean, these guys, they're Radiants, they're Immortals, they have their aim and they are confident in it, so they can go for that little extra couple meters you get for going for that backside and backing out and still having the capabilities to go long, especially when you had those Sova arrows to play with. We saw Drios, he didn't really have to adjust the power going into that, just full-fledged, aim it for the back, get the kill. And shutting down that defuse, everything really just panning out for them. And regardless of what kind of circumstance they're thrown into, we see like Chrome right there in the center, they adapt and overcome it.
That's a great point. Overcome. That has been Flu Esports all game long. And well, Vulcan, that's a tough one to overcome. Well, just a judge in prime position. Not something you want to see. Another star goes down, but not before Virginia to Prague. Once again, Vulcan through the smoke is unable to do more than one. One player left alive here for Vanquish as the flash drives come through. He's blinded and gone. Lemon out. Vanquish down. And Flu Esports up one map in this best of 3 grand finals.
Vanquish, man. I know, I get the name, I get vanquishing other people, but this is where it really starts to kind of bite him in the rear, especially, you know, with the outbreak that was this initial map. And I think going forward, as we kind of go into buy next, as these teams find themselves either to kind of ride their high a little bit more or really just drown in their defeat and find a way to just really scratch out a little bit of light to expand on, Vanquish, I mean, obviously, for the sake of the series, have to find something here, but also just for their own sakes. I mean, these guys, for the run they've had thus far, for everything they've had up to this moment, it really can't just be shut down as easily as this. They are capable of so much more.
Yeah, it feels like they should be. It feels like that they are, but right now they have not been able to put that on display. The other thing about it is that, I mean, who do you target here? I feel like everybody just had a phenomenal game. Drio somehow topped the leaderboard there, 18-7. But Chrome had a great series, 15-10. Fraggleton barely died. He had 6 deaths. Yeah, at least in the server. I mean, and 15 frags to follow that up, and you know, it's just like it's hard to find weakness here. Is kind of where I was going with that. And in addition to that, right, Flu, they never faltered particularly. Yeah. The other thing about it is, I hate to put Dots in this position, man, but there was a KO diff, and it was definitely Vel all the freaking way. It felt like there was a lot of big value coming in from that KO. Yeah. This was the best KO performance that I've ever seen in an official match myself that I've casted, and that was from Bell. Went 10-8 overall, 8 assists. I think that's exactly the sort of scoreline you're looking at to see being a very successful KO. It's not as if it's like, you know, off the charts or anything, but the amount of times I saw somebody get hit by that 0 point was unreasonable.
Yeah, and, you know, kind of elaborating off the whole targeting thing you mentioned earlier, as weird as it may sound, seeing Drios and Chrome there at the top of the leaderboards, Chrome absolutely going off and just being a larger presence, I feel like it really comes up to the sleepers here, because Fraggleton, I've seen this guy already, and as a Sentinel, every single time, he is one hell of a Sentinel, if I have to say so myself. You just don't see Sentinels typically go off like that. As you see, Top, he went 10, 15, and 3 for his case scenario being in that role and just providing all the intel, finding some kind of lock. I mean, whether or not what's going on, he's at least slowing the game down. And as we saw in that last couple rounds, going for those flanks, those alternate routes, you usually see them kind of playing with the team or backing up and make sure to keep on providing intel. But Fraggleton is not afraid to be that wild card, to be the one go around on the edge and sit there and say, okay, I'm going to take something different. I'm going to take them by surprise. And I'm a damn good aim, I'm going to find 2 or 3 kills off of it. And same goes for Virginia. I mean, finding those smokes, getting it and really inhibiting that vision and just being almost a nuisance across the board, finding just kind of some mental game, some kind of leech inside of your head that you just can't scratch off. And I feel like those two guys, you get them out of the picture, Chrome and Drios kind of lose their yes men.
Well, we're going to have to see if Vanquish can come back here on their map pick of mine. We're going to give them some time to think and wait it out. We'll be back in just a couple minutes here with map number 2 of the Grand Finals.
Invincible.
And we are back with the Grand Final series of Pit of Valor number 48. Here, Vanquish versus Flu Gaming. My name is Mick. This is Vincent. And we are here to bring you what will be map 2, possibly a final here for Flu. The rhymes, bars, whatever you call them, these guys are absolutely, just bringing this to the table. And I'm super concerned. And I want to see, with you being the one to vouch for them, what exactly strengths they had in this last map and what exactly could be broken down to really demolish these guys come around on map 2 here for the likes of Vanquish.
Well, there's 2 things that Vanquish need to do. Here's the thing. I don't think Flu had a bunch of openings that could be super easily exploited. Their defensive rotations, I kind of thought were a little bit weird, to be honest with you, but that's kind of here nor there, especially on Bind, where that's a little bit less relevant. The other good news is this Vanquish picked Bind. This is where this is supposedly their home. So I would hope that they're going to have a little bit better showing here as well. The other thing that I want to see is they need to get aggressive. They need to play aggressive, particularly defensively, which is where they're going to start. Otherwise, they're really going to get, I mean, they're just going to get absolutely barrel rolled like they just did. So it's those two things in combination that I'm looking out for, Mick. What about you, though?
I'm kind of with you on that, and it was something I alluded to, multiple times on that map one. I feel like Vanquish was very indecisive about what site they wanted to go to, and they were very slow on the rotations at every single one of them. So they never really caught Flu off guard. Flu just had the better rotations. They were a lot more confident in themselves, finding those cheeky angles, finding those off sites and those little places to go where you're not typically going to expect them, and getting essentially what will be free kills. And they were really just playing into that time and time again, giving them the edge and just absolutely running with it. And then once you get around to those middle rounds where you see Vanquish in a pretty large deficit, it almost feels like they're reading you when it's really just something you could be doing better rather than what they are. Yeah, I'm definitely on board. We got some very interesting compositional choices here. Lots of differentiation. We got the Omen back for Virginia. Might be the only thing that's the same. Well, I say only thing. Vel's still on this KO. I just gave Vel a huge amount of praise in the last map, saying Vel pretty much the best KO I've seen live in gameplay, in an official. And otherwise, though, Fraggleton on the Viper. That's on the other side for top as well. And we have an interesting, I mean, say interesting, I think it's a really solid pick here from Axie to pull out the Sky, but the lack of a Sova is definitely a tough choice for this Vanquish team. Yeah, that's really, I was looking at the same exact thing. I mean, Sky being a great pick overall, giving yourself flashes rather than the intel. I mean, she still essentially gives it to you with the ringing and the audio cues, but it's just not that exact pinpoint to give to your teammates. But I think they're really just, as I said, riding the high and trying to just absolutely frag out with this thing. They are. Vel coming in, has a kill. That frenzy push back here. Vel fires off another rally of shots and connects with another. Right clicks at that distance are a little bit tough to hit. Dots does find one. It's now a 2-on-3. Vel's still in prime position, and Vel's timing is impeccable right now with this frenzy. Looking for a quad now, is not able to connect with it. This is Owl Drone, tags up Dots for a little bit longer. 53 HP and counting. And well, Vel really wanted that quad, but it's going to be shut down by the right click of Dots. No health left. And that is, well, if it weren't going to be a shot to the face, I guess the snake bite does the job. Yeah, and just as you call, he answers. Just Vel ringing hell, man. That's really all it came around to on that first round. And just a great attempt across the board from the likes of Flu. And I mean, just the way that held out. I mean, being on this defense, I feel like, as you said, the Sova pick, it's not going to hurt him that much on when it comes around to when it comes around to offense. I mean, it's very aggressive. But the fact they're starting here on this defense and they don't have the utility yet, having so many smokes and a wall with Sage, I mean, just across the board, you have so much place to inhibit this vision and really kind of dwindle it down. But Fraggleton's still going to sit there and pop you off no matter how much you got. Yeah, well, first take one, make it a double. Fraggleton another. As it's now 3 players left alive there for Vanquish. Virginia getting a bit of an interesting spot here up on top of APC. And Fraggleton simply just does not stop taking heads. Dots was looking to try and come from the backside, but he was ready for that too. So triple kill is there and not much left to do. Vanquish are kind of just looking for exits on the back and the front end of this thing. The classics at that. I mean, when you have this artillery that these guys are bringing in, Fraggleton peeking this, it's what can you do? And he's missing an ace, man. He's got to go across the map for it, and he's not going to make time, and that's just absolutely going to kill me with how free it could be for the likes of him.
Tragedy strikes.
Here.
But not too bad, considering it's a nice and easy round, and lots of cash now in the bank for Fraggleton, by the way.
Oh yeah, especially, I mean, he didn't really lose anything. Look at the guy, 5-0, top fragging for his team, plenty of creds just off that alone. Every single round getting that plant off, never really winning those fights before the plant comes down. And even then, they're on the site, and that's where they're dishing out all this action. And I mean, post round, they still have that time to get it. So we just got to see more out of Vanquish here, man. I mean, they're playing defense. Obviously, it's not the best place to be sitting at when you've just kind of had all this aggression brought to you from the defensive side of the field. And it kind of leaves up the question what really you can do going forward to kind of give yourself a kind of little bit more momentum.
Good question. I don't know that I or anyone else for Vanquish have the answers right now. And if they did, well, maybe things would be different. Chrome able to win that first opening duel. Dodges up post, throws down a paint shell, does connect, and does a bit of damage. Chrome the worst for wear off the back of that, but still 4-on-4. This is swap up. Chrome now with the SMG to more than likely be a sacrificial lamb.
I mean, I like the play though. I mean, man's got spiked. That's the most concerning part about this. But I mean, with no blast packs, you don't have the mobility to really play with as you typically would. I mean, you can't really launch yourself onto site, but with this KO coming through, for Virginia possibly being able to shadow step here, get something, him getting actually tagged off will throw a little bit of a hecticness into the win.
Yeah, 0 point effective there on the site. 3 players for Vanquish have to fall back, but it's 3-on-3. But oh no, the fragment connects well. Actually falls to it, and that's the utility from Sky gone as well. So there's no potential for those flashes anymore. It's all going to be down to Astra and Viper. Against 3 as well is it's not an ideal scenario. All 3 players grouped towards long. In a bit of a tough spot. Flash drive goes over the top. It connects well. Chrome finds both frags, just in case you were wondering. And it seems to me that low HP is not a problem for players like Chrome.
I mean, definitely not, especially how he played last game. No matter what health pool he was really at, he only got tagged off a couple times, and even he was getting aggressive enough to grab those shots because he uses it to his advantage. I mean, you usually think, okay, he's low, he's going to back out of this fight, but then he just peeks you once again when you least expect it. It's just absolute salt on the wound is really what it kind of breaks down to. And I mean, the one thing that's even worse than salt on the wound is all this toxic gas going into your wound and into your dead body, because Fraggleton is just absolutely going off like a menace right now.
Well, 3 rounds, 3 big hero plays from Flu. And now a third, or now potentially a fourth from Drios, who's opened up A entirely solo. Double kill. That, oh man, that timing is rough. Unfortunately, the spray is even worse. As Chrome finds 2 frags, 1 left alive. That's Lemon, who's left to try and fail to connect shots. As Chrome takes a third of the round, meaning it's a kind of a full house between Chrome and Drios.
I mean, Trios, he's bringing himself something to the table. Virginia not exactly performing as he did in that first map. I mean, he was always finding himself something, being on the defensive side, but then again, Bind is a little bit more limited on space to work with and how kind of crazy you can get with your routing. But I mean, Chrome, this guy, we were just talking about him, asking you shall receive. The plays are now coming in with Rays, and he's becoming that menace he once again was, a shadow of himself when we saw him that last night.
That's devastating. Top is just so sad. Vulcan finds 1, but traded immediately by Drios. And in fairness to Virginia, it's the 4th round, and it's been 3 kind of crazy plays from teammates. So he hasn't had that many chances to get involved. There was 1, but a missed shot. Allows for the Seekers to get in, and it does the showstopper. Which means that it's going to be a bit of a weird spot. It does get canceled out immediately, though, by the null command. Pop flash comes out, but Axie isn't worried. Comeback is real. There it is for Vanquish. Null command is shut down, and indeed that command is null.
Jesus Christ, dude. And then the null command coming through, and then you flash yourself. It's just everything about that. It's just, it's an unfortunate series of events, and it's really not the way you want things to line up, especially going forward, trying to set yourself up for these next couple of rounds. I mean, Vanquish finds themselves their first round on the board, and that's exactly what they need. You have to play into these kind of little mistakes that are being made from the likes of Flu Esports. They're not perfect. They're not T1 by any means, and these guys can be beat. God can bleed, essentially. So everything kind of going forward, they have to find these little picks, and them finding something right now in these early stages rather than getting shut out later is a lot better for their team morale compared to, you know, saying getting shut out and then just it falling into your hand.
Mick, you had to use T1 as your pro example. Come on. We know what T1's happening, all right? I mean, I say that. They've been on the bit of an upswing. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
Flu, hoping to go straight back on an upswing after one round loss, but at the moment they're down a player. And that's a nice way to start out of your Vanquish. It's kind of been a rarity to find opening picks for this team. And, well, the Viper's Pit over there towards A, it certainly doesn't make it easy to push. The Toxic Orb does go down, meaning there is an opportunity, a timing. And while Chrome comes through, connects onto both of them. Nice ray transfer. And it's, I mean, it's not really a fake. This is such a weird timing.
30 seconds left.
This is pretty horrifically bad from Flu from a tactical perspective. They mistimed their push. Now they're locked back out from that orb. And as soon as it goes back down again, they're going to be in another tough spot. As Top shuts down Virginia, it's left on the Vel.
The Vandal not being the best, really choice of weaponry for that situation, as Vulcan finds himself another on the board, and we're seeing Vanquish kind of coming back to light here. And I gotta say, I mean, as some people out here may kind of want a quick series, they may really be rooting for Flu, they may be wanting to go to bed, whatever scenario is. I'm kind of glad to see it, because Vanquish, they're finally putting themselves onto the field. They're getting that second round a lot earlier than the 9th round for Flu Esports, so that alone is giving themselves a little bit to work with, as we see them kind of capitalizing on the fact that it really looks like a 4v5 right now. But Fraggleton, good God, dude, give him a chance.
Man, Top coming off of a good round too. That's just frustrating. Vanquish in a bit of a rough spot off that opening. I don't know why they're still committed here. This is a great job using that that gravity well, but nobody peeked off the back of it from Vanquish. I mean, like, that's such a great utility combo, but where's the swing? It seems that Vanquish are maybe a bit too passive based on the fact that, in fairness, Flu are kind of winning some of these gunfights.
Yeah, winning a lot of them thus far. I mean, if you're considering the whole series to be part of that record that we're really breaking down, but in this map alone, things are getting a lot closer. So I feel like that's going to create a little bit more uncertainty. And if they don't follow through with it, like you said, that's going to be the one thing to cost them.
Oh, there goes the pit. It's immediately taken down though. So cancel is very strong. Dorios able to connect well into Axie, which means that it's Lemon left alone. Chrome up close and personal. Takes a bit of a tap to the head, but ultimately is not successful. As Vanquish are down once again. They win 2 rounds in a row, but are immediately sent back to the Shadow Realms.
Oh man, it's they do at least have something to work with. I mean, all things considered, they found themselves 2 rounds on the board. One was kind of leading up and kind of handed to them in a sense, but they still had to work for it. And then they just kind of ran off that high, as we see the second round that they won being right after that. So in this shutdown, we got to see whether, you know, the whole actual confidence thing is taking place, and then whether they have any fortitude to play off of as well.
Nice 0 point there. Coming in from the offense. Nice paranoia as well. It allows for Fraggleton to find that kill. Lemon was there for the trade, but couldn't see, remember. Virginia follows up with the aggression and finds the second kill inside of Hookah. Low HP from Virginia, but 3-on-3 still.
Here we go. Down. 3, and then having that Hunter's Fury to play with as the Sova. But you're on this attack. Blue, they've been in this time and time again. They've worked the long angles. They've worked the post plans with the Hunter's Fury. So going for the B site here, it's going to be pretty nasty once things start running into each other because Virginia is not in a health pool to really fight right now.
Well, it's going to have to be. It's going to have to make it work. There goes the sonar. Didn't quite connect on anyone. The guiding light does connect. Polkin, speaking of connecting, connects the shots onto both players. Rios, the sole survivor, does find Polkin, but Axie trades immediately around the corner. Nicely done by Vanquish as they hit their third.
And a quick little catch up here too. I mean, going on a 4-to-2 ratio. Now they're kind of trading back and forth. It's enough for them to work with if they find some kind of system that works in their favor. They can really swing things around, especially being on this defense. They're kind of forced with their backs up against the wall to fight as best as they can and not really able to make too many moves of their own. I think Blue Esports is the one that's kind of slowing themselves down as they see that Vanquish is catching up to the gas that they're putting in the tank and really speeding up as they kind of are seeing that they're slowing down a bit. But Top just absolutely continuing that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a way to open things up. I talked about, and I discussed at length, how, you know, Vanquish have kind of struggled to find opening picks. It's been hit or miss, and that's certainly not hit or miss. It's hit all the time. Polkin, another double spray now, and he's got a third as well. Polkin getting involved there in the late stages, doing wonders for a flawless victory.
And absolutely insane for him. I mean, I'm going to sound a little bit repetitive here, as I probably have all night, whether I know it or not. But Vanquish, this is it. I'm excited we're finally getting a series on our hands from them because I feel like they had just not have enough credit in this series from what they really deserve, especially after the run they've had to get here. For them to finally find that flow that's working for them, that little vibe to ride in a sense, and kind of having some kind of initiative now on the field rather than feeling indecisive across the board and feeling confident about their engagements. They're finally winning some fights.
Yeah, they are. And speaking of winning fights, there's Lemon, who was sort of the crucial pick, or the crucial player in the semifinal for Vanquish, is now there. Trailblazer coming through from Axie, and a little bit of healing to add on top. With that res, it's 3-on-5. Wasn't 3-on, or rather a 3-on-4 position, but Lemon able to pick up a key resurrection in the right position. The Seekers, or sorry, not Seekers. I was entirely incorrect. That was a guiding light.
As we see this angle, man, they're ready for it. I love the just kind of lingering suspense that is over there on B long, and Virginia following up on it. Just give themselves a hell of an opener here to get on this site and even it out.
What a great interaction there. Using the slow orb to allow Axie to get back out of that angle. There goes the Seekers this time. And there's the guiding light to follow up.
Oh!
Virginia was out in the open. Inside Hookah, taken down. Top falls. Lemon gets involved with a third. That's a big round.
It is. Because it makes it a tie game, baby. Vanquish may actually be able to find themselves the first lead of this series after riding out such an easy one all the way up until this point. I'm going to assume that this is Flu Esports taking this technical timeout, trying to figure out and probably asking each other what the hell is going on.
Well, what's happened is that Vanquish has made a comeback. I mean, it was a bit slow to start.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, a comeback is a comeback, right? Vanquish
yes, indeed.
In a nice position. Now, Flu could still technically win this half out 7-5, but I feel like that's a bit of a tough ask, ain't it?
I mean, yeah, with the way that Vanquish is playing now, I mean, I'm just loving what I'm seeing out of them just generally. I mean, it's not by any means a landslide. We just see them kind of being almost the protagonists in this story. They're finding the light. They're finding themselves into a situation where they feel like they've gotten a buffs of some sense. And that is just their mental fortitude. That's what's been buffed. I mean, their aim hasn't gotten any better. I mean, these guys aren't completely new people by any means inside and out. They just actually believe in themselves. They're getting some rounds on the board and they're saying, you know what? This is not lost. And as I said earlier, God can bleed and we can be the ones to kill him if we find ourselves in a lead and just run with it and find ourselves a third map to win off of.
So what I'm hearing is that Vanquish have finally put on their main character plot armor, and they were just, you know, lacking that before. Chrome comes through the smoke. That Nebula is a difficult thing to work through, and Top connects a shot. Vanquish in good position. Wild spray from Lemon as he gets hit by the zero point, but Vulcan sprays on point. Lemon gets involved for another Top frags Fraggleton, and it's all on to one player. Trios is left alone, and he's down as well. It's flawless victory here for Vanquish.
And after a slow start, they are just speeding up like a car in neutral down a just steep hill or a mountain. They're just getting it going. I feel like that tack timeout didn't just mean nobody was really talking there. I feel like Flu was the one doing the talking. Meanwhile, Vanquish is just saying, you know what, bud? We're giving each other high fives. High fives for everybody. Let's keep this shit going, boys. Because, I mean, the way they're playing it now, just especially to give themselves an opener, whatever Flu was trying to talk about and really tried to adapt around on that round, Vanquish said, no. We're going to keep shooting you, and we're going to win these battles. And that's exactly what they're doing.
They are. Chrome, though, showstopper in place. He sure wants to put a stop to this one, as it's been a bit devastating. The null command gets popped and then taken out. Hunter's Fury as well. Showstopper was good for one. Hunter's Fury good for none. But Vel gets reanimated in that null command.
Player standing.
Bit of a tough flash as Axie's the sole survivor here on the final round of the half. We're looking at a potential tied score line, and that's majority of the case is going to be. A 4v1 is highly unwinnable. That said, Axie does connect with two before Virginia finds the timing, swings around the corner. A bit dangerous, but ultimately it's all tied up.
Yeah, and for how this is really panning out and looking at the composition now, I said it earlier, Vanquish's defense, having that Sova, not having that initial intel, and that real that intel arrow to give you those reads in the early rounds to find a little bit of quick intel to realize where the push is coming from, exactly where to kind of allocate your men or really when to get those rotations in. Now they're on the offense, so they had the element of surprise, and the most concerning part about this is where they really struggled over on Haven, a map that's really in the side of the attacking. So I mean, with maybe only two sites to choose from this time, Vanquish could speed themselves up because they don't have to make as many decisions, but it really just comes down to the execution at the end of the day, and I feel like that shouldn't be too much of a problem with how they're playing so far.
Blinded.
We'll have to see. Defense here for Flu. Two players grouped up long, and they're going to fall back. Couple in hookah as well. I mean, this is pretty much just your standard fare. Early round, you know, shenanigans from Vanquish, as then they group here towards A. Wall goes down. They look to get the plant. Right clicks aplenty, but many of them miss their mark. Virginia finally does find a kill, but it's quickly met with the Frenzy and Ghost coming up from behind. It's now 2-on-4. A tough retake for sure. Trios gonna make first contact. Shock dart going in. Nicely done. Finds a kill. Flash drive. Oh, this could be good. That flash drive does connect. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Top has a triple kill, and Vel, despite massive odds at success, can't connect on more than one.
That alone, man, we find it. We find it. Finally, you know, Vanquish having themselves a half where they can actually get the initiative. They can actually have the opener. They can force themselves every single round thus far, when it came around to the first and second, they've been the ones losing it. And I want to really see, I want to get a full gauge of this team, what they can bring to the table. And I want to see exactly how they play off of this force and whether or not they play cocky and whether they charge in, which it looks like they're doing on the showers right now, or where they want to sit there and be indecisive once again, charge into a site and change their mind.
The orb collectors go to work, much like the garbage collectors do, but you know, orbs. Lemon has Val rather. Val's the game. Come on, Zach. Lemon doing work here on that stage, doing an incredible job. Now 3 kills in the anti-eco. With the push actually going to be heading towards A. There is one player, that's the Viper, in a bit of a weird position. It's Fraggleton, but ultimately it's hard to capitalize off of with just a classic. Maybe gonna wait, but unfortunately waits a bit too long. It gets spotted out. It's Virginia, the sole defender of the map bind here against the attackers. And well, he seems a bit outnumbered.
Yeah. You get that peek from Polkin, that's a quick little call out for the rest of those guys, and it's just unleashing the hounds. Everybody's gonna say, all right, get them, bully them. And just a quick little end there for the man. Sadly, you know, thankfully his name's Virginia. So, you know, he's got some country roads to take him home at least. He's always found himself in some kind of favorable situation. No matter how he makes it out, he's got it all right. But, I mean, looking at it right now, Blue, they are not looking all right. They need to find themselves something because they're completely taken off guard now.
Well, they have the tools to work with here in this round. Weapons on hand. All the utility you could ask for. And this, I mean, that is a ton of util coming in towards Hookah. The counter util does go through. It doesn't really connect, though. And Chrome throws out the boom bot. Just for good measure. He's gonna try and get away with that weapon. Does good enough to do just that. Paranoia comes out, but I don't think it reaches the entirety of Hookah there. And off the back of this pick, Vanquish are just kind of playing slow and steady.
Yeah, right into the hands over there on the A side. It's going to look like over there with Fraggleton being prepared for it, and the likes of Dot as well. I mean, these guys, or Vel, excuse me. That's this is gonna be, this could be rough, but it could also turn out very well as they outnumber these guys.
Nice point, or nice 0 point. Lemon connecting with more.
30 seconds
Chrome does
left.
get a trade onto Axie, but does unfortunately leave the defense quite short-handed. Blue down to 2. Need to do the 2v4 miracle once again.
1 enemy remaining.
Not looking like it's going to be happening. Chrome falls to top, and there's one player left alive in Virginia. And well, like you say, he might have a country road, but I think he's going to have to take that road all the way away if he wants to live. And Lemon appears, but ultimately dies to his aggression. I don't know where. Oh, I'm honestly not sure what Virginia was looking for there at the last moment. Maybe just wanted to die on the exit, but no save.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. That's pretty odd there, but we do see. Actually, this is going to be Flu's timeout. So earlier it was Vanquish kind of capitalizing on their high, playing into it a little bit more, high-fiving each other for a little morality, but this is going to be where Flu has to find something.
Is this not Vanquish?
It says defenders. This is,
yeah. So
I'm kind of on the same page. I'm kind of taken off guard too. How earlier wasn't Flu, what really Vanquish was trying to find. I mean, but regardless of whatever the heck they talked about, it worked.
Oh, I guess so. Either way, I'm not. Yeah, this might be a bug. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, regardless of the time of who's taking the timeout, it is an opportunity for Flu to kind of figure out what's going wrong. What do you think the main issue is for them right now?
I mean, really, they've just gotten on this defense. So they're not really seeing the true nature of Vanquish right now. They're seeing more of a confident version of them. They're seeing these guys absolutely just play the game and feel good about it rather than actually have to use their heads, move around the map, and really be indecisive enough to run into those traps that are laid by the likes of Flu, because they were playing off that indecisiveness in the first map. And I think they're referring a little bit too much to that rather than thinking that this is a new map, new team, new mindset, and just you can't really use anything for reference.
Yeah, I think I'm on board with you. And Top, well, he's not referencing anything but headshots. He's been winning in this area, left, right, and center. This time it's a headshot and a kill with the snake bite. Secondary snake bite going in. It's only going to cut off his teammates, but he doesn't know that. And as soon as he does, he falls back for the trouble. This Nebula basically just locks the entirety of Flu out of this site, and there ain't nothing they can do about it.
I seem to have a read here for it, but Top, man, don't give a darn what kind of stops you got coming. They are just pushing this spawn, not even giving them time to think.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating if you're Flu, especially after dominating the way that you did for the majority of not only this game, but the entirety of last game as well.
Yeah.
And
here it is.
Yeah, here. Okay. So this one is Vanquish.
Yeah. We got timeouts everywhere. Goodness gracious. I think they just want a drink of water or something.
Well, I mean, if I'm Flu, maybe I need a little something a little stronger.
A word? I mean, just the way this is panning out. Maybe this is just kind of a mental thing, kind of getting in their heads, thinking they're going to switch something up, and they're like, I think this is the actual like high five timeout. You know what I'm saying? Actually playing into it and saying, let's do something here. Let's just keep playing our game, boys. You know, let's take a little pause, get a little sip of water, give ourselves kind of an opportunity to breathe. We're playing the game well. We're winning every single fight. We may got overzealous, kind of pushing their spawn last round, but you know, it worked out. Let's just kind of play our pace a little bit more easy going forward and make sure that we just kind of win this map and get ourselves to a number 3. Because Blue, they have to find stops. And kind of looking at this mini map here, as you see them kind of scattering around, I think, you know, they don't even know what really setups they want. Because, I mean, say you need that setup right off the rip. They push it. And as we see, Viper over there on the showers, just right off the rip. You need that decisiveness. You need to make sure what these setups are. We don't see them really giving themselves too much of a defined kind of composition.
No, we don't. Not for the moment, at the very least. Situation. Vanquish is still in a really good spot. Just offensively. The defense weapons are here. And at the moment, just trying to pull out some util, but the kill is certainly not too shabby.
You want to find it?
That player falls. We're gonna see a cosmic divide get pulled out there over towards A. Nebula committed. Resistant dark cover. Trying to hold this U-Haul position. Chrome gets a fourth spot in front of the cosmic divide. Re-aggression, looks for more. It's not going to be connecting, and the Showstopper misses its mark as well. Vel is involved. He's 3 of what is now a third player online, but Chrome connects the shot for a triple kill. And the worst part about it is that now the rotation towards B has happened, and it's going to be a B plant. But with the player that was lurking over towards A, it's really just a one-on-one for now. And Lemon falls, meaning that's a free half defuse at the very least. The guiding light goes out, but it's going to miss its mark as well.
Enemy remaining.
Halfway there for Axie, but Axie clutches. Vel falls, and that's looking like Vanquish might send us to map 3.
They're definitely hoping so. I mean, this isn't too far of a deficit, but just looking at everything that's happened since the half. We don't see, you know, any kind of answers right there in round 2, finding some retaliation with the force, or even once you get around to that round 3, the weaponry's even out. We don't see any retaliation there from Flu. We see nothing across the board, and ever since this new half came into play, Vanquish has just absolutely been running the table, running this lobby, and just feeling themselves to such an extent. And I love to see it, because this Ascent, this is going to be a finale, if anything, because that's what we're hoping for here in the grand finals.
Hero pouring into hookah. Stops any abilities from working in there. Trios is close by. He's gonna meet Pelican first, and Pelican takes the kill. Virginia elsewhere finds a frag, but it's still a 3-on-4. As Vel takes massive damage from the blast pack. Pelican across the wide swing. Axie as well. Lemon, the final. And this is starting to look so easy for Vanquish.
Match point.
Valorant, I know we sit there and talk about, utility, teamwork, just fragging out, finding ourselves those kills. All in all, at the end of the day, I've had plenty of discussions with this over the past week. This game, more than anything, is a game of momentum. I mean, I feel like you're the mindset of a player in this game with how slow it is at times and with how fast it can be forced onto you. Your mental fortitude is everything, and you can absolutely just see switch ups come along so quickly in this game. And I think right now Flu is really just down in the dumps, but Fraggleton is not going to go down that easy.
No, this is a big round, as of course it does determine, or could determine, the entire outcome of game 2 of the series. Remember, Flu already up 1 because of their performance on Haven. Virginia swings double, in fact, as it's looking more and more likely that we're going to extend to just at least the 7th based on the information gained from the time traveler.
Oh. So that alone, a flawless at that, raises some concerns, because when we look at Vanquish, when we look at them on Ascent from this last series that they played in, they did give up 6 rounds there towards the end. So by no means can you count anybody out until you see either defeat or victory on that screen. So what could be done once could be done again from the likes of Flu, being they have a much better roster making it here to the grand finals than the likes of Vanquish's last opponent.
That's certainly true. That was a very, very dominant look. But I mean, here's the thing. Ultimately, the last opponent didn't work out, right?
Yeah.
Viper's pit over towards A. Viper's pit once again. This time at B, but that's the offenses. And well, Vanquish, this is the round. It looks like they could bring us into map 3. 2 players alive for Flu. And well, they're gonna have to pull out a miracle of sorts.
So let's say break out your Marlboros, because we got the smokers coming in here trying to find themselves some frags.
Well, yes, for now you shut down one player, but you res a second. So do you really gain anything? Seeker's now out. Guiding Light in addition. The spray, despite being blind, connects from Virginia. There's still a player very close on this. And Top takes that frag. Falcon swings as well. The triple swing, far too strong. And Vanquish come back for a 13-7 bind, which means Ascent is going to be our tiebreaker.
It is indeed, man. I'm happy to see it, I just didn't want to go ahead and end the game out with just Flu running the table. That's not any fun for the likes of Vanquish. That's not any fun for the viewers. It's not any fun for us to really talk about. And for Vanquish to come out swinging, to absolutely, once you corner an animal, that's when they become their most dangerous. And I think we saw a new animal we saw the eye of the tiger here from the likes of Vanquish, for them to just absolutely say, you know what? You're not going to tell me what to do anymore. You're not going to bully me into oblivion like you did that last time. So let's go ahead and settle things out on Ascent and give ourselves one heck of a finale where we fight man-to-man, Apex Predator to Apex Predator, and really find out who the dominant force is. And that's why I'm super excited to see what can be brought to the table in terms of composition, whether, if it ain't broke, don't kind of fix it deal, or whether or not we see guys saying, all right, this is where everything comes out. We see everything up the sleeve. We see it all revealed. Every single trick, every single note, all of it coming into play to hopefully give ourselves something insane here for a finale.
I'm hoping that's going to be exactly what we see, but we're going to take a short little break before we get right into that. Don't go anywhere. Bit of Valor continues here just after this.
To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going and going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best here, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
Alrighty, welcome back to what is now map number 3 of the grand finals. Is this week's Pit of Valor, and we had some interesting looks. Map number 1, a dominant Flu victory, 13-3. Map number 2, it's a lot closer, but the second half it was just sheer destruction in favor of Vanquish. And now we head into Ascent, the final map of the series. Now, we saw Vanquish do very well here in the semifinals, but remember, everybody and their mother plays this map. Everyone knows how to play this map. And they've been playing it for years at this point because that's the only map that we play in tournaments. I'm just kidding. You get my point. So, here we are. Who do you think's taking this, man?
That's the best thing about this, man. I know we've let up the suspense. We've kind of been gloomy here, like, oh no, we have like the whole fall of Vanquish, the guys who are absolutely just demolishing. Then we have a little bit of a comeback. We have a little bit of an arc line now. We have a plot behind this. And I think this is going to be like the Naruto versus Sasuke of, the Pit of Valor this week. I'm excited. I want to see something insane. I want to see some kick-ass fights and having a KO on both sides of the field. Having Fraggleton go back home to where I saw him absolutely go insane on the Killjoy. Having Top line him up there. Polkin going back with the Astra. We see a more of a typical play from the likes of Flu this time around. I'm looking forward to see what Vanquish can bring for them to give us a finale right here in the Grands.
I too am on the lookout. I'm also on the lookout for Chrome. I think Chrome Chrome was there. It's hard to say Chrome was missing when he was 18 and 15 on Bind. I don't mean that as in he didn't have any impact. Yeah. But it did feel in that second half he was very muted. I'd love to see the stat line on just the second half because I think that was a very one-sided affair. Top getting involved so much there. So I'm on my eyes on Chrome to kind of be the glue that keeps Flu together, keeps Flu fragging, and keeps them on the lookout to close this series down. And that's ultimately where my head is at. I'm thinking Flu takes this, but I don't know what the scoreline's looking like because it could really go either way.
Yeah, and that alone, looking at how these guys are going to be playing this, we have both seen both these teams play on Ascent today. So that alone is what is super exciting, to know that these teams have already won themselves by a pretty good margin, albeit, on this map. So we know that they both had the confidence. They know, once again, we are on a level playing field. New maps, new comps. Everybody's going right back home to where they've already won it once. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's see whose tune-ups are a little bit better, who's more prepared for this matchup, and who's going to give us this opener to give themselves that momentum going forward. And I gotta say, you saw VQ do it. I didn't exactly watch them to such an extent to really see how they played it out, but Blue gave me one hell of a showing. I think Chrome with that up there in the center really playing that out is really what gave themselves the edge. And as you said, he was a little bit muted, but just as my music is turned up right now, I'm hoping this man is too, to see really what he's got to bring to the table.
Yeah, and as Chrome was the sort of, map definer for Flu, Lemon, similarly, on their Ascent map, was definitely a high impact player with that operator. So look indeed for an operator duel to come out. First, it is just an owl drone. Chrome throwing some pot shots off the back of it. Doesn't really connect. It's a bit of a 0 point coming in, and it, you know, suppresses a couple of players as they have to push back in order to allow for Blue Esports to get straight in there. Chrome quite low, but 5-on-5 still. The retake coming fast and quick. As Vel now up close by the door. Takes that first duel, throwing in the flash drive. Blinds himself. That's not how you do it. 12 seconds to another 0 point.
Still pulling them in.
Yeah, sure. Might come in clutch here. Vel, oh, he gets swung by Vulcan, but he takes the frag anyway. And oh no, Fraggleton doesn't even need to see anyone. He just uses the bot in order to frag out. Vel with the third on the round just to follow up, and eventually Flu take the victory.
There we go, an opener to play off of. We see them trying to play into that momentum they got, trying to play into the second round as we see Fraggleton running that Bulldog. Everybody kind of doing something to some extent to really throw themselves into the wind. Look at Virginia and Drios. These guys literally going broke for this round alone. They are just absolutely going into it. And the way they really just kind of steamrolled that essentially in that first round, all utility being brought out, everything being really put onto the field. This next round, I feel like it's just going to be almost not essentially a waste of money, but it's definitely going to be something to play with if they go ahead and have to force everything out.
Well, we'll see. 0 point once again, doing work. 2 agents suppressed. It's going to be that killjoy, but it doesn't matter. Tot still takes Vel out on the swing.
Down mid.
But ultimately a 2 for 3. Vanquish not coming out victorious in that one. Fraggleton on a bit of a back foot, but Dots once again connect successfully. And Fraggleton is the victim of that one. Virginia around the back, leaving just one player alive. Chrome connects the shots. And Flu have their second, though at some significant cost.
You know what it is, man. Flu, it's another step up from a cold, and these guys are giving some pretty icy shots here. They're kind of cold in the blood right now. They're feeling frosty. They're feeling themselves once again after that last game, after that last map, and they're getting themselves back into this. And I know once it comes around to this defense, being Flu's on the attack right now, we don't exactly see it yet, but we do see Axie with the same exact idea. Running that Odin over there on the B site, gonna find himself at least some kind of wallbang if he can. But it looks like this A shove is what's coming through from these guys. And with Chrome being at the front end of it, I like to see what can be pulled out here with this Blaze Storm now coming into the mix.
Full commitment, it's indeed the shove as you talked about. 0 point comes out, only suppresses 1, and Chrome goes down immediately. Vel gets 1. That's going to be shut down quickly and easily. Vel another, though, on the follow-up. So it's still even across the board, but nobody really in position off the back of it. So Flu, they take engagements, but they aren't engagements that give them further positioning onto the site. And so now, if you look at Vanquish, they're running away. They are like, well, if they're not going A, I guess they're going B.
And that they are, and it's slow rotation at that. Going through the middle of the map, it's a little bit risky of a move. I like the move to get the control, but almost, I say, juke him out at this point. You know, you sat there, you have that advantage. You know that Killjoy's out. You don't have that free intel, and it has to come from just manually having your eyes on somebody. And with that gate being closed, they have to go for a flank. And as we see Drea set up here in the back, it's going to be a really sticky predicament. Especially, they're going to have to get loud to break this door, and it's got to be quick if they want to find something.
Loud is the way that it goes. Sonar out. Axie's ready. Nothing to swing with yet. And Axie elects not to hold on to that.
One enemy remaining.
The push coming through. That 0 point doesn't connect. It's Lemon with the double kill, triple on the round. And Dots connects onto the opposing KO quite easily to give Vanquish their first in what was a bit of a sloppy look retake, but it works out well.
Yeah, I mean, it was fast, though. That was the one thing that really flew off. I mean, these guys, that was such a tongue twister right there, but the way everything panned out for them, we haven't seen them being too aggressive, especially when they're down in numbers or at least even in this kind of clutch situations when the pressure's on. And seeing that shift of change, or that shift of personality from these guys, from this whole team, that alone is really what's gotten them to this point, and them playing off of that, got in that first round. I think we're going to see that a little bit more out of them going forward.
Fight once again over here towards A. Doesn't really mean all that much, but well, oh my goodness, Axie off the back of a nicely placed shot or sonar arrow. Almost said shock dart. It's not what that is. He's gonna find that frag through the wall. Nearly finds a second onto Fraggleton. That would have been frustrating for the Killjoy, but doesn't work out. Vanquish still in good position with a man advantage.
Definitely are, but once you come around on that attack side, you never know what could be brought into the mix here. And Flu, they definitely showed themselves as competent opponents. So it really just comes down to where the site wants to move, what kind of move Chrome pulls over here on this catwalk, and what exactly can be initiated from all angles on these guys, because they have to find something. And it looks like with the smoke in the way, they can't exactly see enough to really pull into it.
Looking like it might be a bit of an A fake into a B hit, but it looks like it's turned into a full-on A take. This tap takes out Virginia, takes out Fraggleton on the push. Two more to find, and he actually gets a third before falling to Chrome, who's also on a triple. Needs the ace in order to clutch this out for his team, and that's going to be a tough ask.
I mean, that's just a win-win right there. That's a double incentive. Not win the round, but also get yourself all 5. I mean, that's huge. Ooh. And the way he's playing this out, so methodical, giving himself a little bit of aggression. He can do it.
He's got that first. Quad now on the round. Trades out. Uses the old fake flash. Doesn't quite connect though. Oh, he had to hit the headshot there to Chrome with the low HP. And Axie starts the round and ends the round. The big plays coming through from the Sova of Vanquish.
Huge right there, giving themselves that tie game, giving themselves a little bit more to play with on the econ, and forcing Flu to really kind of decide where to go in terms of this money in the big scheme of things, because they're not exactly sitting too healthy compared to the likes of Vanquish. These guys have won the last 2 in a row, so they have a little more to play with after shutting down these guys and shutting down their guns and their rifles 2 times in a row. So that's a little bit concerning for the likes of Flu, but it's definitely not enough to shut them down completely, because they're resilient in that manner, and they definitely have a lot to bring to the table. And it looks like they're going to be taking all that towards mid and the A side, leaving the spike over there towards B. So now that they have a move, have an idea of what's going on, they're going to go ahead and execute.
Well, despite all this ridiculous aggression over here from Vanquish, somehow Chrome just still gets that orb. He's got the Blade Storm out in addition. Lemon as well. Is he going to expect the player close right? Oh, he does check it. Unfortunately, Fraggleton's caught sleeping a little bit as well, so that's just not good enough. As Vanquish now a man advantage. This push towards A is going to happen, but right now it's a bit passive.
It is indeed. I mean, you're down a man. You had that Blame Storm out, and you just have a little bit too much indecisiveness right now. You don't know where any of these guys are hiding. But Chrome, with the entry, finding something, is going to be enough for Top to follow through and find an answer. And these guys just on Vanquish, they were just a little bit more prepared for that, from that push, getting that entry frag, shutting it down, and just continuing forward out with that. Good God. I mean, they are a force to be reckoned with. And Flu, that's another one on the board. That's, you know, a 2 to 3 ratio. It's not exactly scary by any means, but it's definitely something to consider going forward if you want to sit there and find yourself in this third map to get yourself in a winning predicament. And Chrome, I mean, look at this guy. He's trying so hard. I mean, 9-4 right now. He's trying to find those entries. He's trying to find everything. He just has to have that follow-up in Drios. He's kind of asleep at the wheel, but round 6 could be his move.
We see that same opening that Vanquish pulled off in their semifinal matchup. 0 point into Lemon with aggression. And the flash off the back of it. Chrome those ready and defeats that push. Vulcan does get a trade. That's over towards A. And everyone retreats afterwards for the defense. It's 4-on-4. Still 1 round advantage for Vanquish. And at the moment, looks like it's going to be an A split, but it's taking some time to make these rotations.
It is indeed, and I want to say that's usually a Vanquish kind of signature move there, to be a little bit slow for the transfer across the site, that rotation, but this time Flu's going to be doing it, and Vanquish, they know it all too well because they've done it a time or two themselves. So that alone, being set up here on the back, trying to find those defaults, get yourself across the map, and get a guys everywhere as you have 4, so you have 2 for each site. They're sitting pretty comfortably, and Flu's going to have to make a move, and they're going to have to win those gunfights, or at least get an even trade on one guy to go ahead and even out the odds.
Well, you can't do that on the Axie. One more player to come in, that's Dots, and Fraggleton takes him down. Axie's still here, though. And oh my goodness, Fraggleton takes out the pistol. Right click is good. 10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Lockdowns from both sides, as well as the Cosmic Divide.
You should run.
There goes that lockdown from the attackers. There's that lockdown from the defenders. And the world is divided in addition. Swing there from Drios. Good for one, but not another. And, well, unfortunately, top is locked down for the time being. He should still have enough time for the defuse, though. After getting unlocked down. There we go.
Definitely enough. Enough for Vanquish to find themselves a 4. So all this, keep in mind, is unanswered. It's not just a back and forth. This is not a 2-2. This is, you know, 2 rounds off the rip. Vanquish found themselves those rifles, and they have been running with them ever since. So there has to be a shutdown coming down here. Lemon running the operator is another scary move, and I'm surprised that Chrome hasn't actually held out himself for one, because he's been absolutely performing today, utilizing it, and absolutely just becoming a menace of society when he pulls it out. So maybe if they can find themselves around here, go ahead and grab that. This wouldn't just be a shift in momentum and arsenal, but it would also give themselves that confidence, having a man to rally around, being Chrome just is absolutely going off today.
Well, Hunter Fury off the back of the sonar, and Drios nails it. Lemon, though, returning the favor, frags out. Finds that kill in the mid connector. And actually, Lemon repositioning into market. Gets tagged heavily for down to 30 HP, but looks to want to re-aggress. The shock darts hold him off for just a moment longer as Vanquish are down a player. Flu Esports, they pick up the plan.
Yep, like it's slow and methodical, but also at the same time wanting to put a little bit of pressure onto the site, and we can see Flu having an advantage, having that spike down. They are feeling themselves, and Drios, he's trying to feel out a little bit of a flank here, hoping these guys aren't checking, but Lemon seems prepared for it.
Fragment buys some time, 0 point. Stops Lemon in his tracks for just a moment, but it's just enough time to wait Drios out. 2 players back on the site for Flu. Fraggleton with the nano swarm connects, and then an additional frag with the rifle, but Polkin is on that double and should get the defuse. It's a little bit close, but not too close for comfort. Recovering an operator just for good measure. As Vanquish take their 5th in a row.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Flu really not playing into their strengths right now. I mean, they're very good slayers. Across the board, they do a darn good job of sitting there making sure to get those kills, execute almost so fluently with what they do. They have an idea, they play into it, and they do it very well. But just Vanquish is playing more as a unit right now. They feel a little bit more unified. They're getting these rounds back to back to back, and they're absolutely feeling each other as a team, and they're really just rallying around each other. Meanwhile, Flu is missing that man right now, and they have to go ahead and find him, because Polkin's going to go ahead and shut him down as Chrome falls over there towards the A side.
Aggression here in mid for the Flu side, who are still down a player. Polkin's very low over here, so this might be a good timing. Not working out perfectly just yet, but oh, flash drive is not pulled out at the right time. Another double kill from Polkin despite the low HP. He swings, somehow still survives. Top with 2 on the flank. Flawless for Vanquish.
That's not good, Chief. I mean, we're coming up here at the end of the half. There could definitely be a shift in the game, but we have a lot of ultimates to go through before then. We got 3 on both sides. How they're utilized is really what kind of can define this, as we have 3 more rounds left in this half. So, I mean, they have to be allocated out well. Everybody's darn near theirs as we see Lemon kind of 3 off. We see Top off by 1. Drio's really the one slacking on that half. And it's just, there has to be an execution here. And Flu, I feel like they can definitely do it as long as they find that one little shove. And I think these ults coming through could definitely be it.
Stay down.
Oh, there's a great find from Lemon. Hunter's Fury could come out there from Vanquish, but it looks like it's not going to happen. No one gets detained. The re-aggression going to come in. The lockdown of their own for Vanquish, as is the Null Command, as is the Hunter's Fury. So pretty much everything you could hope for in this 5-on-4 retake. Cosmic Divide comes out. Hunter's Fury as well. Tag onto Virginia. Frag onto Virginia. Dots with 2. Coming in clutch here for Vanquish. As the Null Command gets used as well. A little bit of a flash through, and Dots comes up big with a 3rd. Hulkin finds the final frag, and Vanquish finds the 7th round.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's good.
Flu. The guys, they're the most aggressive I've seen them all day. They've done such a great job with that. I'm trying to figure out where they've gone off to. And it looks like they're going to retreat back to their quarters right now, find themselves in a timeout, which is well needed right now. You've asked me all night, really what all these teams have done. And I feel like, you seeing Vanquish and seeing them being a dominant fashion, you have a better idea of what can really shut them down in this map. So I would like if you could break it down this time around to see what Flu can do to get back in the blue.
Well, they've been so one-dimensional. That's kind of the big problem. And when they when they find positions to play a bit more passively, like they're playing a default, they don't play tradable. They get taken down in these opening duels so often. We saw it in that last round where Vanquish got aggressive with an operator on Catwalk. There's no one at all anywhere else on the map but their B, and they just get shut down off the back of it. There's no Sova there. So no. I think that Flu need to be much more aware of these pushes, and they need to answer the call by playing more tradable positions and not getting caught out so often.
Well, you've heard it here. Trade better. That's the name of the game here. As we move ourselves into the 10th round, Flu, they got to get themselves out of a pretty heavy deficit here. And I think with the way they've been doing it, if they continue the same thing they've been doing thus far, not exactly going to work out too much. But that timeout alone could have really shifted everything to change the pace and maybe put themselves in the race.
Well, they're playing quite spread, and one weakness area for Vanquish has tended to be mid. Lemon's there this time, though, with the operator, and the timing on the drop, I think, on that Nebula was horrific for Flu. Either way, Lemon connects, despite getting tagged super heavily. Bladestorm still here for Flu, and the push is coming through. Lemon connects another shot, somehow gets away, and help is there. Lemon with the quick scope, has a triple kill, has a quad with the shorty. Flawless victory.
Oh no, man. You can't, this can't be happening right after a timeout. I mean, a timeout is that time of a little bit of resort. It's a little kind of island of its own, as a tiny oasis, albeit, to sit there and give you a chance to figure out what's going on, evaluate your mistakes, and capitalize on that and fix them. But once all those once you think you've tightened up all those bolts and you realize that you really just snapped them from over tightening them, it's a disappointing feeling, albeit. And Flu's in that situation right now, and they have to really figure out what to do going forward. Because, I mean, they got defense coming up, and they're going to have all this aggression being brought to them on the other side of the map. And that's concerning with how Vanquish has been shoving it up their throats thus far with them being on defense.
I love the metaphor. It fits so well. And Flu, well, ain't nothing fitting right now. Like an oversized pair of boots, this map. Lemon is up close and personal, deadly with this shotgun we've seen before. Dots on the site, able to take one shot. Does take his shot, but misses its mark. Fraggleton able to get involved, and everyone for Flu finds a bit of an opening, leaving two players left alive. Now, granted, there is a lockdown for one of those, but scratch that. Top is taken off the map.
Looks like Flu here finding themselves in the first favorable situation here in a while. Maybe that just goes to show, you know, once you poke a bear enough times, you're eventually going to piss it off. So I think right here, Chrome grabbing that off, getting that finishing shot, finding himself that little animation of a finisher there is enough to really get his adrenaline going to find himself the next couple rounds, because that alone was just a cherry on top, something he really needed to give himself as some kind of statute to the team when going into these next couple rounds. And I'm super stoked for this, man. Look at this. We got 2 ops from both top frag jets. I want to see them line up both in mid. And it looks like Chrome isn't going to ego peek it. Lemon will be set up for it. It just comes down to whether or not Fraggleton and Vel over there are really willing enough to step into it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Take shot. Does the jet in mid, but it's not going to connect to anything. Not just yet, anyway. Opposing jet pushes up towards A, but again, not finding anything at all. No shots to speak of. The Owl drone comes through. It clears out mid, and that's kind of what I was talking about general mid passivity from Vanquish, but they mix in enough aggression that you always got to be a bit careful, especially in market. Vulcan gonna rotate over here towards B. This is a strong B setup.
It is indeed. I mean, just regardless of the B setup, just in terms of manpower, look at A. I mean, look at how much green there is around there. All the utility allocated to it. Good freaking gracious, man. I mean, regardless of that, the way everything's kind of dishing out for these guys on this side of the field, Axie's really trying to find himself something desperately, but it looks like the rotation is going to come through, and if they're not prepared for this, Killjoy is just menacingly laughing over here towards that window. She can go ahead and get a chance to press all the buttons on the keyboard and just flood this side.
Yeah, so much utility, as you mentioned. A lot of that going down already. In fact, pretty much all of it. Alarm bot, nano swarms, everything else.
10 seconds left.
Plant gonna go down here for Flu, and Virginia, a fourth position over in Garden, and that's a key double kill that might just turn the tide of the round and put us to an 8-4 score. Lemon meeting a dark cover, gets hit by the 0 point, tries to find a fourth position with the recovered rifle, but again, Virginia meets the mark. Paranoia indeed misses. Zaxi and the KO look to get a forward position. Dots throws out the 0 point. It doesn't connect. Flash drive is also a bit wide, and Chrome takes advantage. It's now 3 kills in hand. Axie needs to clutch for the ace. He's got quad, but not the ace because Vel is there. And at that point, the spike has been so ticked anyway. I don't think it was gonna matter all that much. So Flu, well, they finally get back on the board there at the final bit of the half.
Flu, you're no longer feeling sick is really what I'm hearing here. I mean, finally finding a little bit of rounds here, you know, closing it out. A little too late, I will say. But they do have a second half now, and they have to really establish their kind of feel for the field on this other side. Because, I mean, they've been playing offense. They finally found themselves, you know, getting into those areas, finding themselves something, and realizing what could work for their favor. But I mean, this is where things kind of switch up for them. Right after they find it, they sit there and get a curveball thrown their way saying, all right, you can't really play all that aggressive because now you're on defense, and you can't exactly do that. It's unorthodox. It doesn't really work all that much, but it looks like Chrome is going to defy all the odds and do it anyway.
Well, Chrome does do odds-defying tricks often, it feels, particularly on pistol rounds. As we are into the second pistol of this map, 6th of this series. 0 point coming through. Gonna deny at least 3 players, so information being gained for sure. And well, it's hard to shoot when you're blinded.
Spike down, B.
Push comes back. Dodge tries, but fails to connect, and everyone else gets involved as well. Flu might be right back into this here.
I mean, yeah, getting that first round definitely is going to help them out. Because look at this force from these guys. Getting all these Spectres onto the field, finding themselves what could be a guaranteed second round. If they sumo, whatever it is, so do choose to do so. Because, I mean, Chrome, I'm actually shocked by the decision that he's going with right now. He's running that ghost, he's running the half shield. That's usually what I do when it comes around to the second round, but I think he has a better idea because he's obviously a much better fragger being here today. And I gotta see really what can come on as we see this huge encounter coming here on the A side.
Early 0 point coming in, does suppress a couple, but Virginia swings back around despite that suppression. Finds a connection. Louis Swartz up one. Early days once again. Now, granted, this is an anti-eco, so it's pistols for Vanquish, but nonetheless, you like to see a good start for Flu. That's certainly not something we've been used to.
Yeah, most definitely. They've been kind of struggling this whole time. And waiting out for that smoke right there was a good play, and getting all that intel from that hero. Goodness gracious, dude. The Lemon right here, maybe trying to go for something crazy, but the shorty is just not going to be the answer for this round against these Spectres.
I mean, especially not if they're able to keep their distance. It's just a tough find.
Spike down.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Axie has found a double kill with the double right click. I mean, it's just such a disgusting. I mean, the fact that the right click is still in the game is crazy, but you know, here we are.
What, you mean to tell me you haven't sat there and pulled a trigger of a pistol before and it split into 3 little fragments?
No, only if you're on burst.
Okay. That's fair. A little B23R action right there from Black Ops 2. Shout out to that. Great gun for zombies, but I mean, apparently also enough to give yourself some kills here. On Ascent, if you're the likes of Flu, give yourselves a little bit more to play with. You know, it's a little bit of an answer, but not enough, because we see these guys making themselves a comeback and feeling pretty damn good here for this defensive side.
Flu Esports are certainly in a decent position. They need to probably win this round, though. I mean, even if they don't, they need to win the follow-up for sure. With pushed in through mid from Vanquish is successful. Chrome takes some damage through the wall. Blast drive comes across. Lemon gets involved. Top successful, and Lemon with a second. This is all coming up Vanquish right now, and this Fraggleton who's left alone, thinking, guys, hey guys, we were supposed to kill them, and now I'm all alone.
I mean, Fraggleton, he's done some crazy things today, so I'm not sleeping on him just yet. But with the way the spike's kind of set up for these guys, the way they're just camped up around it, you have way too many tiers, way too many enemies and levels to push through to even get to the end. And he finds one, but it's stopped there at the second.
Vanquish is just taking names right now, but it's not all over. Blue still have a chance here. They still got enough money.
They do. Yes, they do. You know, because we are now on this, you know, 4th round. It's a little rough there in the 3rd, trying to manage together what you can, but I mean, they can do it that at least. And Drio sit right here on this Odin half armor. I've seen it way too many times there on that defense, and I feel like everybody has the same clue when it comes around to that. So that's exactly why we're seeing an A push from the likes of Vanquish. Try not to run to that Odin over there on the other side of the field.
Here.
Well, I mean, we saw how effective the Odin was last half. So many times getting an opening pick for free, it felt like. Was that Odin on B? And well, speaking of free picks, there's another one. Lemon, who has a very forward position in the middle area, finds the connection, and Vanquish have done it once again. They come out with the big victories here. Lemon now on a triple kill. There's only one player left, and the spike just now getting planted, but it's flawless in fashion. The victory in double digits for Vanquish.
What an answer there, and a check mark to go up with it. I mean, finding that little double-digit area, as you said, and having all your players sitting on top of the same weapons, same armor they had from the last round. And having just look at those numbers, man. The only one that's really down bad right now would have to be Dot sitting with 2K, and even then that's not that bad. That's still more than really everybody on the side of Flu, so that's super concerning to really kind of put into perspective as you're trying to go ahead and get yourself a couple more rounds on the board. Now with Vanquish being, you know, too shy of match point, we have Flu once again in a really rough predicament, trying to claw themselves out of a tough situation.
Yeah, and I mean, I had a lot of faith in Flu. I have had and continued to have, but right now Vanquish are really just doing a good job of finding opening picks, then shutting down aggression, making sure that anything that looks like an advantage for Flu turns immediately into a disadvantage, and that's another example right there. Axie through the wall, through the attempt, is able to find a connection, and even then, Vel catches out top, but misses all his shots. That's just brutal.
Fraggleton! Oh,
that would have been a crazy spray transfer to hit.
Revealing area.
It would have. I mean, I believed in him. I've seen crazy things out of the man today, so I wasn't sleeping by any means, but, you know, it looks like as this game could come to a close, we could all be sleeping here soon, because it's 11-6. The time, you know, we got 2 minutes right here on East Coast until the bell chimes, and, you know, Cinderella's ball comes to an end. But maybe Flu could sit there and buy out a little bit more time to give themselves a little second win, if need be.
Well, we've seen the near impossible happen before against this team on this map, so you can't count it all out, certainly. Everyone getting out of dodge there for Flu. Sticks around for long enough to find a limit on the entry. Nobody gets detained. And the Cosmic Divide is successful in allowing for Vanquish into the site. This time with no casualties. Second time out. Virginia swings around the corner, connects with the shots. A bit sloppy, but he gets there. Dots, Fraggleton coming back in. Drios, the final kill. Flu Esports finally take a round of their own, and they stop the bleeding.
Thanks.
Yeah. Just because the bleeding stopped doesn't mean the wound isn't still there. So we still have ourselves 4 more rounds for him to catch up here. It's not nearly as, you know, tough as it was previously, but it's definitely enough, because at this ratio, you know, finding that 3-1, I mean, you only got Vanquish that's 2 away right now. So I mean, all brakes have to be ripped out right now. 6th gear has to come into play. And Chrome right there just forcing out the op and the half armor. I think he's fully prepared to go ahead and get this car kicking to the max RPM that it really can.
I hope so. Certainly would be ideal. Chrome is on short. Nobody going to be met there in the early stages, but he gets more aggressive and does take down the opposing jet of Lemon, who gets caught out on catwalk. Axie follows up with the Owl Drone, but
Placing
I mean,
swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
Owl Drone can't do much of anything, doesn't even really get much of any information.
Yeah, he really doesn't, but I mean, we may have a little bit here from the likes of Drios, but not getting that shock dart hit, not finding really anything off that, while the rest of these guys are kind of trying to make this follow-up or really just figure out where to move next, because we see them pushing on this B side. We know Drios is set up over there, but this isn't what Vanquish knows, and Flu's prepared for it as Virginia finds himself the first and Pulkin finds that trade. But the answer, we just got bloodbath going over here on the B side, y'all.
Dot's continuing the bloodbath here, but Vanquish ain't out of this yet. Not just Fury's still available, though. That could potentially deny a lockdown play. And there it is. Axie probably in a good position to do it. Flash drive comes out. Both players pushing onto the site. Lockdown gets destroyed. Recon bolt down as well. And Axie, the pros don't fake, dude. You gotta commit a bit earlier. Chrome takes the kill before even needing to bother Fraggleton, but you gotta get in there a bit faster, don't you, if you're Axie?
Yeah, and that's kind of really something that a lot of these teams have been struggling with. I mean, we saw it earlier from a couple of these other teams, and I feel like these defuses have really just been on point for these guys today. I mean, every single time that bomb's been committed to, it's been committed to, and it hasn't been a joke. It hasn't been a fake. It's been more like a knife cutting through a steak. I mean, it's just been absolute murder, and it's been really costing these guys a lot of rounds across the whole board. And that alone, Blue's buying into it. They have the mentality. Now they just have to find the frag over here on A site because it is free of all Killjoy utility.
Well, early fragment, early 0 point goes out. It finds nothing either way. So this could be a good way to catch out Flu. The Val does well, goes 1 for 1. Virginia doesn't really want to re-peek, get shut down out of the paranoia. So Virginia falls all the way back into heaven. Through the glass, 4 on 4. And this teleport could be good. Is he gonna get caught? Yes, he does.
4 on 4, man. This is it. This is hectic with Virginia over there on the back. Everybody really up on heaven, trying to play this defense with the bomb down. Blue's got to make a move here.
They do. They try. Fail for now. Top takes that out of their hands. Nicely done from Top. Actually gets a frag and a second with the Hunter's Fury.
Oh my God.
Fraggleton tried and failed to be the clutch master, but now it's match point.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do. I mean, usually the rule applies to where it's you can't shoot what you can't see, but right there, Axie definitely proved us wrong. He's going off very well, and that was a huge use of the utility. I mean, finding himself that ult with the Hunter's Fury, getting that post plant. After being choked out here for a couple rounds, that's exactly what they needed to go ahead and put themselves in a situation where they can close this out. But Flu, they still have a breathing life left. They can still do something here. They just have to find 4 straight rounds first. So that's going to be one hell of an attempt from these guys. And I don't feel like it's impossible with them not really being too far on this economy.
Yeah, I mean, this is technically very winnable. Or I should say at least tieable. I mean, winnable would be overtime afterward, but Blade Storm here from Lemon. That certainly is going to make life tougher. As does the Hunt, or rather not Hunter's Fury. Conflict Divide, excuse me. Lemon gets shut down. No blades. Not if you get hit with a 0 point. That's massive. But it's all a bit of a ruse. As the push is actually towards A, not towards B. And the Nebula comes down just in case. Top throwing out a Nano Swarm to deny the areas once again. Another 0 point coming out. This time, though, it's a fragment to try and deny the area underneath Heaven. Top survives. Hunter's Fury coming through. It does do a bit of a tag. Low HP for 2. Chrome fells 2 of those players. Still low HP for Astra. Against 5 now. The shock darts come out, and that's not enough. Fraggleton and Bell both connect, and all 5 survive for Flu Esports.
Completely flawless, man. This is what you need for an answer. This is what you need to keep the game alive, and you got to continue the momentum. And the way this is going to pan out, it really just comes to these next couple buys. Flu obviously sitting really good with their money. And we see a couple of the guys over on the side of Vanquish not exactly sitting too comfortably, especially Lemon. That top frag they have, he doesn't have that full arsenal in his hands. All these guys looking like they're going to have to deal with half buys here as Dots is running that Ghost, Polkin's running that Sheriff, and Axie actually trying to force here, trying to be that little wild card, trying to be the one little tie game here, the one little breath of fresh air when really looking at how the economy is dishing out for their team. And Crow may be able to find something nutty here with this Blade Storm as he moves his way probably to mid to see if he can hunt himself down another piece of bread.
Speaking of mid, Vanquish have set up shop here. I just realized that Trios is having a horrific game. He's got 3 kills, but he's got 16 assists. I mean, that is certainly a Sova doing their job with regard to their arrows. Connections, not so much, though. Vanquish are in the lead once again. 5 on 3. Lockdown coming over the top just in case. A little bit more equity. That lockdown from the defense is taken out, but surviving from the attackers. There's a KO. It's suppressed multiple players. And there's that lockdown doing wonders. Thrifty and victory for Vanquish. They take the series 2-1 in a 13-9 closeout here on Ascent.
Wow, dude. And didn't Vanquish do that during Ascent as well on the last series? It was off of Thrifty, wasn't it? Once a little bit of a comeback was coming through. So
yeah, it was. Yeah.
There you go. Lesson learned. Just let them keep the rifles. Just do that, and you have a better chance of winning because you put them in that Thrifty situation, man. That's. I'm not gonna say it's GG, but it's definitely a little bit sleepable. You can definitely get caught off guard by the Thrifty game because. I mean, that's exactly what they are. I mean, Thrifty, not just managing that round lastly, but managing themselves that second map to follow it up here after one hell of a series. We see it was a lot closer. I mean, the series just kind of squeezed in more and more and more over the course of the day and over the case of the series. And what a hell of an outro for them. Congratulations to Vanquish here for being your champs of Pit of Valor number 48, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, not the way I thought things would go.
Yeah.
To be honest, I hate to again be that guy, but I think that part of Flu's struggles here, Drios having a horrific game. If you look back to the game that they won dominantly, Drios is top fragging there on the Sova. You fast forward to game 3, and Drios going 4-17 is just not good enough. I mean, and again, I don't want to take away credit. I think Drios was still having massive impact on the agent of Sova. Had 16 assists. Like that's not even in the ballpark of anyone else other than Vel, who I think really put on a show on this KO. I think Dots improved over the course of this series, but Vel was certainly the better KO. Yeah. And unfortunately, though, you have to look to that underperformance there. That really does spell a story of struggle because Chrome had a great map 3.
Yeah, and he definitely came back because that's really what you said on that map 2. He was kind of on mute, didn't really get too many chances, really shine. Yeah, and then once again, as I said, coming into this map, he sat there, had those lineups. Ascend is just a much more op-friendly map. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, and that's the weapon he feels the most comfortable with. Finding those one taps, not being forced to shoot the head with the likes of a Phantom within 30 meters, or finding that with the Vandal at really any range when you don't have that scope to play with. So once you put that in his hands, he's going to feel a lot more comfortable, but it may have just been too little too late when he really did get around to playing with it.
Yeah, maybe one, maybe the other, regardless of exactly the reasoning. Big congratulations here to Vanquish. I mean, they pull what I'll call an upset. I think this is an upset.
Yeah.
I think Flu, we've seen enough from them that they should have probably been the victors here tonight. But a couple of underperformances, a couple of rounds that just didn't go their way. They're on Ascent. I mean, we see that it's not huge margins and a very poor attacker side from them really set a rough tone, or rather, it was a poor defensive side. My apologies, from Flu, but it set a poor tone for the series, and well, unfortunately, it is approaching the end of our time here tonight. Let's say thank you to everyone who has tuned in all evening for this wonderful Pit of Valor. No longer Wednesday; it's now officially Thursday for me. But you love to see it. We're down 32 teams, and we still are ending after midnight. What is this tomfoolery? Regardless, I want to say a huge shout out to the entire team behind us. We are here on camera, but we sure as hell couldn't do this if it weren't for our amazing team that is propping us up, giving us what we're looking at, and making sure that our beautiful faces show up right in front of your screens. Ryan, our net control, doing the pushing of the buttons on the producing role, and then we had Fade or Will doing a wonderful job on the observing, as well as Harry, who is doing all the back end, the tournament stuff. We love him as well. My name has been Vincent. I've been joined by Mick. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you here on Friday for Radiant Arena.
Let's make this quick, bro. I got things to do.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, the Radiant Arena is back. Wait, Harry, do I really need to say this cringe shit?
I mean, it's what Ben wanted.
You got it. Join us for 3 weekends of Valorant and a $3,000 prize pool. Sign up now on Community Gaming.
Get out of here!